is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, gros pas big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, pour ce pas à dire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
Obviously, there's some history in the game between, obviously, my old teammate that I also won last year with, Savage. It was definitely a bit of a pressure game for me, for sure. But normally I deal pretty good with the pressure, and I think I showed that in the server.
Wrapping up day one of group stage, I mean the favorites that you knew were going to win. You have your Falcons, you have your FaZe Clan, you have your Dark Zero, you have your Wild Card. All of these teams mentioned were going to be teams that should be expected to come out of the group stage to be then qualifying into those playoffs. Jumping into today of our semifinals in the upper bracket, my favorite game by far, and the one that you want to watch, has got to be Wildcard versus Team Falcons. Joom versus Adrian, two defending world champions here at EWC, to see who's going to put themselves in their first spot in playoffs.
Winning EWC once is awesome, but winning it back-to-back would just be, I think, like crazy.
Well, groups having just started yesterday are already going to be qualifying 4 teams into playoffs. That's how quick it moves here at EWC. I'm Manik. I'm one of your hosts here at EWC, but It's not just me on the desk. Thankfully, we have two gentlemen to help walk us through all the action.
Friends.
Dev Mata and Pengu. Oh, that was pretty rude of me. You are my friends.
Thank you very much,
We are
Rob.
all friends.
Yeah, we're not just colleagues here. We
No.
actually
No.
enjoy
Much
each
more
other's
than
company sometimes.
Yeah, well, oh no.
That's the
This is only
rarification.
week one still. It's a long tournament.
Yeah, I was kind of sick of Jake by the end of last night, I'll be honest with you,
Valid.
James.
Valid. Very fair.
That's a Jake thing, though, to
Yeah,
be fair.
It certainly is. Gents, lots of action to come today. We kind of heard from Lax that I love these pre-clips that we're getting leading into the day. I think it's fantastic because Lax actually teed that one up perfectly. Probably,
He did.
maybe it could actually go on to be game of the absolute tournament, but definitely game of groups so far. Falcons wildcard, that one's going to kick things off very nicely. But we've got 3 other games to get through as well, Nick.
Really? There's 3 more? It's
I
not just this
know.
one banger. There's actually more games after as well. Kind of ridiculous. Because, like you said, I do think that this could very well be a grand final worthy game.
Totally.
And there is a chance that they will meet much later in that tournament, and it could become a grand final.
Yeah, of course. We are qualifying teams through to the main stage today, which means a
Yep.
lot of the teams that will be playing are grand finalist contenders.
They certainly are. Look, as much as I like to explain things, sometimes it's better to hear it from the voice itself.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege returns to the Esports World Cup for another year of intense FPS action. The teams that qualified directly for the main event group stage have been split into 2 groups, the play-in teams joining them to make 8 teams in each group. Those teams will play a double elimination bracket, with 4 teams from each group advancing to the playoffs. In the playoffs, second chances are gone as lower bracket is removed in favor of a single elimination competition. Teams will battle to make it to the final, with a 3rd place match also set for the final day of the tournament. Opening matches in the play-in stage and group stage will be a best of 1. All other matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the grand final, which will be a best of 5. There's a lot of Siege to play here at the EWC, and the stakes are higher than ever, so sit back, relax, and get ready to be entertained.
Lax is definitely the unofficial voice of EWC.
He is now.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got such
Beautiful
aura
voice.
as he talks, but a great explanation obviously kind of leads into the fact that this tournament is twice as big as it has ever been. It is absolutely massive for Siege, and it feels like, James, we've really started to rein in on what EWC means into our ecosystem, because it's very important nowadays.
For the first time in Rainbow Six Siege history, the Esports World Cup is really part of the official global ecosystem that we have, which means that the winner here at the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six will qualify to the Six Invitational next February as well. There is so much up for grabs for all of the 22 teams here and all the 16 teams, most importantly, that remain.
That's for damn sure. Not just an SI slot, but also $2 million across the entire event. Something that is ridiculous, Nick. I keep asking the question. I'm not going to ask you this time, but
No, ask James this time. Come on.
James, what
would you do?
What would you do if you couldn't invest the money?
We were actually talking about this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you have an answer?
We were
cooked up
having
for me?
quite a philosophical question about like at what point, like what do you do with money? What does money mean to you? And to be honest, like I love traveling. I would travel the world. I would spend time with my loved ones. I would see
You would
the
learn
sights.
5 languages.
I would learn 5 languages.
Yeah.
I would live everywhere I could. That's what I would do with $2 million.
That's valid. That's so valid. I would absolutely probably... I don't know what I'd do, actually. No one's ever put me on the spot with a question.
I'd maybe
like that.
get 10 dogs.
Yeah?
Like I have one at the moment. I feel like there's space for more dogs in my life.
You know what? I actually did get asked $1 million question a long time back, and mine was to get a dog farm and literally just go and let 100 dogs roam around.
I see that for you.
There you go. If I ever win EWC, you're never going to see me again, but you're going to hear a lot of barks. Lots of bark from the stage yesterday. Let's be honest. There was a lot of barking and sometimes a little bit of biting. I don't want to go too deep into it, Nick, but across both stages, there were some heated matches. You heard from Joom in the opening piece about versing a previous member, Savage, on the other side.
Yes.
And he felt that he handled it quite well. But then when you look at the other side of the stage, when you start to look at how the entire groups have actually played out, it feels as though maybe some teams were left with more bark than bites.
And that's always how it's gonna be, right? Who can handle that pressure the most when you get to main stage when things matter a lot more, and that's that pressure in the server. But like Laxing said, I think all the teams we expected to come out with a W in the very first day of groups, they came out with a W, right? CAG, convincing victory. okay, I gotta reel this one back in. I thought M80 were gonna win over Falcons. That was my one upset. But other than that, everyone showed what they're made of, and the expected winners, well, they won.
For sure, for sure. Now, of course, in the second group as well, it was a similar story to some degree. Obviously, FaZe Fnatic, very much a one-favored affair. The two-time world champions retaining
It looked good for a
their
second.
dominance. Yeah, Fnatic have had some good moments, but of course, they'll have to fight for the lower bracket from now on. Unfortunately for EDG, CNL team, one of the final remaining, couldn't perform. Same with All Gamers as well in the other group. For me, in this group right here, in Group B, it was the two APAC teams that had a little bit of promise with Weibo and Enterprise, both failing against their respective opponents. That did surprise me a little bit, but at the end of the day, APAC teams always going in will be, in some form or another, underdogs.
Yeah.
But it was the way in which they failed to win, right? It was
I
like
agree.
one team, Enterprise, they were a single round off. They went to 7-7. The other team, Weibo, lost 6-8. So it's like they get so close, and then they make a massive blunder, huge mistake, and that will just change it from a victory into a loss.
Yeah, it's kind of on the flip side of both of those APAC coins. You had, let's say, Weibo, tooth and nail, back and forth.
Yeah.
A couple
Furia.
of huge clutches. All right,
Yeah.
got to say, Diaz, what a performance. Then when you looked at the other game with Enterprise, I mean, that was a bit of
They
a...
had a bit of a lead, right?
They had a 6-2 lead, and then I think they actually went into the lead in overtime as well. So they had, I think, a collective 6 match points that they could have converted. But this is just the difference that you have when you come to international events. It doesn't matter what region you're from, you are always going to get surprised. I actually think FaZe were quite surprised by Fnatic in their opening couple of rounds. You alluded to that before, Dev. There were about 4 or 5 rounds there where it looked chaotic, and it actually looked like Fnatic probably could have come away with a 4-2 half themselves.
110%. Fnatic are a funny team because for the longest time they have been at the bottom of the barrel in Europe, and this stage has really been their breakout moment. Big win over G2. A lot of people expected to be a championship contenders. Of course, G2 a year ago were in the grand final of the Esports World Cup. Fnatic, though, they're just very inconsistent. They can have very high highs and very low lows, and what started very strong ended up a bit of a peter out against FaZe, the world champions. This, of course, is the game that you were talking about a lot before.
Yeah.
Now, Weibo Furia is a tough match because Furia are also a very inconsistent team. They have very high highs and also very low lows. For example, getting first round at the Salt Lake City Major just 2.5 months ago. Weibo, on the flip side of that, very rarely are they inconsistent, but something did not click yesterday, and they will need to bounce back to stay in the tournament.
It's a little disappointing, isn't it, Nick? Because we thought coming into this that realistically this is the best that Weibo's looked, and I think most of us
That's the
actually on
story.
the desk look, yeah, we're biased. I'm not even going to pull my punches here. We are biased toward APL teams. We always will be. But we felt as though Weibo could have done it, and I think there's so much proof from those highlights to just imagine what they could have done. But
100%.
that's just it. It's that missing step.
And they should have done it. Like, generally speaking, even you said Diaz huge clutch, yes, but when you clutch, it's usually from your opponent making a small mistake and then you capitalize well off of it. Diaz's clutch yesterday was a huge mistake from Weibo, super uncharacteristic from them, especially when you have Speakeasy, the captain alive in the server, who was a part of making that mistake.
Yes.
So
That's
uncommon for him.
It's devastating as well, but they'll look back at that and hopefully with a rose-colored lens. I really hope
first
they look
game
at the
jitters.
Hopefully
It's
a
okay.
fresh set of eyes for their upcoming game. That's the
Yeah.
really thing that I'm focusing on, because from now on, I mean, it's all about qualifying through to the main stage. That's really all that matters for the teams today. And then tomorrow, it's all about survival. The day after that, it's all about both at once. It's elimination or
and
progression
survival.
and nothing in between.
That's for damn sure. Best of ones are done and dusted for the tournament here at EWC, moving forward with only BO3s. That is an exciting one for me, Nick, because the 2 games that we have today might actually be some of the best games that we have at EWC, maybe for the entire tournament.
Yeah, getting to the good stuff right now. Falcons,
juicy.
the wildcard, we go to the FaceTime, the virtus.pro. I mean, what's not to love?
For sure. I mean, even yesterday, we were very fortunate enough to cast the Falcons versus M80 game, which are 2 huge teams, a lot of history between them. Notably, of course, Savage from M80 versus Doom. He's already taken down one of his teammates, has Doom, but all of the champions from last year's secret roster are on 4 different teams here at the Esports World Cup. Doom's taken down Savage. Next up on the chopping block is Adrian, the last year's MVP of the Esports World Cup.
That's it. They're frenemies now, aren't they, mate?
Yeah, they are. And I mean, we saw yesterday from Doom, a lot of respect to his former teammates as well, Savage in particular. And he said, I felt a bit of pressure against Savage, but I handled it on the server. What about back-to-back days with that kind of pressure? Well, let's hear it from the man himself, from Doom.
head into your guys' next opponent. You are going against another former teammate of yours, Adrian. He was the MVP of his last match. Got anything you want to say to him ahead of that match?
No, I hope he has a great match. I hope we have a great match. He's a great player, so I'm going to respect him for sure. I hope he will do the same to me, and I hope we have a good game.
All right. Now, is there anything, any skins?
Doom and Adrian have played 106 matches together over the last 2 years when they both played on Secret. In 7 different countries around the world. They went from Manchester, Montreal, Riyadh last year, of course, Paris earlier this year with the Six Invitational, where they made it to a grand final and was so close to going the distance to a 5th map against FaZe as well. But now they actually find themselves, for the first time ever, up against each other. They did play head-to-head all the way back in Tier 2 in the R6 South Breach when Adrian was playing for G2. I mean, it's quite funny, really, because that was years upon years ago. I was texting Jim about it this morning.
Yeah,
and he's like, I don't know if I've ever played that guy. If I have, it would be way back in Tier 2. This is going to be such a fresh moment for both of these players who know each other so intimately to go head-to-head in the server.
Yeah, it's also quite rare that we see a team kind of splitting apart who's actually a championship-level roster, winning EWC, going to an SI Grand Final, yet they both upgraded, if you will, right? Doom goes to Falcons, replacing Shaiko, huge story in its own, and then you have Adrian going to Wildcard, who is currently one of the best teams as well, but kind of growing to that position, whereas Falcons has been there for quite some time. Such a rarity, but yet they did it.
For the longest time, Falcons just, it feels like they're always teetering on the edge of greatness. It feels like they could well and truly have been the greatest era of Siege that we've ever seen, and that's including you in the conversation, Nick. But I think that looking at this, they had so many opportunities.
100%. You know, like this Falcons/BDS roster, if you look at the history, the longevity of the origins, the legacy of this team, they actually have 4 championships. If you include, you know, Esports World Cup 2 years ago, the G8s before that, if you include the major that they won way back in the day. But they've also had 4 second place finishes across 6 invitationals, across majors. And you have to ask the question, what happens if some of those runner-ups, some of those faltering when they were the favorite team, if they had overcome in those moments, we would probably be talking about Team Falcons being up there with Furia, FaZe, and G2 as one of the greatest of all time. But they just aren't. I'm sorry, but they're just not in that conversation the same way those other teams were, because they haven't won enough tournaments. Close is not good enough in Rainbow Six.
Tell us what you really think, James.
I was going to say, he's supposed to be fired up about that one.
Man.
But they're still fighting for it, and to me, that's the impressive part. So many teams, they get knocked down, they make a ton of changes, and they fall apart more and more. But that winning mentality, that core, it's still there for Falcons. They make one roster change in a long time, minus Shaiko plus Doom, and they're straight back at it.
Well, talking about straight back at it, Wildcard have had a very interesting 12 to 24 months from near on no ones. We didn't expect much from them prior to Reload last year, and then all of a sudden, this roster just started hitting stage after stage, event after event, and now, Nick, for so many people, they may be top 2, if not top 4 at every event.
And it's such a strange roster on paper, and I thought when I saw it myself, what are they going to accomplish, right? That was just my baseline expectation. I don't really feel it. Kansen, Bay, Spiker, Baby Shark, that dash in there before Adrian. A lot of imports. Lagonis is coaching them from Brazil as well. Played with Alama back in Team 1 days in Mexico Major. I'm just thinking they couldn't find any of the players, so they got this team together. But these guys, they play the game the same way. So much passionate server. We've seen so many tournaments now where they're in a losing position and somehow they will find the clutch, they will get a retake, and they did it yesterday again against Team Liquid Alienware, a formidable opponent with so much experience. They will clutch against them too.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Wildcard for a very long time, we're kind of just one of those bottom feeders in North American League. And just over a year ago, about 15 months at Reload, they really broke that spell. Since then, they've made it to every single event, and their worst performance has been top 8. Still a mainstay performance. Their best performance has been top 4 at both Reload and the Major in Munich. And guess who knocked them out at the 6th Invitational earlier this year? It was Team Secret. So they get knocked out by the second place finish, and then they go and they pluck Adrian up. They get him onto the squad, and the team looks better than ever. Now, for the first time in history, Wildcard, who, like I said, were once a bottom feeder team in North America, NAL champions. Right? They overtook Shopify Rebellion, they overtook Dark Zero, they overtook M80 with all of the upgrades that roster has had, and now Wildcard is seriously a championship contender for the first time ever.
And a small detail as well, right? So many, big team names, we talk about the ag.al experienced captain. This is Spiker's team. Spiker has a lot of strategy in the shots in the server, and he's a young rookie, or he was at least. Now he's become his own player, right?
Yeah.
They didn't import a Troy Canadian, didn't get a Vidiking in the server, anything like that. They got a young player who made a career for himself, growing with the team to this level.
A lot of the great teams, they go two paths. They do recruit veterans, and they have these OGs of the squad that lead the rest of the team to victory. But every now and then, I believe that the best teams in the world often start from just fresh talent.
Yeah.
And, once upon a time, Falcons, when they were BDS, they did that. Team Secret did that. I mean, Team Empire did that way back in the day. And even Furia/W7M, they were nobodies, right? Out of nowhere. And then suddenly Herds KZ, who really you hadn't heard about outside of Brazil, forged a dynasty like none other we've ever seen. Wildcard have been writing their own story quietly from the shadows, but they can't afford to be ignored any longer.
No, they certainly can't, especially with where they're going. And I think that's the important part, is where they're going. They've gone step on step on step. Speaking of steps, how about we step into the veto and start to determine where we're going for this best of 3? Because I can tell you right now, I think most people are expecting this to go to all 3. Now, if one of these teams happens to have a life game, obviously, that's a bit of a different conversation. But I think the context has to be that we do get to border.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I mean, I want this game to go 3-map, or at least like double overtime or something like that. Very bold here from Falcons to leave Fortress open. That was the immediate reaction here. Benio backstage was saying, Wildcard, probably the best Fortress team in the world. They played it yesterday against Team Liquid Alienware, and we saw exactly why they're so feared on this map. And also feels like giving Falcons Bank is almost a similar feeling. We're saying we're some of the best teams here. We're going to play each other on some of our best maps and see who's actually going to come out on top.
I mean, statistically, I really don't like Wildcard on Bank. This seems like a weakness of theirs. It's their second least favorite maps in terms of their preferences. And you look at 5 Fears, 100T, they lost to both of those teams in the NAL.
So they traded good maps.
Exactly. So I really feel like if either of the teams win each other's map pick here, that would be monumental. That could be 2-0 territory. So once we get into Bank, where Falcons should be massively favored, if Wildcard come out of the gate swinging, by the way, Wildcard will be on the defensive side, which is a little bit of a surprise for Bank. It's an attacker-sided map. But if Wildcard can dig deep on that D, then it's going to be crazy for the series.
I'm really excited with thank you. I'm so glad I did not have to laugh at that.
I love tossing it with you guys and just staring you in the eyes and seeing if I can break you.
I was like, can I keep it cool? I could not keep it cool.
I had to look away.
My eyes got bigger
I'm
and bigger.
so glad that you broke.
Oh, man. If it was you and Jake on the broadcast,
it would have been a different conversation. It wouldn't have been like giggles. It would have been like a
How about you dig deep and sort out this segment for us?
Okay, please. I shall do. Let's hope that I can get this one right. No, it is... we talk about the greatest players of all time. We talk about what a great team could look like. Well, I think Falcons might have put together an absolute masterpiece.
If you could make the perfect roster in Rainbow Six Siege, who would you pick? And that is the question I'm going to ask you guys. First and foremost, I just want you to pick any player you possibly want. Try and not just pick your full roster. I know you guys would say, yeah, well, I would pick us 5, but that would be boring.
Then I'm picking Andy.
Okay. Any reason why?
Because I think he showed to everyone that he's the best player in the world right now.
Okay.
For me, I will take Vita King. He's the IGL of Face Plan, and I think he proved to the world as well that he's one of the best IGL. He won 2 times the World Championship. So.
Okay, that's a very firm answer straight away. The other guys they're really thinking about it, like the slowest team managers in the world.
He didn't say he's the best IGL, so I take this as a compliment.
You got it. Yeah, you're all right. Okay, second pick. Then we'll go with you first.
I'm taking KZ. KZ from Team Liquid.
Cool.
Very good player mechanically. He has so much firepower. So.
Awesome. And stuff.
Kind of boring, but I'm picking JV92 as a flex support because they have a tough season last season, but he's always on top. He's actually a funny guy, so it's not boring.
Vibes are important, right? You want the funny guys in there.
You're not getting bored with him.
No, exactly. Right, third player. We're starting to really get into it now.
Third player, I will pick Neiko as a shield and IGL.
How are we feeling? You think he can bounce back from that one?
But he gave me some tips about the team I want to pick as well, so Skies.
Okay.
He's a French player playing for virtus.pro. He's he did a really good season.
All right, fourth pick. Where are we going?
I want to take Ruby.
Yeah.
He's playing for GK right now. I mean, very versatile, you know, very versatile.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want somebody who can slot into these teams that don't exist.
Keep everything to complete the team.
Okay. The funniest thing is, I was thinking about Gruby. I was like,
so
does he fit in my team? He doesn't fit anymore.
Oh, he doesn't fit. Okay.
I was thinking about him.
Yeah.
I think I will pick Benja, Lurk country. I think you need a Lurk on every team, and Benja fits his role perfectly.
Okay. Well, you've got to pick your final member of the squad now. Anything missing in there? Like, we're talking vibes, someone who's going to get you a water. You know, I mean, maybe that's not their job, but you know, it's like the guy who's going to help you out with certain situations. That final pick, who's going to be?
Loira. I think he's really good mechanically, good guy as well. Yeah. I love him, so yeah.
I was thinking since he was saying he's the last player, but I think I will take Angel for the support role. He won the major and he did a really good tournament. So
awesome. Right, so your teams are going up against each other. It's the last map in a grand final.
Oh my God.
Who's taking it?
To be fair, I will say my team because I built it, but we have to ask people from outside.
You don't feel like it doesn't seem that confident.
On my side, I let the community decide.
Let the community decide. Well, I'm sure they'll have a lot to say about that. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Ligifac, instead of maybe letting the community decide, how about I let James Devmarter Stewart decide?
This is not a contest. This is a massacre. I'm sorry, Brede. I love you. But you picked the trolliest team I've ever seen. Also, I want to give some extra credit to Ligifac. He has a beautiful, thick French accent. I am 100% confident he said handy, not Ambi. Ambi's a good player. But Handy does clear him, and I don't think that's up for debate.
I don't think it is.
I think when he hit us with he's proven he's the best player in the world. I'm like, what final did Ambi play in besides Salt Lake City where he proved that?
Handy is clearly the best player.
Handy is like the guy for like 2 years now. He's like one of the best players in the world.
I do think it's really funny though, because like obviously so many of the best players in Rainbow Six are Brazilian and they don't speak a word of English.
Yes.
Right? So
we don't account for that.
Yeah, you're not going to bring them into an English roster. So often we'll say, oh, the best player in the world right now. But like we kind of forget about Brazil a lot of the time because we are English speaking.
I don't.
I don't think we forget about it. No, that's
you. Do you know what the problem is for me? Is my bias is stuck in 2024. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. My bias is completely stuck with the Brazilians. So when people are talking about NA having a good moment, I'm like, no, it's the Brazilians. You're never changing my mind. But
Você precisa falar de português.
This is the English broadcast.
You need to speak Portuguese. I'm so sorry to any Portuguese speakers that had to hear me butcher that. But like that's the thing. You need to be able to speak
And what did you say?
Huh?
What did you say?
Você precisa falar de português.
And what does that mean?
You need to speak Portuguese.
Okay. I thought you were telling me.
No. I was translating it. I'm so embarrassed. My Portuguese teacher is listening and face palming right now.
Yes. Not going to be very happy. But we are very happy because it is near on time to get underway with this absolute series and a half. I can't wait for this. Falcons and Wildcard. Nick, what side are you going for at the moment? Who has their better chance in this? Because that's a tough question, I'll be honest.
Listen, I would like the story of Wildcard takes the victory here today. Falcons goes lower bracket. They're gonna be like, okay, we're fighting to get back into that main stage, playoffs, go for a grand final. They'll make the lower bracket run, and I genuinely would love them to re-meet in like a semi or a grand final later. Would love it.
Wildcard did beat Falcons in both the Salt Lake City Major and here in Paris just 6 months ago at the Six Invitational. So I think that the Americans are favored. However, Falcons are absolutely the better team on bank. So really it comes down to if Wildcard can win here on the first map, I think it's GG for the series. But if Falcons stands tall, I reckon we really do have a serious shot of going the distance.
So the linchpin is the first map.
Absolutely.
That's an early linchpin. It is time for us to get underway. This is our first best of 3 of group stages, and guess what? It's a qualifying matchup. Gentlemen, please enjoy this matchup for everything that it has to offer.
Thank you very much, Robbie boy. I am really excited for the first few rounds of Falcons gameplay because we saw them yesterday against them 80 that had a very clear, defined game plan going into that matchup, okay? And there's one thing I want to keep my eyes on right now, and that's going to be where Doom puts down the Vulcan canisters. Right now, 2 of them go to the default location, but they banned away the Hibana. What you can do when you ban the Hibana is that you go upstairs, put the Vulcan canister on a hatch.
He is going.
And then you can't necessarily use your hard destruction. It blocks the angle. So I'm just curious here if that's going to be the case.
He's still got one in pocket.
He's got one in pocket.
Surely he's gonna
it could
put it
go
on
into
the
open air on the A bomb, so hatch is usually where it's going to be going. And what it means is that the attackers are going to have to go top floor, clear the roamers, get into open area, force back the last few defenders, and then shoot the Goyo canister, wait 20 seconds, then breach the hatch. And there he goes, right off the rip. And the reason why I love when a good plan comes together is that when Falcons are showing us from the operator phase selection and then picking Goyo, it means again a very clear plan that came together before the match even started. They are so well prepared here.
The only counter to that Goyo on the hatch, aside from Hibana, is actually Ace, but you do have to expend 2 of your 3 Selmas to breach open that hatch.
No value.
Yeah, I mean, technically Maverick is also a counter. Just a
Bit dicey.
Very dangerous counter.
You get one torch ignition the wrong way and boom, there goes the fire.
Yep. Takes even longer in that case. Wow, that's an early
That's Doom right there.
It's Doom up against his old teammate. Adrian goes down early on the Zafir. Lot of util. Now can Doom escape? Trying to take this 1v1 with a Blackbeard is a death sentence.
The fire's pop.
And the fire will prevent him from running through without taking a little bit of damage, and Spiker will catch him on the retreat.
Was talking a hot spot there, dropping down from the desk itself, falls into a hip fire. Couldn't quite take the fight. But I mean, going 1-for-1 as the Goyo player on that loose roam, that is completely worth it. Passive util position already on the map itself. The big question for me is, will Leaguefact fall back from the server stairs position? They know there's a Blackbeard on the board. They saw the Deimos tracker. If you stick around as a sole player on defense, you're going to be fighting the whole world. There's no pressure yet from the whole server. Leaguefact doesn't have to make that call just yet. They gotta break open these hatches, get the Fine Jones in position, and then just start inching forward here for wildcard. Plenty of time. Minute and 30 to go. We see the silhouette. Leaguefact is sticking around that server staircase.
And the Tubarão is going to slow down the detonation of this exothermic charge here. Solotov just looking to burn as much time as possible. Nice usage of the Zodo canisters. Though I believe Wildcard should be able to open up the admin hatch very shortly, which will really force the rest of Falcons to play a little bit more passively.
Now they target him. They're really min-maxing utility, right? Because by Leaguefact running away the very final few seconds, they didn't know if it was clear or not. And burning away with that one more Deimos tracker, it does go a long way for the late stage of this round.
Thing is, you still have 2 nitro cells, you've got all of the Tachanka's fire, and you've got 3 smokes. Wow, that's a really nice deep fire there from Tachanka. Spiker puts the shield on back so he doesn't get guard broken.
Had been there a second earlier. That... Oh, hold on, the planting games.
Wait, this is a very early plan. Out comes the fire. Spiker takes a lot of damage. This is going to be a very challenging plan here for Wildcard. I think they did a good job in the early round, but Falcons, they know the win condition is plant denial and the clock in the late round.
There's no real backstab. There's going to be one player of Bay on the main staircase, but no real angle in towards the bomb site. So Wildcard forced to maybe rush into the last few seconds of that, because look at this. The fire, the smoke, and planting should not be possible.
Oh my god, planting is not a win condition here for Wildcard. They have to go deep, they have to find kills, but Falcons stand tall for the most part.
2 injured.
Until suddenly, an eruption onto the bomb site. It's Spiker in a 1v1 against Solotov. Brede might be able to try and crawl up for info. Nitro cell, base him out, lands it! A nuclear nitro! And the clutch up for Falcons in the first round.
Oh boy, I just turned around at the very few final seconds of the round. Doom's facial expression went from, oh my god, we're losing the round, to, oh my god, thank goodness we won it. I also heard a bit of a roar earlier when that first kill came through. Don't know if that was Doom having a roar taking down Adrian, or just good timing from somebody else making that remark. But a good start from Falcons. Wildcard being in a very tough position, couldn't go for a plan, couldn't go for a push. They made that look super winnable. That's what I said earlier on the desk, right? Whenever they're in a you should be counting them out position, don't. Because they have this way of making the unwinnable very winnable.
10 seconds to go.
Wow, that was...
poor Spiker.
Yeah, very long explosion radius on that nitro. Spiker being a little bit low on HP was extra vulnerable. Yeah, that was a real tug of war that round, because I felt like, obviously, when Doom got the opening kill, Falcons are favored. As soon as he gets traded back, Wildcard have over 2 minutes. They've already popped the Goyo, and they've cleared the roam. Wildcard are massively favored. The thing that flipped that switch back in Falcons' favor again was Leaguefact getting back to site safely, and the Tubarão denying enough time on those hatches so that Wildcard had only 30 to 40 seconds left, while there were 2 nitros, 3 gas babes, and a ton of Shamika shots from the Tachanka. And then that was the win condition for Falcons. And then Wildcard made it a 1v1, so I was like, man, it's literally flip it, back and forth, back and forth.
And that's the thing about Seas that's very beautiful, is at the higher level you play at, the more small the details will become about, are you going to win or lose a round? Leaguefact had that judgment call. Okay, I'm going to fall back instead of staying on server staircase. I don't think fighting against the Blackbeard, the Deimos is a good odd for me. But if he had stuck around and he dies, like you said, you probably lose the round. So small things. Doom again, lone roamer. Oh, no. The red ping. C4 clipped the window.
Watch out, Joom. Kansan, though, has to reload. Goes for the repick with a pistol. Really, either player could have died there. Joom cannot afford to fall. Baby Shark has actually snuck up.
I think they know.
He's very close to that barbed wire, but good shot there onto Leakafak. Joom low HP. Baby Shark pre-fires him as well. This is a fickle defense now for Falcons, as just Yuzis and Solotov have to lash out. It's all Yuzis. Wildcard perform a near flawless attack onto the top floor.
It's a classic wildcard attack. They are so good at conjuring up that map control out of nowhere. They had 3 people outside the building getting red pinged by Doom. He went for that frag. Before Doom can get back to his position, go for a reload, they're on the main staircase. They're in Skylight Heaven. They rappelled in the bomb site window, and they take stock control. And with that, they take the entire round in the most convincing fashion that we've seen in a long time here at the EWC, because that should have been a difficult intro for Baby Shark.
45 seconds into the round. How is he already up the stairs?
In garage, up the staircase, never stopping, never calling, just going for frags.
There must have been someone on a pre-placed drone. Otherwise,
Surely.
That's so risky to just sprint up. You have no idea if there's a rat just waiting for you. And yeah, with the old Dockerby, you could have just popped a call and then sprinted, and if you don't hear anything, then you're safe. But with new Dockerby, you can't achieve the same thing.
On the flip side, right, this is maybe where the Dockerby rework was a bit of a buff for some players. When the Dockerby call was global, same with Line in a way, you're showing that something's about to happen. Because you're making that call with the intention of making a play or getting information for the play. Now with the single calls, you could call Doom and they think, oh, I peeked on them on the windows. Instead of droning me, they're calling me. I'm not sure they're going to push anywhere. So it's one of those situations. But there was a bomb on the main staircase, and the shotgun player, I don't know if it's Leakafak or Breda or whatever, but they were waiting for it, taking that gunfight, but Baby Shark's just better.
You and I were having a little bit of a chat this morning. I know that you're excited to talk to some of your favorite pro players and get their thoughts on the meta and different aspects of Siege. And one of the questions that you told me you want to ask, I think, some of the players is how much do you think mechanics are important compared to strategy? And in a moment like that, with Baby Shark on the main stairs of the SMG-12, he's unfavored against Leakafak. Right? Leakafak has that balustrade that's going to protect him. The mechanics of Baby Shark won that round for Wildcard. He doesn't get that kill on Leakafak, he's definitely not getting the kill on Doom.
No, for sure.
And Falcons fall apart.
And at the very highest level, you're kind of combining mechanical skill with strategy, obviously. And I know support players, we're going to go strategy's better, interfraggers, mechanical skill is better, more important. The perfect player has both, obviously. But no, you're alright. That was a moment where either you frag it out or you don't go anywhere at all. Curious here for Wildcard, a lot of phantom pressure. Boogie Jones and CEO from outside the windows. The glass smoke grenades just kind of making a fake play, and they had so many smokes to support it. 6 smoke grenades in the server, 5 of them being spent.
Oh, early entry though on the top floor. Bay actually will trade out Yuzis after that first kill from him. Baby Shark getting caught off guard is unusual, especially playing that solid snake. Map control being lapped up here by Wildcard on that top floor. Falcons, no more nitro cells to try and contest vertically as the ceiling above them starts to be torn up. Wildcard have the numbers advantage, and they have plenty of map control. So much time on the clock to boot.
They got almost all the pieces that they need for their attack, right? Just gotta get everyone in the right location. They have one final smoke grenade to enable Bay on the glass as a final win con for them. Doom going for a flank though behind lobby. Adrian could be in trouble.
Look at this. They're so quick, aren't they? Wildcard don't mess around, but Doom is on for a flank. He might be able to go deep. Find that kill. Good shot onto Spiker, but immediately traded back by Bay. Brede in the 1v2. The Clutch King. Does he know where they are? Absolutely not. Kansan shuts him down from his infamous Kansan position, and Wildcard will take the lead. 2 rounds of attack in a row.
It's a very good way that Wildcard are applying the pressure, and I think they must have studied the game for Falcons yesterday against M80. They are playing Chalet, and Falcons on defense, they love to set up like a 3-man hold as the defenders, stopping the attack from comfortably entering the building by playing very strong positions with a bit of utility and a good crossfire. What Wildcard did in that round, the ramp goes on the CEO rappel, pops out the boogie drone, and it just creates disruptions out of CEO, the verticality, what's happening, a lot of sound. Then they start spamming smoke grenades on the first floor, by bottom square, by the open area window, and the glass was a known operator in that position. So they're not peeking it. But then when they throw those smoke grenades, they rush top floor. So they're saying, guys, we're tagging the bomb site directly, we're rushing. JK, we're going for a roam clear. Falcons are not able to have 3 defenders work together because they're worrying about so many different things in the server. So there's 2 people top floor, 3 people downstairs, and guess what? Wildcard, they attack the area with less competition against them, the 2 people above. Then they get the side control, and they have numbers advantage.
Yeah, Wildcard, you're right. Like, they are so quick at just miraculously getting map control out of nowhere. I don't really know how they do it. I don't know whether it's pre-placed drones in the prep phase. Maybe that's something we can keep an eye on. I'm looking now. There's a drone inside Archives for Kansan. Bay has his at top square, at terrace. Spiker bottom square. One in, and we're just flicking drones. Like at the moment, Shark is flicking through all the different drones. Yeah.
I mean, first watch on staircases, right?
Will you count how many people have gone up, how many people have gone down? The question is, have they counted Leakafak going all the way to the top floor? Leakafak's actually looking for drones right now as well.
It's a good bit of information destruction there, playing the Solace. Mind you, Falcons also banned the Solid Snake, and it's going to allow them to play a lot more offensively, playing top floor, playing first floor, and then falling back step by step, because now droning has to be the way that you get that intel. You can't just cheese the operator gadgets. Joom got the Mossy, makes droning a bit more challenging. But Wildcard, they have their own ways of finding this new intel. They are playing Osa. Super low pick with operator right now, but very strong in the current meta with those Talon shields. They got the Blitz, they got the Glass, they got many ways of picking these unfair gunfights and turn them into a winning position. If Spiker wants to, could just second smoke and walk straight on in and just go for this freebie.
It's very risky. I mean, that's his last smoke. He does have some help from Kansan on the drone. Users should be able to win this fight, unless if Spiker gets a cheeky angle, especially if a second teammate comes to support. And indeed, Solotov is there to support all the way from the back of Garage. He can just spray down. I don't know if he actually could see Spiker through the smoke or he just went for an educated guess, but that's the problem with the Glaz. It can be very predictable.
Challenging operator. Smoke does give you vision, but you know, you just get smoke banged, one-shot headshot, and that'll be that. Now though, Adrian looking at that open area control. Leakafak's hiding in the corner to his right, and he should be guessing that should be the rough location, because you always want to play by that hatch for a safe fallback. Leakafak should just be falling on back, and does so.
Yeah, smart move there. I'm glad that Leakafak took the fight, but also looked to retreat at the same time. This would be a very hard fight for Adrian to try and get that angle. Thankfully, he will be able to open up this hatch. There's not much time delay here. No Tubarao, thanks to Wildcard banning it out. And so now Falcons are forced deeper back. Adrian from the hatch actually able to punish Solotov. That's a bit of a mistake there from the Turkish player. He shouldn't be exposing himself to the hatch.
No more breaching though. That was the final can opener from Adrian. So, I mean, it's down to Osa's Talon shields. You can go into server, walk in the bomb site door, and put down a shield. Then the issue is Goyo fire, the Tashanga, the impact grenade from Leakafak, the C4 from Doom. Falcons have every single tool that counters this linear attack from server. And Wildcard, I think they have to realize now, this shouldn't be the game plan, because they got much more things waiting for them to stop that plan from going down.
Yeah, Wildcard really need to go for kills here. Thankfully, Adrian is fragging out. Second kill now on the 0. Sam Fisher is hungry to go fishing for a little bit more, but Bay is cut down on the long angle from Garage. Thanks to Users, who is himself low HP, needs to make sure to find a second one. Indeed, he will. He finds all 3 for Falcons. The Europeans are back into it again.
No gaps left open. That Goyu is a problem for Wildcard's attacks. It keeps stalling them out. And I will say, on that base and bomb side, a very common operator, but Falcons, they bring it across the board. They love the Goyo. It's a smart thing to bring. We saw Falcons against the Meiji. They were fearing the fast entries. The shield play, they played Ella, Thorn, what's it called? Not Deimos, Denari. Like all the trap operators, making Emity's life miserable in the server. I feel like they have kind of found their edge here against Wildcard as well.
Yeah, despite Wildcard being a really fast team, the problem with being fast on that basement is even if you're really quick on the roam clear, there's just so much time delay operators on the defense to prevent a plant, which means I honestly think like we're not going to see another round of basement in this first half. We might in overtime. But I think that Wildcard really need to realize here that the win condition will never be the plant when you're attacking basement, because Falcons are way too good at plant denial and time denial. You need to go deep for kills. Like this, I'm talking like a vault drop.
I was going to say lobby side,
yeah. I'm talking you need to play Ying, which by the way, hasn't been played once so far and hasn't been banned out by Falcons, which is very surprising to me.
Grim Ying, all through when the defenders are clumped up into a small area.
Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Camera feed up and
Top 4 though, very different story. Some window repels, some far angles, some DMRs, all very strong for this side in particular. But Falcons spending with the Hibana, you gotta bring the ace for that elevator wall, which there's currently a bandit. We can try and contest and go for denial. Right now they're just pre-placed bandit batteries.
Yeah, well, with the ace up and Canto walls exposed, you need some way to try and protect them.
Thing is, use some bandits in the garage. He's all the way downstairs, so it might be that when you try and ace open the wall, he runs out and goes for a gunfight.
Oh, maybe.
So he's kind of baiting himself with his own gadget actually across the map. We'll see what happens later on, but for now it's going to be window pressure from Kansen. Just kind of fishing and applying a bit of that phantom pressure.
It's a big round for Wildcard here because they're on the attack, which is the favored side. You cannot let Falcons get a third round of defense, especially not this early. Leaguefact gets exposed, has to fall back. There are not a lot of safe havens on this top floor bomb site, especially now that the breach has been opened up. No castle, nor Azami brought to the cards here by Falcons.
The usual attack, either from Wildcard, they're leaving the elevator wall completely untouched. So they know that the attack here very linear from Wildcard. They're gonna go square, they're gonna play the CEO windows. The big win con right now, Wildcard, they've been hiding the synths basically for like so far, only showing one roly-poly.
Oh.
So if Falcons haven't communicated that, that's gonna be the surprising factor later on. They can enable that push in a plant. So we gotta look towards players like your Brede on the solos to communicate, guys. Are they planting? And if they are, where is that going down? Then there's got Doom downstairs in archives and go for an impact grenade with the Valkyrie and try and deny it later on.
Base hunting him down though, and if Bay wins this fight, it will open up the round for Wildcard. Doom on the receiving end of this pre-fire. Eventually will go down. He was hunted by 2 players. And Users actually didn't go for the swing here. He can't because that air jab stops him from doing so. Eventually, though, Baby Shark bites off a little bit more than he can shoot contesting stock. Meanwhile, Users realizes he doesn't need to go through that air jab if he has his C4 vertically to take down the Nomad herself. We are at an impasse for Wildcard.
Hard to plant though, again, it's just the sense to kind of give you a bit of shrouding. There it is, but you're not going to be safe from the C4, the fires. Now the desk being broken, the roly poles in the ground as well, so no more coverage. Planting again shouldn't be an option, gotta go for kills.
Big kill though from Adrian. He needs to bring Wildcard back into it, and he does. It's time for Solidov to go for a flank. It's time for Solidov to clutch or kick. He can't even find the first one. Monstrous round from Adrian. In the 3 versus 4, Wildcard get it done without dropping a single body. And they take the lead again here on Bank.
This time they don't get baited into that plant. Like you said, you gotta go for those kills, guys, because Falcons, they're playing so heavily around the plant denial. Solo player in Archives, Doom. Brede playing deep meeting, very passive, just having to gadget out as a soloist player. It was just so tough with the DMR, but he's last alive. He's supposed to take the fights. He's supposed to lock them from entering the bomb site, entering the building correctly. But it's the last guy to pick the fights in the server. The air jab here from Bay as well, locking use. So the C4 kill is great, but he spends 20 seconds spinning through the basement, up the main staircase to help his teammates by the bomb site, and it's too late.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
The age-old question now, is it going to be 3-3 or 4-2?
Yeah.
We've really set the stage already, and we said that, attacker-sided map, Wildcard should be better in the first half, but we also said Wildcard have historically struggled on this map. A loss to 5 Fears and a loss to 100T in the NAL. 2 teams that Wildcard don't typically lose to. Falcons on the flip side, I mean, they've been up and down, but this is arguably one of their best maps. They should be beating Wildcard here. They picked it. Next up is Fortress, and as we've said, Wildcard, arguably the best team in the world on Fortress at the moment. If Falcons go into that second map, 0-1 down in the series, it could be down to the lower bracket for them.
Do you think Wildcard need that 4th round, though? I do heavily favor those bank attacking rounds, and I think Falcons is waiting for their turn at that side. So this is the final one. They've picked up a very kind of stretched out upper line here for Falcons, right? You got some traps here in the Melusi and the Thorn to slow down the Wildcard and give you a bit of information. You got some cancel barricades to say, hey, this area is clear, we can't get flanked, and this area where there's not a cancel barricade, that's where we're going to be expecting them to be attacking from. Doom, though, starts strong, takes down Kansen on the A, so less hard destruction for this round. In fact, all the hard destruction gone, and I'm seeing an Armor Glass.
Yeah.
This probably would have been a fast attack out of nowhere when they're ready for it, but losing a gun like that does make that rush much more challenging to get out successfully because you have way less guns to take that fight.
Yeah, it's a risky play, especially when Wildcard don't have the redundancy on the hard breach. Now they have to get active, they have to redeem themselves with a few kills, but Falcons say it's fine, we don't need to try and contest. Instead, we fall back, we utilize the C4s. Spiker needs to win this fight. He sees Solotov cross in close range. He should be able to win, but no good from Solotov! The quick knife, the guard break, and he takes down Spiker. It's all gone down the toilet for Wildcard, and I think it's about to get worse. It's a flawless finish to the half for the Falcons. And the road to redemption begins now.
We had rounds of Falcons led wildcard to the bomb site and played that plant denial. Now we saw Falcons lash out early with decisive aggression, saying, guys, play the map. And getting that castle barricade into the mix of it all meant that they weren't afraid of the lobby gap from a Nurk sneaking in, for example. They weren't afraid of anybody on the printer window either. So they knew what was clear, knew where the fighting was going to be happening, and they were in the right spot to take those fights.
I feel like Falcons got a better read on wildcard as that half went on deeper and deeper. I mean, Falcons had basement on lock.
10 seconds to go.
They were really winning this bomb site strategically every single time, but wildcard was so good on the off bomb sites because of their ability to take that quick map control up until that very last round. I really feel like Falcons should have only got the basement defense wins. They shouldn't have won on that tertiary bomb site like they did in that final round right there. Wildcard dropped the ball a little bit, 2 opening kills, and then it just got worse.
To be fair, I will say for Falcons, they are very hesitant to take some of those gunfights. We saw Doom in that previous highlight, they're just being AFK in R-cars, being like, okay, I'm not gonna swing them, they're gonna swing me. Because again, they're playing for a win condition that is planting and staying alive. In the final rounds, guys, now we fight them. Now we bring the battle to the attackers, and we catch them by surprise. Again, the best teams in the world, they can play a fast-paced round, then change up the pace. Now we go slow. We play plant denial. We burn down the timer. You go back and forth between those two, and it's so hard to adapt to on the fly as a player in the server.
So what's Lagotness going to be saying now for wildcard? Of course, a major champion all the way back in Mexico 4 years ago with Team 1, that Brazilian squad that had that miracle run after the tiebreaker. He now coaches for wildcard, and he's been praised heavily and what his experience has done for these young players. But now they need to dig deep because, as you say, it's an attacker-sided bank, and wildcard have only managed to get 3 rounds on that offensive side.
I'm sitting here thinking, like, what could you do operator ban-wise? And there is a question, I think, about the AC Bana ban here from wildcard. It opens up that top floor CEO defense to be a bit more playable, but it doesn't help you with basement, it doesn't help you with open area. The ace does get banned away immediately.
Yeah, surely this is a double up.
Often it will become a double down. Otherwise you ban the Hibana because it gets more than the ace ban because basement hatches. So when you see the ace first, I'm inclined to think Hibana as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ace on its own, not a very powerful ban. Honestly, Hibana on its own, also not a very powerful ban, and you read it to perfection. It's the double down of the long-range hard breach. Yeah, it's a decision here from wildcard. My concern is it's just left everything else
I know it does, right? And I know that I don't often call the AC Bana ban because I think it's really low in value. But I think there's a time and a place for it, and the reason why this is the time and the place is wildcard's story on this map. They're not supposed to win it. It's not their favorite map to play on. And what this gives you, as I said, is second bomb site. Often you go basement first, you win it. And then you're screwed, and you go back to basement. Now you go top floor first, and you're like, okay, that could be a 4-3. Then you go, guys, now we get basement open. And then you have just the open area bombs that will get quite tricky. So I do think a team like Falcons, who are super experienced on this map and they can play many different flexible operators to pick apart the defenses, they're not going to be too worried about the Ace and the Hibana. But wildcard needed this breathing room.
Well, we're really going to see whether or not it works straight away, Pengu, because wildcard have actually gone for the top floor first.
As they should, right?
Which is one of the weakest bomb sites on this map, unless if you ban Ace Hibana. And a lot of people talk about the Kanto walls, which is over near the elevators. But another underrated thing that the Ace and the Hibana are also very valuable for are the stock walls into the hallway. We saw wildcard opening them up and contesting them, cutting off angles of safety for the defense. The surprising thing for me is Falcons, they're bringing Bride on the Monty, but we don't have necessarily a lot of explosives, I feel, to deal with. For example, the Azami.
Capital.
Yeah, and you've got like Wamai Azami Mira here is actually so strong for wildcard to try and create a fortress on what is historically a very hard map to hold on to.
And that's the thing, right? Hibana Ace ban, and you're playing protective operators by the side. They have made this side actually feel playable. I do think Breedy on the Monty here is genius as a counter response because you can go for either a lobby attack where you walk up the lobby staircase, hey guys, I'm here, and you get the intel, or you go for a heaven attack where Breedy is currently hovering, you walk on in and do the exact same thing. But to your point, when Breedy is in there saying, there's a guy in this corner, I got the yellow ping, how did they kill him? There's 2 frag grenades, and that's it. There is no Capital, there's no good vert operators, there's a Kali sniper, but that's not going to force that movement from them.
I actually like the Kali pick because it does counter the Mira.
It does.
Yeah, one of the things I think...
Asami.
The Mira and the Azami, I mean, more the Mira. Like, I don't know if you want to waste the Lancers on the Azami until you've cleared both Mira windows.
Pum, pum, pum.
I mean, it's not as good as a DMR. Hey, speaking about countering those Mira windows, that from Leak Effect does the job as well. And now, very exposed on the bomb site. The thing that is missing here from Falcons is a Capital to potentially isolate these positions, but Bride's got hard breach. No ace required! Hang on a second! What a nitro from Kansan! That is not only the Monty going down, it's the only hard breach denied from Falcons.
That changes everything. Now Falcons cannot go for a plant whatsoever. They can't get proper hard destruction either. They have no easy way in through the bomb side to break apart this defensive setup. So this is going to be Wildcard now playing much more passive, waiting for the attack to come to the side and then take the fights 5v4.
Jim has found his shot though from down below onto Spiker. I believe that was through the floor. Up onto the Azami, the player that's typically very hard to take on down. Solotov, SP SMG9 in hand, tries to make his way up. Spotted on the Valkyrie camera, but he will eventually take that down. We are at a bit of an impasse. Falcons do not have that pushing power of the Monty, so they need to have an opening. And Adrian tosses that Nitro cell from way downtown and follows it up with a second kill. Falcons are falling apart. Joom desperately needs something here, and that nade won't be it, surely. Wildcard have this bomb site locked up with just 20 seconds to play.
Meanwhile, Leakyfax stuck on window repels the wallbang as well. Adrian, it feels personal. He wants this round. He wants to be the last player. He's gonna go hunting for him. Surely.
I don't think Joom's got it in him. Look, he's good, but he just ain't that good. And Adrian locks up the 4K for Wildcard. Maybe we weren't so worried at all about this defensive half because Wildcard looks so locked in the second half.
And this is the thing, usually that's a huge victory. Oh, they won the top floor, that changes everything. The bombs at rotation. Well, with these operator bans, with this heavy investment, they are supposed to win top floor. And I think if you're a Falcons player right now, if you're League Effect, the captain, you say, guys, it's okay. They're supposed to win this one. Don't worry about top floor right now. It's about the basement. It's about the open area in particular. We can give them this one bomb site. It's a different way of playing the game they're not used to, but it's going to be the special case here against Wildcard. So this is the big test. They go open area.
Dude, they
second.
still haven't gone basement.
Incredible. So another thing is that they're also forcing Falcons to do the unusual things first, which can throw off your prep work, because on this side swap, you get the 2 minutes timeout with the coaches. You go, guys, okay, often what you can do, you discuss it in relevance. So if you think they're gonna go basement, open area, top, you start talking about top floor first, and you end with the basement point, right? Because it's the most fresh in your memory. If you go for a complete opposite rotation, you do kind of throw off the focus attention span there for some of the Falcons players, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we spoke about CO, but like it was supposed to be basement. What do we do now? Okay.
I also think that the Monty is not particularly good on this bomb site. I think the Ash
open area?
Yeah.
It's probably the weakest of the ones, yeah.
I also feel like the Ash is a huge question mark for me. Like, what is this lineup from Falcons?
I am missing a bit of, I'm going to say the word meta operators, like the Solar Snake could be quite good here.
The only thing
the Capital is still open.
Yeah, I guess the Ash is good for destroying the castle barricades and the keeper barriers, but Zofia is just better at that.
Now you get 3 big booms with Zofia and 2 big booms with Ash.
Yeah, and you also can clear out any catch as well with Zofia as well that you can't do with Ash.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see, but I am missing a little bit of that spice from Falcons. It feels almost like they just want to go for a very, very nice default staple attack here to go top floor, do the vert, get the hatch, and drop down with the Monty and go for a plant. And I just can't help but feel like Wildcard are too good for that kind of attack. You need to throw something in there that's like, okay, that was different. Oh, wow, they got a huge gap over here. Or they're forcing kill utility. Because once they see the Monty, they're gonna go, guys, he has the diffuser. Where Breeder goes, that's where the real attack is happening from. Because it makes Falcons more predictable when Breeder's on the Monty. It's also one of the most passive shields in the world, so it's not gonna be taking a lot of fights.
We need to find an opening kill here for Falcons. That's the one thing that I know for certain. Wildcard have done a good job of slowing Falcons down. And indeed, Adrian has found the Pulse, one of the most important operators to take on down. Baby Shark is in prime position, though, to trade him back. A little bit of damage done. Solotov lands his shots. Let me never question the Ash again, as Bay finally trades him on back. But Bay is now in a pretty isolated position, and he can't deal a lot of damage. He can soft cut this position, but without a strong crossfire from the bomb site, it's not going to work out. Spiker on for a flank, but he does get spotted, and this is where it falls apart for Wildcard. It's just Bay now, and they know exactly where he is. It's going to be a quick pre-fire to finish the round for Falcons. Restabilized, and back on their feet again.
A lot of fighting there from the side of Wildcard. They had a hacked monster drone and or a Valkyrie came inside a lobby giving constant yellow ping, but they didn't win their fights with the information, so a lot of players just kind of fell apart early in the round.
Sorry, Pengu, I'm making a face.
What? Yeah, what's happened?
I've just got news of the score of the B stream.
Okay, let me guess. Spoilers in case it's true.
So Dark Zero versus CAG.
It's like 7-1 them.
I mean, it's almost. It's 5-1 at the moment.
For CAG?
Yeah. This is the reigning major champions that I've had players come up to me this event and tell me we've been scrimming DC and we can't get a round off of them. That is unbelievable.
Let's look at the map right
CAG
now.
got 5 rounds in a row attacking Lair. Dude, this is crazy. I swear, like, every time we cast CAG, they lose. Every time anyone else casts CAG, they win.
That's impressive.
Bro, this is
guys,
insane,
you have a second monitor. Get the A stream on one of them, B stream on the other, and just enjoy the view.
Look, I'm being fully honest. Like, this game we're casting right now is an absolute banger. Like, Falcons Wildcard, you were telling me this morning,
for
like,
round. Yeah.
we weren't sure which game we would be casting, which would be A, which would be B, and you were like, look, I love CAG, but I really want to cast this one because this should be close. Funnily enough, you are right. The other game isn't close, but maybe for the opposite reasons you thought. But, like, Falcons Wildcard is an insane game. This has been really high-quality siege. Both of these teams are absolutely capable of winning the championship, but you need to have that other game on your second monitor.
Yeah, no, you do. It's one of those cases. To get back into it here, a bit of a switch off from Falcons. Greedy now on the Blitz. We see Adrian with an early kill. Onto Greedy, actually.
Ow,
with the Reaper. Did he just...
it was a run out from Electrical, surely. He must have seen Brede repelling up. That's the only way I can imagine Brede was vulnerable to a headshot.
Right? That's a huge loss to suffer again. That's 2
here we
times
go.
now.
Printer window peek.
Onto the roof.
With the Reaper, the worst guy
Against a shield.
Reaper got a buff recently, by the way.
It did. Less initial kick. Happens later in the spray. But this is 2 rounds now on the attack inside of Falcons, where Breedy does early as a shield operator, playing a pivotal role. Not exactly where you want to be.
No.
But now we gotta see Falcons' ability to kind of pivot in the moment and go, okay, guys, what's plan B gonna look like? Because we need to get onto that right away.
Yeah, fully agree with you. Doom tries to make his way forward. There should be a free kill into Adrian, but I think Adrian knows about it. Out comes the Reaper! And he gets his old teammate. Wow, I just realized this is a Teller's bomb site, for goodness sake.
I didn't realize.
They haven't played basement yet. 3 rounds in.
Curveball, baby.
They are refusing to play basement. I'm loving this from Wildcard here on Bank. They are so cheeky. And Falcons are starting to sweat a little bit. Adrian has been worth so much this round. Poking and prodding at opportunities to find players from Falcons. And he's found a third one as well. I just cannot believe it. That Reaper is wreaking havoc on Falcons. EFAC and Solotov now, what do? Leakafac straight into the bomb site. Solotov's one with the defuse. Remember, Adrian can continue pulsing this, and even though there's no soft floor in this bomb site, he can call out to his teammates to go for these flanks.
Yeah, and plan B is to go for broke. You know, right now there's nothing left in the server, but just seek out some of those individual gunfights with Wildcard, rather. Super disciplined. Not giving any simple fires, playing verticality, not playing on the side itself, but playing around it, because they know planning is quite challenging, and they're great in a retake position.
Yeah, this should be a retake. Adrian surely should be able to go for a yellow ping. And then the players from up above should be able to deny the plant. Never mind, he doesn't need to go for a yellow ping because he can flank, find a 4 in the round. Leakafac now has to ace on up. They know where he is. Do they have info? Do they have vision? Kansan got the shot. And Wildcard make a world tour. It's 3 in a row, 3 different bomb sites without even going to the basement.
Yeah, so they're forcing out Falcon's final operator ban without showing, statistically, the strongest site on the map. Yeah. So now they're thinking, okay, I guess we banned like the Mirror to make top floor more accessible, the Asami for like across the board, maybe Goyo for fearing the basement, but we haven't seen it yet. Maybe they don't even play it, we don't know. They banned the Valkyrie, which has been a huge issue because of that information game, but the Valkyrie is often doubled down with a Mossy. So is it a Mossy drone yelling pinging you, or is it a Valkyrie camera? Not entirely certain there. Monty ban response I actually quite enjoy. because it's about the stability for Falcons and just say, guys, we can exist in a moment. Because I'm pretty sure, had the Monty stayed in, it's not going to be Brede playing it. It could be Leakyfac to make more clear communication around the strategy and slowing down the pace and picking apart those defensive setups. That can't happen any longer. And Falcons also call a tactical timeout right off the rip.
And I think Wildcard at the moment are the ones that have the power. They have a choice. Do they go back to the top floor, or do they finally go down to the basement? And
I'm
genuinely, I honestly feel like you go top floor. I mean, Azami's not been banned. Castle's not been banned.
And Monty's gone.
You've got two DMRs, and the Monty has gone.
But it's been such a... basement lock right now. And top floor, there it is. Last second swap. But really unusual way of playing Bank. Super unusual. Again, right off the rip, the operator bans Hibana and the Ace to enable top floor. Going Archives Telos, which CAG distracted us from, unfortunately.
I just realized Mira is still not banned as well. How crazy is that? Like, Falcons have not banned so many power ops.
But I don't blame them. Again, the issues they've been faced with is that, oh my god, they have constant information on us. And then they're not playing base and bombs, so like, we don't know what's going to be meta there.
I'll tell you what, they're regretting that Kaid ban right now. I feel like I would rather be dealing with a Kaid. And honestly, I'd probably rather be dealing with an Echo as well.
Banning Kaid and playing Thatcher, that is criminal.
Yeah. I mean, Thatcher is a phenomenal operator.
Of course it is, but like, it's just one of those cases of like, you could leave the Kaid in and play the Thatcher regardless, and like, you get an operator ban more.
I'm scared. I feel like this is a wild card map.
Wow.
Like, I know it's only 4-5, but like, I'm looking at this operator lineup. I don't see enough to deal with the mirror windows. We don't have the Twitch or the Kali that we had last time from Falcons to counter the mirrors.
Could be a janitor hallway push. It's a G2 classic over in EML.
I'm calling it. It's not working.
I mean, the thing is, right, when you got the Thatcher EMPs, in case there's a Warden, you can hit him. Glasses can't work. Now Blitz gets the freebie. Same thing for the glass smoke grenades. Because I feel like up against this lineup from Wildcard, Mirror Window, Thorn Traps, my discs, if you go too slow in the server, you'll be starved of resources. It could be a 1-2-3, let's strike, get our foot inside of janitors, or lose the round immediately. But that's a risky play. Do you have the balls, if you will, to go for that kind of play down 4-5? Because what are you going to do for the repels?
The temptation here is to go for a rush. This looks like
I guess it goes in the window.
Looks like one of my ranked games at the moment. Guys, let's spam all of our smoke grenades and see what happens. They have a Solus.
I don't buy it.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to go straight in, immediately
it.
die. What the hell is going on here for Falcons? Spiker has just taken down 2 players with that DMR. Joom is desperately looking for a flank, but it'll be a miracle if Falcons win this round. It's a completely uninspired push. They just throw their smokes and try and make something work. Now they've lost 2 bodies. Leakafac's Glaz pick is useless because there are no smokes remaining.
Yep. I mean, often if you make that exact push work, right, you send the Blitz into janitors while you're playing in the windows, because then you have less pressure points to worry about as the entry, but instead it becomes a blender, a meat grinder, if you will, and Falcons are falling apart.
EFAC desperately needs to find a kill. He realizes that Usus has gotten the down. Now in close range, Usus low HP, needs to win this fight. Indeed, he will take down Bay.
They
Look
are
for one a little
peeking.
bit more. Hang on a second. There might be a chance here for Falcons if EFAC is able to make the 1v2 happen. Oh, 1v1. Spiker on the floor. Kansan has had his fair of clutches on Bank in the past. But now Leakafac has the info. Knows exactly where he is trapped. Spiker still on the floor, will feed some information. Now finished off. There's Leakafac double back again, looking to try and bait Kansan. He needs to make his way towards that diffuser. Remember, no Valkyrie anymore, so there's no info here for Wildcard to give over to Kansan. No bulletproof camera either. It's just a 1 versus 1. Pure talent. Up against pure talent as the mind games come on out. Leakafac goes for another one. DMR in the back pocket. Should he sneak it out again? Indeed! 1v2 for Leakafac! Falcons bite down hard on Bank.
The ag.al, the captain, the guy calling the strats, the guy playing the glass, who started off that round having no impact whatsoever. And it's Wildcard fighting too much, maybe. Pegan is out of stock, going for the fights in the main staircase when they have the entirety of the bomb site, the mirror windows, janitors, right here. 4v2, we swing 1v1. We swing again. We're trading in poor numbers. We're peeking Leakafac on a tiny angle, having that DMR. Putting Kansan stuck in a hard place instead of stuck in a corner. Having to retake his own bomb site against Leakafac shortly after. That should not have been Falcons' round to win.
No. I mean, that was Falcons, I think, coming into that round. The call was bad for the strat. Just That's my opinion.
I mean, the results showed it too.
The results, showed it. They were down 3v5. You should not be winning that. The fact that that clutch came through from League of Fact and Users is insane. And yeah, they desperately need it. We set the stage and we said, look, Wildcard are not a good bank team, but they're the best in the world on Fortress. Falcons need to win this first map. Otherwise, it could well be a 0-2 in favor of the North Americans. That round right there has separated Falcons from match point. It would have been match point against them. Instead, now they have kept pace with WC.
Now they got all the Nets operators, the Solid Snake, the Coveted, the Thatcher, and I guess it's the matter of, guys, we need something that's familiar to us. Basement bomb site. We know how to pick that apart. And this is where we gotta watch League of Fact in particular as this round progresses, how he's gonna call the player rotations, where he's gonna put the most important gadgetry. Before we can get there, we gotta clear the roam game. Baby Shark in open area. Babe playing through a staircase as the smoke. Adrian inside that first floor elevator with the pulse scanner saying, guys, this area is clear for the time being. And they all have one thing in common. They all have a fallback option. Adrian, elevator hatch drop. Baby Shark, open area hatch drop. And then Bay playing server staircase, well, the site's right behind him. So they can stay here for as long as they want, try and play for a kill, or just destroy enough drones, and then simply stay alive. Because the more bodies you have available later on, the better. Because if you don't have enough players alive, Spiker playing this Maestro operator can't afford to go on camps. So this is going to be a fallback strat, ideally 5v5 in for Wildcard side. You don't want to lose anybody.
Adrian is just waiting there in the elevator hatch. Just waiting with a C4 at the ready. Yeah, it's going to fall back. He's pretty good on the Pulse. Now, Pulse on Bank Basement is a tale as old as time. Canadian popularized it way back in year 1 of Pro League. And it still has its value for calling out where that plant's going down and making sure those C4s land. Here comes a hard breach for Falcons. We'll worry about the Pulse in the late round. There's a lot of plant denial here. Smoke, Goyo, Maestro, and Pulse, plus Wamai's C4 as well. But Bay is aggressively peeking. That is pretty ill-advised for a Smoke to be doing so. If he goes down without using his util, it's a waste for Wildcard.
Mind you, if Bay dies or Baby Shark, who's supporting each other, the other person is absolutely dead. So they have to play this together. Either you swing together or you play safe together. You cannot play that awkward middle ground.
Oh, he's going to peek. He's trying to play aggressively. He's out of gas now. Surely he can't get away safely. This should be a good execute here from Falcons onto the blue stairs. With the Thatcher to try and assist. Bride goes in for the kill, and he gets it. But Adrian, elsewhere, has snuck all the way to the top floor. How did he do that with the Pulse? He must have scanned to see it was clear upstairs. Users tries to hunt him down. Out comes a shotgun. Finally, Adrian put to rest, but the damage has been done. Falcons need to restabilize. Thankfully, Bride gets another kill here with that pistol on the blitz. It's up to Spiker and Kansan now to clutch up the round.
Time to sap, do a bit of damage, and just keep flicking away. Planting here should not be possible for Bride unless he just hopes the cover is going to be perfect.
Damage should come through from Spiker, but of course Solotov comes in as well. Kansan goes down. There's a second Evil Eye! Is the plant going to be confirmed? It will, but in the post-plant, Kansan immediately follows up and kills Bride. Users now. Must 1v2 in the post. And you're right. The angle is here for Wildcard to have one player get on the defuse, go for the long arm. The second player to fight Users. This comes down to pure mechanics and raw talent. Users doesn't have the angle, and Spiker hoses him down. Wildcard, match point on Bank.
I love that small second there. Wildcard, they pause to think, okay, who should be covering and who should be going for the defuse? Because it's TCSG 11 bullets versus an LMG with 81. They put Spiker, the ag.al, the support player for that round as the Maestro, the perfect guy to cut the cross. And Wildcard will call a crazy tactical timeout because they're playing defense. They are gonna set themselves off for this final test, this final round on Bank, and take the win 7-5 and not give Falcons a good chance back into it because they know they just stole that momentum.
Unreal. 6-5 match point for Wildcard on Falcons map pick, and they take their tactical timeout, as you say, to decide which of these bomb sites to go to, both top floor and
it's gonna be a good discussion because even Archives Taylor's is on the table for them. Probably unlikely.
Is it?
I mean,
no, it's not. It's locked.
Okay, I meant that's a bad way of putting it.
Am I trolling here?
1, 2, 3. That means it will be open now. No.
Yeah. No, sorry, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're not gonna go for it. So it doesn't matter.
Everything except basement is open.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was thinking like normally it's not even a conversation because teams don't play Archives Tellers.
Yeah.
But they did do that.
Yeah.
So we gotta see like a very small niche thing after attack time out loud. You cannot go to a bomb site and play default round of siege.
Yeah, well, also keep in mind the only way that Falcons won this bomb site last time around was with the 1v2 putt from Leakerfact, the 3 versus 5, after Falcons had a very rough attempted execute with the Glaz and the smokes in the early round. From what I can see here, Pengu, Wildcard are kind of doing more or less the same thing that we saw from them last time. Falcons, though, in contrast, are completely changing their strategy.
I was gonna say you can hide the bandit because you can try and do some bandit trickery, but Adrian is showing it, putting down the bandit batteries, running out the building, etc. So
what's the point in hiding it? Like Falcon,
it's just the case of like
anyway.
If they, yeah. But so my point was that you could do something really, really cheesy if you really wanted to go balls deep. But the issue is the window repels kind of make that hard.
Exactly. The window repel won't let that happen.
Because I saw the thermite from Nico and I was like, imagine you bandit trick the thermite charge, but no, not to be.
I'd rather pick a Tubarão and just delay it and then peek people with the DMR. Try and go for some window kills with the C4. We'll see. I mean, as is classic for this top floor on Bank, a lot of the time it just comes down to these long-range gunfights. You know, who's peaking at the right time, who's winning that mechanical fights. Ooh. Solotov wants to try and take down this barbed wire.
He really wants it. The floor is just a bit of value to do it, but
he's probably being called, don't use your Ash charges before we take down the mirror windows.
It's actually a soft wall as well as CO, so that bandit call for me is just blatantly bad. There's no reinforcement to bandit trick in the first place. So, set up here from Falcons very early. Do the soft destruction, clear the barbed wire. And this is just peeling back the layers for Wildcard, saying, hey, you think the staircase is safe and you can't sneak up later on? No, we can. Ideally, you break that mirror window, but there's now a bandit battery placed on top of it inside the janitors. And that has been a change that happened maybe about a year ago at this point. Electrification will destroy the Ash charge. It used to not do it for a very long time, but it will now. So you gotta destroy the bandit battery, then get the mirror window. And both those walls are electrified here in the mirrors.
That's why the Kali would have worked better. Ooh, wow, good shot there. Doom and Leakerfact together get enough damage to take down Spiker. I'm a little bit confused still at this bandit pick. I mean, it's being placed on the,
just the janitor's wall.
Stock wall, but the stock walls don't matter. I mean, anyway, whatever. Don't worry about it. You're right. It's mainly for the janitor's walls, and it might have an impact as the Ash eventually is used to try and clear that barbed wire on the main stairs. This is going to be a late round lurk for Falcons, but it could work because they have that early numbers advantage.
And again, don't play for the plan, play for the split theory. Attack from main staircase, skylight, window repel, stock windows, because you got that 5v4. There's going to be a gap somewhere for the taking because you got numbers advantage on your side. We see the play right here. 2 people in lobby, a third on the repel, kind of watching over those peaks. But the janitor's wall, or sorry, the elevator wall being closed off, does give coverage for Adrian here. His C4 so far in this game have been phenomenal.
Nitro could be huge. Adrian knows where he is. He actually doesn't follow it up with the Nitro. He's been revealed. Wants to try and bring that Nitro cell out, but he might have missed his chance. Solotov has moved all the way up, and now Doom has punished his old teammate. It's a 4v3. Wildcard doing their best to hold on here, but Falcons desperate to push us deeper into OT. Solotov all the way into the bomb side, but he doesn't check his corners. Baby Shark punishes him for it. It's now a 2v2 as Falcons are desperately trying to find these 2 kills, and it just comes down to Brede and Users to do so. Do they check Baby Shark in the corner? Users needs to win this fight, and he will, but it's a 1v1. Users doesn't have the defuse, and Bay, I think, knows it. Users goes deep to try and find that kill. Will the American turn around? At the last moment, the mirror windows will block his way, and Wildcard will thieve Falcons map pick from them.
And the way in which they do it, Archives Tailors banning double ranged hard destruction, not touching the base and bombs until like the 5th or 6th or 10th basically, saving it for the last. It is a ridiculous way of taking a map that you have a bad history on.
Oh my goodness. I actually don't know what to say. Wildcard are out to play. And I think, you know, all props given to the North American roster where rounds looked like they were spiraling out of control. My word, Adrian, I mean, like, you cannot go any further without highlighting a performance like that. It
2
felt like
4Ks.
every single round that was slipping Wildcard could call upon Adrian in a huge moment, and even if it is a 4K, it's the impact of when he finds those kills. It always felt like right when Falcons were trying to make something happen, James, Adrian was there.
Yeah, dude was popping off like crazy and also playing a lot of interesting different ways. For example, the pulse picks. Yes, just huge moments from Adrian. But I have to admit, like, this wasn't a one-man show in any way, shape, or form. I really want to give some silent credit to Wildcard's backline, right?
Yeah.
Also to their coaching staff. Like, they came in with that game plan. They didn't pick basement for like 4 rounds, and they made it look like defense was very much potable on bank.
Yeah.
Kind of unique the way they did that, isn't it?
It is super unique. And I said how, like, Falcons, they go into a game with a crazy good match prep, right?
Yeah.
We saw only really default attacks. Nothing. Okay, we saw one unusual CEO
really
attack.
Terrible.
It didn't start off well.
CEO.
League Effect clutched it. They got their fan victory, whatever. But every other round was just like breathing on the shield, passively walking in, either getting C4'd or not getting C4'd, and then no plants occurred.
Yeah, I have to admit, I felt like the Falcons' attacks were a little bit uninspired.
It did feel that way.
They had a lot of firepower, but yeah, I didn't think that they had the layers that we saw from Wildcard on their defense, and even Wildcard on their attack as well.
Were they just keeping it a little more basic, though? Is that something that we might have seen a bit more default? Maybe Falcons weren't expecting NA to come out to play this heavy.
I just feel like if you're Falcons, you know, League Effect, I always talk about it, right? Deep strat pool.
Yeah.
Like deep strat book, rather. You should be able to go, guys, I got this idea. Right? I see the vision right now. Let's try and go for this sort of attack or this sort of defense. But no, I like their basement defenses. Heavy plant denial. Wildcard clearly struggling against it.
Yep.
But every other defense and pretty much every single attack after that,
Yeah.
I didn't feel it.
I feel like there's a kind of irony here where Falcons was so damn good at that basement defense, and Wildcard did everything they could to not bother defending that basement.
Complete opposites.
And it goes to show that Falcons, they look at the way that Siege is played, they try and find the most optimal way, and they go for it. They play on the meta. Wildcard, in this case, was saying, how do people usually play bank? Let's do everything we can to prevent this game from playing out like that, so that Falcons are outside of their comfort zone. It worked to perfection. I really love to see it. And for Wildcard, this is a team of young players who have far less experience on the whole than the Falcons roster, but they're showing up in a big way. And like I said already, like, Wildcard have actually gotten the better of Falcons recently in Salt Lake City and here in Paris at the Six Invitational 6 months ago. This could be a third time. Wildcard could well be our first team to qualify for the main stage.
That's I mean, I say that's crazy.
Unless if the B stream beats them, which at the moment they are.
Let's just take a small beat. Just a really small beat. Walk with me on this one. CAG, Dark Zero. All right?
So it's the major champions
game
versus some Japanese roster that haven't won an international tournament, international match before this event in the last 400 and something days.
Yes. 445 days to be exact. And they went 5-0 to start. That's CAG. DD Man went 12-1 in the first half.
That's my goat.
CAG win their first map pick. It was on there 7-2, a solid performance from them, but keeping it topical to hear because obviously we love hearing that. But obviously we know DZ. We know they're
got multiple windows open for a reason. Here,
that is very true. I mean, look, EWC is just such a massive event. It doesn't matter where you look, something's happening at all times. But I think looking forward and kind of taking a small semblance of what we saw here on Bank across toward Fortress, we are a little bit worried here, Dev, knowing what Wildcard are like on Fortress.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Wildcard are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world on this upcoming map. And Falcons, of course, they would have likely known that Wildcard would have picked it. Wildcard are very much a more, they like to throw curveballs type of team, whereas Falcons, like you said, they come in with their prep, and that's the way they want to play. Wildcard didn't let them play like that on Bank. But if Wildcard play their typical strat book on Fortress, like even the best teams in the world on specific maps, sometimes they overplay their hand and another team needs to catch up. And that's, I think, what Falcons are banking on right here, that they've counter-stratted Wildcard enough on their best map to play it.
Well, one thing is for damn sure. Wildcard up 1-0. I still can't believe that. It has fumbled a little on Bank for Falcons, but they still have redemption. We head to Fortress after this break.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
Now it's time to move on to Fortress, where Wildcard should be feeling very comfortable. If you're a Falcons fan, if you're an EML fan, you want to hold your breath here. Well, maybe you don't, because this one is 100%, at the moment at least, from what we've seen, going the way of Wildcard, and they look very confident, Nick.
Going from Falcons Bank, taking the victory onto your own map of Fortress, like statistically, the map is over. The game is over.
Yeah, they'll be feeling pretty damn good about themselves.
But
it's Falcons.
It is Falcons, and this is the thing.
But it's Falcons. You shillo.
No, you know how it goes, right?
You know.
Doom's okay.
When was the last time they won a championship?
I'm gonna quote you.
When was the last time they won a championship?
When did Wildcard
When was the
win a
last time they won?
championship?
Yeah, dude, they literally just won the NAL championship.
Oh, okay. And that counts for what?
Yeah, Falcons.
Well,
also
in,
won.
in North America, there's a lot of world championships that only happen in America, so we can go with that.
No, I was just like
world champions of the Super Bowl.
A conversation for teams like Fury for Falcons for a long time was that they need pressure to perform.
Yeah.
Now they got that pressure. Now they gotta stop performing.
Do they ever? This one is this is a pretty serious matchup. The fact that Wildcard have taken the map pick of Falcons already gives us the context going into Fortress that this is doom and gloom for the European squad. Like you said, some teams, they thrive under pressure. We've seen it before with Falcons, but this time it's different. There is a parachute. There's not as much pressure on them. However, for Wildcard, they are on the A train all the way through to playoffs. They will have 4 days off if they win this map, Dev.
4 days off?
4 days off, because there's still 2 more.
They're going on a small vacation.
They may as well go and enjoy Paris. They may as well go and have a beautiful croissant, you know, go and enjoy an espresso coffee somewhere. But it actually is time for me to do that. I might go and do that right now. And
we had pan au chocolats this morning.
Oh,
Look,
there you
cafe
go.
days.
See, you enjoy this. And we're hearing a little bit of noise, a little bit of riffraff. But that's what we like to see because they are going to need to bring that energy. This is a very serious matchup. Wildcard, one map away from qualifying through to the playoffs.
All right, James, call the operator bends. You can't call the
Solid
first
Snake
one.
and Kaid for the first one.
And second?
It's going to be Mira?
Deimos?
Mira and Dockerby. No, not Dockerby. Glaz, Bandit.
Glaz?
Why is that so boring, man?
That's a wildcard target then, right?
Kaid, Bandit, ban. That's negative aura wildcard. I'm sorry, I like you guys, but that's negative aura from you.
Yeah, we're not a big fan of the Electro Bros, are we? Getting banned the way that is.
I mean, just there's so many different ways you can deal with it, man. I want an excuse to play Thatcher.
I'm all for a good Thatcher round. I actually thought it was Falcon saying attack, so I thought Deimos ban was very suitable, but it's wildcard attack at first, so maybe not as much.
Yeah. Well, what does this leave?
Capitao,
yeah,
Green,
the Capitao's in. I mentioned the Mira and the Azami both in. Also the Wamai, bro. Like literally, Bride told me the best operator in the game right now is Wamai, the most OP in the game. And we see it. I mean, the Nitro Cell has been huge for holding these power positions. He's got the shoddy to make setup and rotates, and he gets so many of those magnets now.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, you just got quite a fortress here on Fortress, ironically. Haha from Falcons with the mirror windows to create power positions, the Azamis to create power positions, the Mitre play power positions, the smoke to delay time. And the Irony helps out a lot with the Pew Pew, and the gates are lovely as well. So a lot of work to be done here for Wildcard.
Kind of thinking over, like, you know, Wildcard played a bit of a curveball and Bang, doing all the unusual stuff, they should put very well. They looked at the default way of playing Bang, did the opposite. I feel like now that they're in Fortress, they should go back to default, like go back to what they're best at, because they are one of the teams that are the best in the world at this particular map. So I'm expecting a lot more like usual Siege, default attacks, default defenses.
Yeah.
And right now it's starting off in a very looking like that to be the case scenario. A little bit of util clear, the default camera, setting up very slowly and steadily. Forge is all about getting your step 1, step 2, step 3. Almost like a bit of a clubhouse. There's a lot of possibilities of executing, of going for plants, etc. And that was a crazy stat that I saw on Bank. A singular plant went down, and it was a round loss for Falcons.
Yeah.
That was on that basement 1v2 situation that they had where Spire got the final kill. So I do expect this to change. I do expect a couple of plants from both teams on the attack if this game were to go the distance.
Ooh. Early kill from EFAC on a Kansan. How's Jim still allowed to be really aggressive in Old Tower?
Doors barricade, he definitely flanked it.
Yeah, very late flank.
There's no one here though.
So Wildcard typically, like when they played this map against Team Liquid Alienware, they ran Ying or a shield in almost every single attack. We're not seeing either of them doing so this time. It's a little bit of a surprise to me. It's been a little bit of a passive attack, a slow and steady one. That's 2 massive shots onto Doom. Nice shot from Adrian to finish off Solotov. A little bit too aggressive here from Falcons, trying too desperately to re-aggress. They really didn't need to do so.
Drew running back towards the bomb side. They know right now it's a 4v3 technically by side.
Oh, yeah, I like this from Baby Shark. With the cover of that smoke, he can get into the bomb side. EFAC, though, will take down Adrian. Oh, wow, I thought that was going to be a trade, but no, EFAC dodges all the bullets. And Doom is caught on the ladder, trying to rotate back up. It's now Bay in the 1v3, and I don't think even the weapon can handle this. Falcons start very strong. And EFAC has plenty to say.
Getting very loud in the arena. Is there a beef between EFAC and Baby Shark? Is that what I'm hearing, or
I don't know. Aren't they both on the ENC France team?
Oh, in that case, maybe not.
Look, there are certain regions in the world where there are beef between 2 players, and they didn't go on the same ENC team for that reason. Player and Batman.
Yeah, EFAC did get. Oh, he killed everybody. No mind. I was gonna say he killed Baby Shark, but he got a 3K in the round there for the captain. Very good, solid start. A lot more passion, what you say, in the server than we saw in Bang from them. So I guess it was EFAC screaming as the game started as well. Must have been.
Bro's turning it up. And look, while we do say Wildcard are one of the best teams in the world on Fortress, like I have to admit, you know, they're not perfect on this map, and they have had losses recently. Of course, yesterday they beat Team Liquid Alienware quite convincingly 7-4. Obviously a very solid, very aggressive team in TLA. And then they did in the NAL, they beat 4Fun Esports. Now, way back 4 months ago in kickoff, they lost to 5 Fears and M80, but I think in recent history, you know, the last month or so, that has been when Wildcard has really found their stride on this map, and yet they haven't been defeated on this map for the last 4 months. So they do have that going for them. Falcons just haven't played this map in the last 3 months, though, on the flip side.
It's a bit of an unknown territory when it comes to prep work, which again probably is why Wildcard go from a default approach. You can't counter-strat, no bots to watch. Does make it a little bit more tricky to deal with. Wildcard getting some destruction done towards the bomb side, bit of pressure, venting window opened up. You see the mine shield.
Oh, nice.
Gets the mirror window, good bit of value there from Adrian from Spawn.
Twitch is so good. We need to see more Twitch bans. So, last time Wildcard played this map against Team Liquid Alien, where Falcons, TLA banned out the Snake and then eventually the Glaz after the third round came through. But yeah, I noticed that Wildcard played a lot of Twitch in that game as well. So I'm a little bit surprised that Falcons didn't choose to ban that, especially if they want to lean into the Mirror, the Wamai, the Goyo, all of which are very well countered by that Twitch. Maybe a third ban to come out.
It's entirely possible. Doom, though, bit of a free element both on Bank and on Fortress, looking for a flank play once again. Up the ladder he goes. This time doesn't get shot in the face. He does. He actually gets the kill to pay. How does that happen?
Does he find the second? Wow, what a pre-fire. Spiker gets read perfectly. Now Kansan and Baby Shark have got to pick up the pieces of the round. EFAC tries to protect himself. Good keeper barrier. Wow, Baby Shark also cut off on the flank from Joom. The German is looking deadly today.
Hold up.
Bro, don't do that.
Illegal activities.
That's not legal. You're not allowed to shoot through someone clipping through an impenetrable surface.
That's his shoulder. Yeah, I was going to say.
Nice shot. 1v3. I don't think it's on. Kansan has had his fair share of clutches throughout his career, but I don't think this one's for him.
Oh, it's tough. The magnets, the crossfire, the walk-in. Fires also by the door. It's going to be a bit of a stall-up, but no, Doom from very far away. C4 goes out.
Doom is sick of losing, I tell you what. He fired up on...
What did I say? He needs that bit
Bank.
of pressure.
He does.
Creates diamonds.
Doom is one of those players that... Oh, yeah. There are certain players that perform really well, typically. We have really high expectations of them. And then in the high intensity moments when there's more pressure on, they crumble. And we used to say that a lot about Doom's predecessor, Shaiko. Never performed quite as well when it was a grand final or a big stage game compared to a regular stage game. Doom is the absolute opposite of that. Do you remember his back-to-back clutches on this very map?
I do.
Against FaZe Fan.
That got him his contract with Falcons.
Exactly. I mean, if Doom didn't hit the, what was it, a 20 bomb and then a 1v3 and then a 1v4, like, he might not have this incredibly lucrative contract with Falcons that he's won today.
Gonna be a very early wildcard tack timeout, and I like this. I like when a team, because you know, guys, we're playing like garbage. We're down 0-2, like, we're better than this. Let's just pull the brakes. What's going on, okay? Lagonis, with that former player experience, can break it down for the guys. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm hearing. Maybe you guys do differently, but we gotta talk about this specific area of the game and fix it right now. Fortress also obviously being the newest map in the map pool. We don't have that full feel of like attacker favorite, defender favorite, and this and that. I have always believed it leans more towards the attacking side, but again, certain operator bans, certain matchups, certain play styles, that can shift. We saw an attacker favorite get faded tonight. It
we
does
saw
happen.
Defender side of Bank just now, didn't we?
Yeah.
Was it Defender sided?
Thinking.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
There was one more round of defense than attack one, so.
But like, considering how attacker favorite it tends to be, it was very much leaning defense side. Yeah. So. I'm not too worried for Wildcard just yet, but like they gotta get around the board in the next one or next 2 rounds.
Yeah, you can't afford to go down, you know, 5-1. Certainly not. 4-2, even then, is a very big challenge here for Wildcard. Particularly with all that momentum that they built up on Bank, you certainly don't want to be going to Border. It's quite funny. If Falcons do win this map, we'll look a little bit silly because one of the big things that we said in the pre-show today is, well, both of these teams are very good at their own map picks. Doom cannot help himself, by the way. He has been walking through these barricades with little 2-hit and then crouch constantly in this series, particularly in this map. Choom loves getting active on Fortress.
It's been a bit quiet from the side of Wildcard. I mean, there's no real punch, no real push, no rush, not a ton of map control that they're fighting for either. And there's a lot of solo entries right now. Like Hansen's, he's got bait droning behind it, but like, where's the gunplay? Where's the confidence? And yeah, you gotta shut down Joom right now because this guy, he's looking for a fight constantly, but his league effect to find it first takes down Adrian.
And now Falcons don't have to go hunting nearly as much. There's a lot of map control usually required to attack onto this bomb site of Cafeteria. And Wildcard, I don't want to see them baited into trying to overcommit to Hammam here, especially when Likafak is holding it down with the Azami. Instead, they focus more on the bomb site itself, but Joom is ready to peek on out. Doesn't have any impacts to deal with Cancer, which means should that Blackbeard get up close and personal, come down to just Bride and use this to try and deal the damage with the Nitro cells onto him. Is the plan going to be the win condition for Wildcard, or will they try and hunt for kills?
Neither. Not fighting, not planting. There's a peek though, shuts down Joom, but again, the damage, gotta find a little bit more. Kansan walks on in.
Oh, Nitro comes out, doesn't land. It's Mark, but Kansan's taking a lot of damage. If he can get close enough, he might be able to dash down to one. Can't find him though! He had to commit to the second fight, and that meant that Users, while on the floor, was able to take the fight back onto the Blackbeard into the 3v3, but Spiker has not been able to get that plant down as of yet. It comes down to Users holding down the fort on the bomb side as his teammates drop around him. He finds one more before he's traded on back. Bride now must be the clutch king that we have called him for many years in the past. 30 years old, as of his birthday last week. He's got 2 low HP players, young guns, that he must find. It's his countryman in Baby Shark who needs to cover while Spiker forces his plant down. There's lots of time left, a little bit more damage, finds it first! And the old man has still got it! Big clutch up from Bride. It's 3 straight for Falcons.
The confidence is showing, the experience from Bride. He's been that exact spot so many times before on different maps. Not as often here in Fortress, given how new it is to the map pool, but still, the old man still got it. A well-needed clutch momentum, very, very much heavily favoring the side of Falcons. Wildcard, not really pushing together. Kansan was in there with the Blackbeard, fighting 2 separate defenders. Nobody followed him. Very unusual, very unlike them as a team.
Very disjointed. It's clear that Wildcard don't really want to commit to plants here, but the problem is, it means they're very disjointed when they need to hunt down players on the bomb site, and you move into one room and people are taking cover and falling back to the next room, and you want to keep hunting them down, and yeah, it's a fickle affair for Wildcard so far on their attacks.
Mirror ban, ace ban, doesn't change too much. It means you can skip a step now with dealing with the mirror windows, because Bay on the Twitch has been like hunting for those mirror windows first, then doing the damage later with the gun. He did find 3 kills previously.
I still think you should have banned the Twitch.
Maybe they should have banned the Twitch.
He's going to keep playing it because it counters mainly the Goyo here.
I mean, Goyo, Valkyrie.
True.
If they start bringing out the Walmaya again, it's pretty good for that. It's got the F2.
Also, it's just 2 more drones. People often forget about the fact
that there's Twitch drones?
Yeah, people forget that unlike back in the day, Twitch used to have less normal drones because of her Twitch drones. But now she just gets 2 normal drones and 2 Twitch drones. That's a hell of a lot of util.
But actually, she used to have a Twitch drone in prep phase, which arguably better than now, because you could get a lot of damage done in prep phase.
You could.
You could pop a Goyo canister and just get a kill.
Yeah, exactly. But she used to have only 2 Twitch drones. One in prep phase,
still
one in
only
action phase.
has 2 Twitch drones.
Yeah, but now she also has normal drones.
Alright. Give her a
I hate it when you argue with me, man.
No, I mean, sometimes it's healthy, right?
No,
you need to get your opinions out.
Air out all
and
your
fight for
frustrations
yourself and understand what's at stake, and fight for your values.
Here's another thing that you can get value out of is taking down the little beepers, the proximity alarms.
Let's proceed slowly.
It's true, we got Spike on the shield finally on that Monty. Can't see a lot of damage now. Joom always flanking. New tower, old tower. So much freedom, and this is an awkward position.
Hello.
What?
What are you doing?
He reached the flank? How?
I don't know if he was expecting it or if he just turned around.
He looked ready for it.
But yeah, I really feel like Baby Shark would have won that fight. I mean, he snuck into the building, which is typically not possible.
Oh
Here
my
come
God.
the smokes. Yeah, Wildcard will be a bit frustrated, I think, that while they did find that gap, they weren't able to capitalize upon it, because that was a mistake from Falcons. Baby Shark should not have been allowed to sneak in so close to the bomb site.
No. He had League if I can use this right nearby, and nobody had any idea. And Solotov, he's running away from Monty and then getting kind of like a guy crouch walking behind him. Very, very odd. And again, the destroying's been there from Wildcard. Obviously, the Goify was popped behind Spiker. His teammates waiting 20 seconds to help him. Here comes the half destruction. The grenade for the bathtub. He's by the half wall. Gets the kill. Uses. Is strong for one.
Big kill, but Bay, as you said, comes to life with the F2. Uses his low HP. Got to be careful about the fire from the Capital. Times it well, though. There's info clearly. June is pinging on out. Out comes the Nitro Cell. That'll finish off Kansan. Can he go deeper for more? No, Wildcard come to life, but Spiker will bite off a little bit too much and try to ADS with that Monty. Bay now. 2 more kills required to clutch up the round. He seems to have a pretty good read, and the F2 is a pretty darn good weapon. Knows where Usus is now. Can he find the angle? Indeed! Bride must clutch back to back. This time in the 1v1. He does! This guy cannot be stopped! On the backline forever, old reliable for Falcons.
I think the younger version of Bride just took control. He paused for a second. He thought about it, goes, this time I'm swinging. He hits them with the unusual strike first, ask questions later. Bride always plays for the positioning in the clutches. This time, not the case. He played the confidence.
Damn. And he's so calm in that moment. Look at the faces of Falcons. Everyone's so energized except the man who got it done. Because he knows that was coming from 100 miles away. 4 rounds in a row for Falcons on what we have thought is Wildcard's best map. They came prepared today, and even when Wildcard do find a gap, Falcons still win the round. This is Jume's playground, and it's Bride's as well.
It's 5-0. No one can take this man down right now. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the only man not to die in the service so far.
Yeah. I mean, Wildcard are going through their options. They're playing the Capital, and now they're playing the Shield again. They're playing for information, they're playing for roam clear. Nothing is sticking. I mean, think about Uses' value last round. Goyu fire to his left, double Capital fire arrow. He's getting shot by 2 different attackers. He somehow gets the kill, stays alive to the very end of the round. Wildcard are going from doing all the crazy things, the unusual victories on Bank, to failing the basic principles on Fortress, a map that they're much more familiar with, map they're much stronger on statistically.
Yeah, looking rattled. Their attacks are not up to snuff today.
Where's the energy? Ever since we entered the server, there was just a quiet entrance on stage.
Makes me wonder if the Monty is actually the wrong choice here, because it leads to a very passive playstyle here for Wildcard. Notable as well.
They're getting picked apart without the Monty. Oh, I mean, look at this game from Jume. Like, what is Bro doing? He just impacted the wall to go for the flank, and look, they don't want to fight him.
Yeah.
They're droning him. They don't want to get near him.
It's Jume for you. It's actually Solidov who finds the first kill. Jume eventually does go down, decides in an ill-advised way to go for the re-peek, and Bay will finish him off. Now Spiker continues to take this map control with Wildcard, but they still look scared.
Cover me! Reloading!
Auto control low for Spiker, forcing back those roamers. Make sure you check all the corners, lock down the flanks, because right now this bathroom area is dangerous. They hear the reinforcement. Falcons peeling back the layers.
Almost shot
Setting up
Spiker
a
in the
second
back.
setup.
Leak of back.
The timing.
Not able to cover Solotov, who will not get back to site safely. Falcons have just given up a free kill. And that might give Wildcard a chance here. Out goes that Nitro Cell from Usus as he tried to go for the reinforcement. This is a risky play, but he does indeed go for it. Spiker cannot do anything about it. But Kansan should be able to breach open that wall regardless with the thermite. In goes the drone. Bit of info. Usus will take it down.
Now so much information here with the yellow pings, but can they break apart the setup? They reinforce all the walls. Here comes Kansan with the thermite to open up that angle once again. Spiker doesn't have any easy ways to get picked off here by Falcons. There's no more C4s. Maybe a Razor Bloom on this doors prep. That's the only option, really. So Spiker gotta take full control of this round. Call the shots, get the information, try and see, are we playing for plan? Oh, we're playing for kills!
Surely another one here. Bay with the 4K. Kansan to finally deny Bride's clutch. And for the first time on Fortress, Wildcard have found an attacking round. But it's really barely a sigh of relief. They need a second one to make this game look possible.
And it's just Bay popping off, getting some good timings right now. Joom looked the wrong way in lobby, wasn't the gunfight. Leakyfag flying inside a bathroom, master bedroom door, rather looking the wrong way, so he gets granted 2 very early frags here, solo stuff actually, where it's not really a contest. And then a nasty one tap off the Monty Intel. But the only worry is, if you're winning off an individual player, it's great when you need to clutch. When it's the only round victory out of 5, that's like, guys, gotta get the teamwork, gotta get that consistency, gotta work together. Baby Shark 0-5, Adrian 1 and 4. They were loud on bank. They were making plays. They were seizing those opportunities. They're going for backstabs, gap finding.
Yeah. 0-5 for Baby Shark is crazy because, like, he is one of the best players on that team. Like, on his day, he is fragging out like crazy. I actually have on my screen at the moment, I'm sorry I can't show you guys, but a graph of all of the players from Wildcard and their EPS performance over time. And Baby Shark looks like a heartbeat. It's all the way up. He's the best player on the team in one game, and then all the way down. He's the worst player on the team in another game. He'll get 170 EPS in one match, and then 70 EPS in the next. And that is the problem with this French player. He's so deadly, but he's also so inconsistent. And if you have a couple of people having a bad game at once, or perhaps you have a roster like Wildcard do, where we're expecting Baby Shark to be putting up the numbers game in, game out, and then as soon as he goes missing, it's just not enough.
First kill happens though, Kansas goes down, Joom again, lethal as ever. Playing solos, playing a free roll. Greedy though, down early in this round, playing that Asami. Bay keeps it up and a double. He's on 13 kills.
This guy is non-stop here on the strike. He will strike first. The plant is actually denied from Spiker. It gets stopped by Solotov's trap, I believe, who then follows up and finishes him off. Bay's going to have to go even bigger now. It's him and Adrian in the 2v3. What looked to be a very good start from Wildcard has suddenly been stopped.
Completely dead in his tracks, just leaving one player, Adrian. That 1-4 scoreline, playing the Hibana, Heartbreed's duties with a DMR in hand, has to find a couple of kills ideally here to make this winnable.
Yeah, out comes the bearing in close range. It's a deadly weapon. If Solotov peaks first though, it might not matter. Out comes a C75. Falcons lock in what ended up being a very, very dominant half. 5-1. Surely it's only a matter of time before we go to the third map.
Okay, so I am curious, right? Giving our result here being so lopsided and out of, expectations, do you think B stream is going any differently? Because I'm curious.
That's a great question.
I'm going to zoom in with my eyes. I cannot tell the score.
I can see that the match is being played on Bank.
I'm going to check the Twitch stream. Hold up.
DZ versus CAG.
Maybe they're going through a similar story. Maybe it's like CG stole the show the first map.
Oh, we've got word. It's spoiler alert, guys. It's currently 4-2 at the end of the first half in favor of Dark Zero.
Okay, so similar story.
Bank defense as well, which does not bode well for CAG.
Yeah. So really just coming down to the map differences here. Again, Wildcard on one map, phenomenal. Second map where we're expecting more from them. Just again, not really finding their energy, not finding the pushes together.
We could very genuinely have all 3 map games today. I mean, obviously we've got DZ versus CAG, Falcons versus Wildcard on right now. FaZe VP, that could definitely be a 3-mapper. Furia GK, maybe that's the most likely to be a 2-0, but
I don't know.
Anything's possible. I mean,
Fury against Weibo looked mortal, like very mortal.
That's true, and GK really dug deep despite being down against EP, so you never know.
Pretty sure that GK let EP get the lead that they did just to break the hearts of APAC fans.
Yeah, well, that's happened a lot recently. It's only CAG who have been holding on.
Playing for the plot. Someone's got to do it. CAG started that way this tournament. They played for the plot too.
They did.
Oh my god, look, we're so vulnerable and weak. Oh no. And there's a boom, 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 boom. It starts kicking out team after team. They've crushed the most keys, haven't they?
3 keys that they've crushed, yeah, apparently.
They must be the key crushers, yeah?
Oh, that's
there
crazy.
You go, they play for the plot.
What a stat line, bro. I still think we need Anaton to crush it by hand.
It'll happen.
I saw a picture on Twitter. It was Anaton and Ashen in the gym together, and dude, they've got more muscle than the entire casting team combined.
Yeah, touche. That's
sorry,
true.
it's true.
That's true. I can't defend anybody there. But you know what? We out-height them. We're taller.
We very much out-height them.
And that counts for something.
I think I'm taller than both of them combined.
There you go. See? We're striking back. Just like Wildcard need to do in the server. They're not fighting back.
Well, just like Falcons have done after Bank, which was, a very big moment for Wildcard.
But having a 5-7 scoreline where Clutch decides everything for OT and regulation versus losing 1-5.
Yeah. But you
Not
also,
the same
can I remind
comparison.
you that this is a 2 rounds of clutches from Falcons as well. This could very easily be a 3-3 half if Brede hadn't dug deep. In fact, that means that, Wildcard, I think they have 0 clutches so far today in this matchup. I can double check that. But on the flip side, Falcons have 2 in this game from Brede and then 1 from Leakafak on Bank. We did have a 1v1 from Bay to finish the first map.
Yeah.
So it's a clutch ratio of 3-1 in favor of Falcons.
They just spent double shield against Brede.
Valid.
So I was honestly thinking to myself, when Fortress started, I wanted Falcons to get Brede off the shields because they were not finding success on Bank. But Brede has really woke up individual. Like, he has been the player for Falcons. Him and Juman, I think in particular, have been great. And now, I feel like banning shields will be worth it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Look, I don't know, what else you get rid of? There's so many other options.
I mean, there is a lot of options here.
Solid Snake is the
Twitch, like you
classic,
mentioned,
but-
Solid Snake, Deimos, like Capital, as I always will say, Grim.
I'm a big Twitch ban fan on this map, particularly with both the teams playing Mira. You know, the Fenrir, for example, is a great operator that would get countered by the Twitch. And not a lot of teams are actually happy to flex onto the Brava instead of the Twitch. Brava is a lot more vulnerable, as the drones are a lot bigger, easy to see, easy to shoot, and a lot slower to hack compared to Twitch's little zappy zaps.
Loading mag.
I mean, the fact that there are so many shields always makes things kind of troublesome. You ban the Blitz and the Monty, there's going to be Fuse, a Blackbeard. So it does feel a bit redundant, but at the same time, if you're targeting Brede, make it count. For the side of Wildcard, somebody please help Mr. Bay.
Nothing to report at my
He's sitting on
location.
13 kills. The second after him, Kenston 3.
The rest of the team has 6 kills combined, by
Yes.
the way.
He has 13. He's
He
over
has
double.
more than double the rest of the team.
And now he's going to make it one more.
my
It took the
God.
whole magazine, but that's why you get a whole magazine, James.
This is Falcons versus Bay, by the way.
Literally.
Kansas got another kill. That's 7 kills for the rest of Wildcard and 14 for Bay.
Oh, this rotate is scuffed.
I think he likes it that way.
I mean, honestly, Vault rotates in areas of like heavy contention from attackers is smart because they don't know that it's a bit scuffed, but you do. So you're a bit more prepared for it. You get stuck in that Vault rotate, can't go for a quick fight afterwards, and with the numbers being 4 versus 3 in favor of the defense, they're playing just by the bomb side. They're playing in mid bay.
Wildcard actually continue the trend they started on Bank of picking the less picked bomb sites.
Yeah.
They've actually gone to the tertiary.
Playing backwards.
This is a very strong bomb site, though.
I think it's the strongest, unironically.
Yeah, I mean, there's
say
so
the
much
whole
work
map.
to do on the attacking side. In this case, Hammam control has been taken here by Falcons as Wildcard peel on back. Happy to play this, let the time whittle down.
Yep. Again, you just play the crossfires. You're playing inside the A and B bomb side. You're playing Med Bay with Mr. Bay, the top fragger, and you wait for Falcons to make their first move. They need to move all the pieces in the right locations. Get a bit of hard destruction, use their final grenade, use their final flash. We're going out right now from uses. They have almost no tools to get this round victory.
And they do have the Blackbeard. While the other shields are banned out, Brede still has one option. He can also breach into the site just to his left as he does right now. And immediately will die because Bay is popping off again. Leakafak will help on out a little bit. Bay is still alive, however. And now with users falling, Leakafak is just on his lonesome. All on his ones. What does he do in a 1v3? Caught in the smoke. The round is surely over. Does Bay make it up to 16 or does Spiker steal the kill? It's Adrian to help on out. Wildcard, round by round, need to close up the distance.
Nice and steady. Don't get too worried, I guess, if you're them. There's still a third map to come, so don't be afraid of losing, if you will. And like you said, yeah, starting off with the opposite bombs of rotation, tertiary first, we're going to go backwards. Of course, we're going to go to dormitory games right now as well. The first fight for Mr. Bay. But a kill is a kill. This is why that tertiary side is so strong. You can just play top floor, play around Hammam. Like, you really use the whole map to your advantage. Same with open area and bank, for example. Whereas the top floor bomb sites often played more commonly, unironically enough. you kind of start playing a bit like Chalet. You start on one side, that's what the bomb site is. You extend over, away from the bomb site, and then either you will fight on the roam game, or fall back, reinforce the walls, and just try to live for as long as possible. That's a very stable and consistent way of playing this map that every team is kind of approaching. And it works the same way on both bomb sites on top floor. So if you know how to attack one of them, you kind of know how to attack both of them.
I would say I'm really excited here at EWC with how much is going on. Sorry to take a moment out of this game, but like there are multiple stages here in this venue.
It's getting loud.
Loud. There's a lot of people walking around. We've got 2 stages at the moment, both running Rainbow Six. And in a couple of days' time, we're going to upgrade to one of the big stages with a much larger crowd as well. Meanwhile, we've got so many other titles, and I just cannot stop hearing them. The drums,
yeah, that's like the war drums loud earlier.
It's chilling.
Also getting colder. I think the AC is pumping a bit more than usual.
It's also the coldest day we're going to have for the next 2 weeks, Pengu. So yeah. Enjoy it while you can.
Should have brought a hoodie. It's freezing in the server as well. Not much happening just yet. Again, early days here, unfortunately, means you pick apart the utility, open the doors, get leak effect active on the Twitch drones. You don't really want to push too quickly on this map. Again, I will draw a comparison to Chalet. You go too quickly, you're missing a couple of small pieces, the attackers can't progress together, a lot of crossfires on the defense. It's very important you kind of leapfrog, help each other forward. C4 went out there, did a bit of damage on Solotov, but nothing is gonna matter just yet. They're playing by horse with a mirror window set up, wide disc for protection. The triple man hold here on the roam, Kansen, Baby Shark, and Spike are working together. With Bay and Adrian holding down the side, and the fighting is happening right now. Solotov injured. Kansen taking a fair bit of damage.
His Nitro is prepped, just waiting. Spiker tosses it out.
Good.
This could be perfect.
Oh, no.
Just barely doesn't get the damage needed to finish off Solotov while he lays on the floor. I believe it did, though, destroy the rest of that Selma, so there is not a full breach to vault into the bomb site here for Falcons. Not even into the bomb site, just into the roam. I mean, this is just step 1, isn't it, for Falcons? But Wildcard are holding on. And if they drop too many bodies, then it might not actually get to a bomb site execute here for Falcons. Solotov finally finished off. This nade will take a little bit of damage away from Spiker. But him and Baby Shark together, ooh, careful. Bride wants to try and take this fight. The double swing could happen. Bride's about to get some help from the window. Joom should be able to find one of the kills. Baby Shark, though, finishes off Bride before Joom is able to help. It's Leakafact to come up from the other side and finally finish off Baby Shark, finding the second as well. And a third!
No!
Leakafact single-handedly brings the round back into the realm of possibility for Falcons.
It's not the bomb site. We don't have to go for fights right now, guys. Mr. Bay left alone, 15 kills to his name. Has been the player so far, makes it 16.
Could it be lucky number 17? He's going up against Joom, one of the best Fortress players in the world. We saw that proven here in Paris at the Six Invitational. And now, Joom is going hunting. He doubles back around from the other side of the map. But the time is in favor of Bay. Joom rounding this corner. Bay's got the DMR. He's got the narrow angle. And he's got the shots. 17 to his name. The weapon is wielded and ready.
The biggest enemy was almost going to be the bed mattress, blocking him from moving further left to get the gunfight angle. But Mr. Bay, 1v5ing Falcons, not entirely, but it feels like
I mean, how is it that he's nearly broken 20 kills while the rest of his team has about 10 combined? Literally, I think they have 10. The rest of the team has 10 kills for the rest of the team.
I mean, it's
12 kills for the rest of the team, 16, 17 for him. That's insane.
It's been such an unusual BO3 where planting is just not a thing. No one's playing for it. Even Wildcard here, like, they had the roam set up and they chose to fight till the end. Even the diffuser at the very end there, Joom didn't have it. It was on the main staircase behind Bay.
It's crazy. I mean, of course, Wildcard were off to such a flying start. We know what they're capable of. We know that when they're playing their best, they are a world-class team. Maybe even championship contenders for the first time, but keep in mind, like, this is still the youngest team remaining at the event. This is their first Esports World Cup. Adrian, of course, he won it last year, a young gunner, I think only 19 years old at the time. Now he's joined Wildcard, and he's joined an also very young and relatively inexperienced roster. To dig deep after being down 5-1 in the first half and make this look competitive is a dream It's impressive. And a round like that, a performance like this from Bay, it's one to remember.
Yeah. Also, mind you, Baby Shark did find 2 kills in the previous round. So he's now on the board, feeling himself, and he's been peeking a lot, but not finding much value. But that might just shift now, and if that happens, that can even the score a lot more. If Bay doesn't have that hero round, maybe it's Baby Shark's turn finally. Adrian, quiet times compared to Bank as well. Back on the post, familiar territory, has intel, and that Reaper has been putting into good work.
Oh, good crossfire.
He's there again.
Number 18 for Bay. Solid Hub will go down. And that's also all the Twitch drones finished off a minute into the round. Here comes EFAC though. Backstabs onto Kansan, but immediately jumps back out again. So it doesn't actually give any ground to Falcons. Baby Shark, unfortunately, remains quiet this game. He might be off the donut, but he needs to still have an impact. Bay is just around the corner. They know about it. That's number 19, but he will not get the 20 bomb just yet. Spiker and Adrian try and contest. Users will help on out. Falcons should be able to claim match point here and now, unless if Spiker can have a life game and a phenomenal moment. He sees Bride.
This is trouble.
Tiny bit of damage here, but that nade will make it nigh impossible now. He doesn't know where these players are coming from. He's trying to close the distance. Baits out Bride. Well played. 1v2. This becomes winnable.
They also have the case for Bride, so now plan is no longer an option.
I know where he is.
Falcon's got to pay for kills, but they got the solid stick scanner.
Leakafak just biding his time, waiting for users, but he makes it a 1v1. Spiker, how has he been given the opportunity to make this moment his own? This was a 1v3. Falcons, you can't afford to let him get away with this. There's plenty of time on the board, and Leakafak still has that snake scanner. Spiker on the wrong side of this mirror window, but he has an awkward angle here. Leakafak finds it in the long angle. He holds firm. Say his name. It's match point, but the job is not done yet for Leakafak.
He's just making sure they know exactly who clutched against him. Again, another round Falcons where they just played nice and slow, nice and calm. Brady has been in the mix though, unlike on Bank with these shields. He's taking the fights, right-clicking, but it's been Wildcard trying to dictate the pace almost forcingly. The bomb site didn't matter. Planting, not a thing. They're fighting on the roam time and time again till the very bitter end. The results not going their way. They're down 3-6 now. They banned the Solid Snake. I think that's going to be a phenomenal choice for them because the ability for Leakafak to find the gaps with that scanner, that's how he got all the kills in that previous round.
Yeah, particularly the first one. He just snuck in at the backstab, got a kill, immediately jumps back out again.
And Mira as well on the other side, which again makes sense. Less map to work with.
Pretty good move, especially with the Blackbeard. I think the Blackbeard is going to be really so free to march up close to a lot of the map control, and Wildcard won't get as much free info against them.
It's also a C4 removed from the game, which is can be brought every round, which when you're playing the shield operator as Brady, or let's say you're playing Sledge or Ram as Leakafak like a vert operator, that is important to know.
Yeah.
If you're up against no C4s, you're super duper safe.
Yeah. Look, Pengu, where I see it, there's two ways that this game goes. Either Falcons win it in regulation, or Bay. Either Falcons win this, or Bay breaks a kill record.
That would have to be the case.
I don't think Wildcard can win this game without Bay hitting the 27 kills, which is the record for a single map result. And that's still been held by Onigiri, and I believe it was tied by Ambi a few years ago. Was it Ambi?
I was going to say Palu.
Is it Palu?
I can fact check you very quickly.
Please fact check me. The only one I care about is my boy Song, Onigiri.
Okay.
Paraminsu and Watana.
Oh, you're right, and I mean right now on a 6-3 scoreline sitting at 19, like he is right there on track, and it was indeed tied by Palu, Onigiri, and Joom.
Oh, Joom!
Yeah.
Wait, when did Joom tie it? Was that at SI?
It was at 6 Invitationals. Yep, 26.
Yeah. Probably on this map.
Probably on the, yeah. Exactly. So there it is. Triple tie right now. Could be a fourth if this were to go the distance. But for that to happen, Wildcard, Bay, together, has to make the job. Has to find the victory. There will be a lot of different explosive attacking operators. The Deimos, the Blackbeard, the Dokkaebi, the Glass. They are picking all the T's.
Totally. And Baby Shark's been hard countered. We've talked about how he's had a quiet day today. He's being targeted by both the Deimos and the Dokkaebi at the same time.
And he can't shoot through it, or he can't see rather through a smoke in either. The Joom can also fight him on unfair territory. And I think this makes sense. Shut down that star player, that one problem in the server. A little bit surprised, actually, that we haven't seen a single clash right now from Wildcard, given how happy and willing they are to take the fights in these narrow hallways.
Very true. Very, very good point, I think.
It's a moving mirror window.
Yeah, it would have been very good countering Brede on the Blackbeard, would have been very good countering Joom on the Glaz as well.
Spiker does like to play it every now and again. Shark, of course, did tank Dokapikal earlier, can't check his drones, or his cameras, but he's playing the solo. It's not his job, he's got his gadget instead.
Yeah.
Can scan for the same bit of intel.
Slow round here from Falcons, though. They're not really hard committing to the roam game. They're not really hard committing to the vert
Bomb site is almost empty, by the way. Almost every defender is so far away.
Is this a retake?
It's just Spiker.
And Joom is also alone as he makes his way into Infirmary.
Makes his way.
Adrian should be able to win this fight. No, decides to fall on back. He revealed his position a little bit too much. Wildcard, are they going to be playing for retake here?
Joom is in mid-bay.
Again, into Infirmary, which is a linchpin of this bomb site. Typically one of the most important places to be for the defense, and now Wildcard have lost that control.
It's a very awkward positioning right now. There's only 2 defenders by the bombs, only 1 attacker as well in Joom, so the fighting can happen anywhere, on the roam and on site. Falcons playing for gap finding without that Solid Snake.
5v5. With less than 30 seconds remaining, but I don't know if Leakafak is aware that Baby Shark is hidden away in the corner. Cancel will take that kill, and now Wildcard can continue marching back towards that bomb site. Joom, though, has found his entry onto the site. Brede needs to get into position and sort that diffuser, but it's going to be a tough job when his teammates are falling one by one. Wildcard are continuing their reign of terror. Continuing this trek towards OT.
And it's continuing. The bomb site is just so irrelevant. The most I've ever seen.
And what's more, that's the first round that Wildcard have won without Bay getting a kill.
Also true.
And if anything, that is the biggest green flag I've seen from Wildcard so far.
It absolutely is, but James, only 3 people was even in the touching distance of the bomb site across both teams. Adrian, and I think it was Spiker, they were playing by the bomb site and kind of in the hallway.
Yeah.
And then it was Joom instead of Medbay Infirmary.
Brede just rotate outside and go to the Medbay window and jump in safely where Joom was. You would have thought that that would be the answer.
I mean, I'm thinking of the Falcons, right? Joom walked into another Infirmary, the B-boop goes off, that's like, oh my god, they bought the bomb site, guys. Let's surrender the roam and fall back to the side. That means that the roam clearers, they get the free map control, they get the gap, they get to the side. But the issue is, Wildcard, they just don't care. So they stayed on the roam, hiding in corners, and now Falcons walk in without that Solid Snake gadget thinking, what's actually clear, we don't know, and they go straight into bad gunfights.
Julio's taken the last tactical timeout here for Falcons on this map. The squad has a few things to think about now. 2 chances to lock in Fortress before we head over to the third map. What a third map it is as well. Border, should we get to it,
days,
would be unbelievable. Great map for both of these teams, I think, as well.
It's going to be a messy map.
It'll be a messy map, and I tell you what, if Baby Shark doesn't wake up, I don't think Wildcard are winning Border.
I know it sounds like, when someone says it, it's like, is it really that simple? But I genuinely do believe that when you go to a map like Border, you need Baby Shark.
Yeah.
He is gonna be your playmaker in so many of those front 4 positions, CCTV, East Stairs, Break Room, etc. And a lot of rounds will not be won and lost off of him, but finding the opening pick on a map like Border, where it's all about the fighting, instrumental. So you're right. But if you're Wildcard, let's just not go to Border. Let's just get a little comeback story happen here. 2 more rounds go into overtime, and then you got the momentum once again. Switch up. What's a big problem? Brede. Echo, direct counter, also gives you intel that's movable around the building. And to make it even better, if Falcons, they see that Echo operator in the drone phase, they might even go on to operators like your Thatcher or your IQ, which is going to weaken the roam clear, but to strengthen the anti-intel game. So I feel like Wildcard finally get into the mix of a curveball again, like they were trying to on Bank.
Oh, that's so close there. Be careful, Bay. Can't afford to die without helping out your team. I mean, we've seen how much this game has been hinging on whether or not Bay has big moments. 19 kills. Ooh. Joom takes a bit of damage. Holding his angle, but not finished off as of yet, so the Glaz will remain a threat here from Falcons.
But I mean, you're so low in health. I mean, impact grenades, C4s, pre-fires. He doesn't know what he's up against necessarily, but just any pre-fire bullet, he's going to get injured. So Joom has to be careful now. Maybe get on drones instead, flank watching kind of duties until the bombs that execute.
What's the play?
You're looking for a play, maybe. This could be a rush. You drop down the tower, pop in the wall in the window. You can hit the bomb site itself. They think Wildcard have a huge roam game, but we know right now they have 5 people by the side. This is a trap.
Yeah, it is, and there's Vulcan canisters as well, just ready to go. Here comes the Smoke Babe. And what's more, we've also got info from Spiker.
They're stalling out.
It is time to stall for Falcons. They need to get active. They need to be quicker than this. Okay, interesting. Just EMPing a player who's on their drone. That was Spiker. So funnily enough, Spiker actually can't use his cams right now for the Echo.
They got Goyo Fire as well when they need to fall back. So right now, Adrian playing on top of the staircase. He's just playing that first pillar position. He can fall back when he wants to. Doesn't have a spare reinforcement though.
It's good.
Gotta pop that fire. It's instrumental to stall that 20 seconds. And there it is. It burns Breed down for a little bit of damage. He even has, I think, still Toxic Babe in pocket as well. Right, so he can stall for further. Babe finds a kill. 20 bomb on the board.
Traded back though by Solotov. The solo player from Falcons needs to have an impact. The Ash on the other side. Oh my god, what a jump here from Adrian. Bride, though, is found by Kansan from down below. A big flank from him all the way up from below. And as Solotov tries to sneak into the bomb side, he will feed Baby Shark. The hungry, hungry Shark swimming towards a victory here for Wildcard, swimming towards overtime. Uses in a 1 versus 4 on the Thatcher. L85 in hand, and he'll need to be fed 1 kill per 1 kill at a time, and it's just not going to happen, is it? Spiker from behind him, holding on from the windows. Wildcard have closed the distance. 4 rounds won on this defensive side, a 5th, and then we go to overtime.
You know, I think Mr. Bay right now, he's actually fighting 2 different battles. There's the game in front of him, Falcons, enemy. Then there's the devil on his shoulder, because he can say, play for the kill record, go for the peak, take the risky play, or play to win the game, hold your ground, don't sell your teammates. Because Mr. Bay right now, he's become an anchor player. He's playing a Sami in a corner, watching the breach going 1-for-1. Mr. Bay previously, he's hunting the attackers. But it's been giving Wildcard a more stable way of playing the game out. Because they're not losing players early, they're also not getting kills early. But that favors them when they're playing operators like your pulse, your anchor for information, your smoke, and your Goyo to stall things out. Falcons didn't do anything previously. They had 4 people in a tower, only 1 guy even entered the building, the other ones got flanked down below. It was a complete lockout. And I'm curious who's supposed to be finding these openings for Falcons, because Bride on the shield, he kind of started off strong on the attack. He was getting in there, he was right-clicking, teammates swinging behind him, forcing those 2v1s. But when Wildcard aren't giving them the solo gunfights, they're not breaking apart the crossfires. They're not getting to a plant position, because again, we don't get to see the bomb side. So I almost feel like for Falcons, I know that this style has been working really successfully, but what if they try to go for a plant play just once? Right, step 1, nice and slow roam clear, get the heart breaching, get Bride in with the blind beard, hold F and do the covering. That could be the way to win that final round.
Well, they only need 1. They've only needed 1. The last 3 opportunities. Overtime here would be scary for Falcons.
Yep.
Opens the gates for Wildcard to get that 2-0.
Been a doubt for Falcons, right? Like, oh my god, guys, we had it and then we threw it. What are we doing?
Yeah, they really did have it. 5-1 in the first half, by the way. If you remember all the way back when Falcons were on their defense, both of these teams are really struggling on the attacking side. This is a sneaky spot, though, from Leakafak. Up above, Kansan.
Oh, man.
And Adrian as well. Adrian wants to peek if both players peek at the same time. That is a crucial mistake there from Leakafak.
Just like that, active Gadget could be gone. Captain gone, bit tilted. Has now called the shots from the grave, watching drones and watching player point of views. Solotov looking for a couple different angles right now, and this is again Falcons not progressing the map a whole lot. They are stalling out. Where Bride is going, that's where the push will happen from, and he's gonna get pressured by that Goyo Fire, rotate towards that Horse hallway, but walking forward further into Horse, that's gonna be the death. That's gonna be the majority of the crossfires from Wildcard just waiting for them.
Wildcard are just patiently waiting, biding their time. They've got info.
Oh, don't do it.
Don't think Adrian needs to make a play, but he can just call out to his team. All right, there's somebody on that window. We can see it's Joom. Finally, the Ying picked out from Falcons.
Oh
but
my
the shotty from Adrian. He times it perfectly. He sees the Candela's tossed into the window. He knows it's the time to go for that peak. Now the crossfire needs to hold true from Kansan, who does help out Bay with 21. It's Uses, the only man to stop Wildcard from sending us in a flawless fashion into overtime.
Ridiculous.
And Bay will stand up and tell Falcons that they are choking on this lead.
Look at Leakafak as well. frustration, a bit of doubt.
Leakerfact just said the old
Bay.
chat. Live game Bay. Well, I mean, you're not wrong, Leakerfact.
He's not, but I mean, look at how Falcons are throwing these leads.
If Bay has a live game and you go down to the lower bracket, then I don't really think he'll care whether it was a live game or not.
And the thing is, right, the real hero of that round, I generally think that's Adrian. First of all, him and Kansan together got the opening gun to Leakerfact, but secondly, he took the pulse scanner, saw Doom outside the museum window, knowing that was going to be the backstab, went into the lobby staircase, scanned all of lobby, and he said, guys, there is only going to be one guy in the window. I got that covered. You guys need to focus on horse and meeting/bathroom hallway. That's it. That's the entire push in Falcons. So it's predictable all of a sudden. And then he times it perfectly. The smoke and Dilla went out. Drive-by shot with the pulse. Gets Doom injured.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, I think that the only time in the last... Well, we've only had like, what, 2 kills from Bay in the last 3 rounds, I think?
Yeah,
so,
sounds accurate.
Yes, while this has been a live game from Bay, funnily enough, he got a lot of his kills in rounds that Falcons were winning.
Yeah.
So if Leakerfact wants to try and make excuses, I think he needs to have a little bit of an introspective look at what has actually happened for these last 3 rounds in a row.
We're being served well right now. Being served very, very well. Slight spoilers for B stream results in case you guys don't have 2 monitors. CAGDC might also enter overtime in just a second.
It is into overtime. It's confirmed.
I take it back. It is entered into overtime to 6-6.
CAG have just staved it off.
So we are tracking along 1-1 on both streams.
Yeah, and it's a very similar story. I mean, the team that lost the first map had a match point, ready to send it to map 3, and then that other team brought it back. In this case, wildcard. In the case of the B stream, it was cagged by Varel.
Yeah.
So,
not DC was cagged by Varel.
Yeah, it was. So now, Falcons on the attack yet again. They've only won a single round of attack so far. There's no question who's favored here by the overtime side.
It's got to be wildcard, right? Like, look at the current trajectory
so clearly.
I feel like if you're Leakerfact in particular, you wish you could go on defense, just kind of mentally shift into a different mindset, because right now you feel that frustration of the last 5 rounds in a row. It's just slipping by. And I'm still looking towards the attacker saying, who's going to be the playmaker? Who's going to find the injury? It's not Leakerfact. He's dead first, 2 rounds in a row to go into OT and to start off OT.
Exactly what they need right now for Wildcard to continue the streak they've made in the last 3 rounds. Desperately moving forward, Solotov needs to find a gap. Faye has just fallen back.
They're playing Flores, Glass, and Twitch. Who's supposed to take the entry fight? Who's supposed to get that bit of map control? Well, Wildcard have fallen back, so they've actually surrendered a ton of control for the attackers to take it, because they want that 5v4 crossfire and just simply playing the numbers. There is a dangerous path here. Spiker playing the echoes on drones, but Agent finds another. Breed is in the grave again.
No more hard breach except for Jim's tin can opener. And they will not make this a sprintable breach here. It will be a vault into the meeting room. Wildcard just sitting back and waiting. Ooh, almost a chance. Adrian left his back exposed for a brief moment. Now Kansan steals the show with the TCSG. Usus looks to try and repeat, but guess who? Kansan is waiting and watching for it again. Doom's already had plenty of life games here on Fortress, but it won't be his turn. It will be that of Wildcard. Massive round from Kansan. He says sit in the old chat, and it doesn't matter how many kills Bay has, because Wildcard have a full roster.
They are seemingly just taking turns at destroying Falcons, turning their dream into a nightmare.
I can't help but feel like Leakerfact's a little bit distracted right now. He spends so much time shit-talking.
In the old chat.
In that moment as well, when Kansan says sit, we saw Leakerfact respond 6-7, ha ha ha. Because yeah, that is the scoreline right now.
Yeah, but it's against them.
It is. He's not actually ha-haing on the inside. I can tell you that for damn sure.
He's dead first in 2 of the most important rounds in the current course of this, obviously, given the circumstances. He played Dokkaebi and Glass.
In the last 4 rounds. Leakerfact is on an opening death streak of the last 4 rounds in a row.
The definition of running it down. League of Legends use that term. We don't do that in Siege, but he has been running it a little bit.
He has. Dude, he was 12-6. He's now 12-10. Wildcard have got the last 5 rounds of opening kills. Before that, Leakerfact won a 1v1, and then he got a 3K. Like, he has had a pretty good game up until just 4 rounds ago. And then he has gone missing from Falcons, and at the moment he's letting his mind wander a little bit too much. Wildcard have well and truly won this mental warfight against Falcons right now. And after winning Bank, all they need is one more round here on Fortress, and that is main stage for the Americans.
Some days off to practice, and to conquer up some new strategies like we saw from them on Bank. But to go from such a quiet beginning on this map, just surmounting the comeback step by step by step. And mind you, there are people behind us, cameramen, fans, spectators. They've been watching, waiting for Falcons to win. They've been standing on the side of their stage for a while, and it's not happening. Wildcard, one more round is all they need at this point. They get 2 shots at it. This attack and then the occupying defense if they were to fall short.
It's so typical of Falcons as well. One of the best teams in the world, but they just can't finish. It's happened so many times.
Yeah, and that's why they made that roster change, right? Minus Shaigo plus Doom. Shaigo wasn't showing up in big moments. It's not that Doom isn't showing up, but Falcons is a team right now.
No.
They've been toothless.
And they've been tilted as well. Good damage onto Spiker. But
they read this play, though.
He's just hiding. They're continuing to shoot these drones, and I think they've succeeded in protecting against his position. This should be a free kill here for Solidov. How many does he find?
He doesn't get the kill.
He doesn't even get him! Bane will find one peasant, punishes him! It's a disaster for Falcons! This could be where Wildcard finally gets that last twist of the knife!
The missed drone, the perfect bait. Falcons, they fall away. Spiker was already so low on health. Maybe 1 or 2 bullets will do the job, but no. A whiff from Solotov. Didn't use a TCSG. Doesn't find the follow-up kill. Kenson responds quickly to protect Spiker. Goyo fire popped. 20 seconds. Wildcard will have to wait. This could become a round that will come down to the final few seconds because they need to try and play this perfectly. They cannot afford to lose this round. C4 avoided. Spiker taking 1 point of damage. Every single point of health matters because he's so low on health.
Out comes a nade. Does it buy the space that Wildcard need to make their way forward in the 5v3? Leakerfax still alive. He has not been enough for Falcons in these last 4 rounds. He finds one, but that is all! Brede, who's had back-to-back clutches, must now do it better than ever in a 1 versus 4. He goes all the way downstairs. He tries to isolate this first fight. He is distracted. Bay is forcing down that plant, and now they know where he is. Wildcard have continued to dominate. They have brought it back. 3 match points against them, but they look to finish it right here as the North Americans send Falcons wingless down into that lower bracket.
Well, don't call it a comeback until it is. And I tell you what, they believe tooth and nail, bit by bit. They did not give up. Not once. Wildcard, despite being on match point for 3 rounds in a row, 4 rounds in a row.
Too many rounds in a row.
They just looked clinical. And unfortunately for Falcons, we've got to study shit talking at this event and the repercussions. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god. I mean, the story for the entire time, well, the majority of the time on Fortress was how Wildcard were not really in the server, didn't feel the energy, didn't really do anything to show us that they had what it took on that map. And then Mr. Bay individually just bought them a little bit of a lifeline, kept them in the game for long enough, and everybody else came into action.
Yeah. The thing is, that was a 5-1 first half there for Falcons. Yeah. Bay, yes, he was the only one fragging out. But at the end of it, when it was 4 match points in a row for Falcons, it was the rest of the team that stood up. Baby Shark finally got off that donut. We had huge moments from the whole of this roster. Spiker, Kansan in particular, I got to say, Kansan
on the TCSG.
Really fun on the TCSG at the end of that game. And Falcons just got way too desperate. Even that final round, well, you're telling me that your strat is that one guy is going to rat behind the pool table while someone else tries to shoot all of the drones? That is just not good enough. That is called cheese, and that's not how you win a championship.
I mean, it's good enough you get the kill, but then to also miss the shots, not even kill the Blackbeard, don't even go 1-for-1 for goodness sake.
Yeah.
That just speaks to the mental side of the game.
It's terrifying.
It is, you know, a massive 5-1 lead that they had bottled in the end. I think going into that second half, there was a little sign of worry just from the statistics. Falcons only close out 30% of their rounds on the attack for Fortress. And in comparison, in stark contrast to 70% round win on defense for Wildcard.
Yeah.
So it was always going in with a bit of a context to the side, but I think momentum plays a huge part. And Dev, that momentum just could not find its feet in the second half.
Absolutely. And look, Falcons should have had that momentum in the first half because, as we said, 5-1. This ended up being an incredibly defender-sided Fortress. And yes, unfortunate for Falcons, they start an attack in OT, but guess what? They lose it on the defensive side because it's all up here, man.
Yeah.
It's all going on up here.
Going wrong.
As soon as they start to feel like they're losing, what do? They get desperate. Likafak is making jokes. He's smack talking when he wins a 1v1 that was almost a 1v3 clutch against him.
Yeah.
Like, that is not when you need to be shit talking.
It needs to be studied.
It's when you need to lock the hell in. And a lot of the questions about Falcons for the last several years is like, this is one of the best teams we've ever seen. Why can they never get it done on the most important days? We thought maybe we just need to move Shaiko on. We get Jim, one of the hottest players in the world. Clearly, there's still something really wrong with this roster.
Yeah, that was going to be my point, right? When we're watching those attacking rounds, I'm thinking, who's going to injure? Who's going to be the playmaker? Who's getting supported and getting invested into? Nobody, it felt like.
Sure.
Jum was on Grim, playing utility operators. We had Solotov, we had Flores with Twitch, etc. Breedy's on shields almost every single time. And after 5 rounds of losing, he was in the Heartbreacher, which also doesn't go right. But I'm just thinking, who is the playmaker? League Effect did first every round.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
You gotta pick your hero and help them become the hero.
5 opening kills in a row in favor of Wildcard. 4 of those onto Likafak.
Yeah.
Real red flag.
Look, I think there's a bit of a false positive in that first half as well, with Breedo clutching 2 of those rounds. So realistically, you know what I mean?
Kind of.
Could have been a 7-4.
You disagree?
No, I don't disagree, but it's like, you know, there are clutches where the enemy plays poorly, and there are clutches where you play well. I generally believe that Breede won those clutches, not that Wildcard misplayed it.
Yep.
Of course, the clutch can go either way, but I think it was quite fair, and I think Falcons were the better team for the first 7-ish rounds. And then it just completely shifted when the game was supposed to become easier.
Totally.
It's a little interesting considering the fact that we were coming in, putting Falcons into the top 4, top 2, and then unfortunately they have been knocked out. But look, all things granted, I think you've got to give your props to Wildcard because there's nothing worse than going 5-1 down in your map pick, knowing full well what's about to happen. They really compose quite nicely, and I think that that's an element to this team, Dev. There's a lot of young gunners on that team, but
this is actually
composure.
The youngest team remaining at the event.
Yeah. Self-made.
Absolutely. Self-made. Even Adrian, he was the young gunner over on Secret, one of the youngest players in the game when he entered into Tier 1. And now Wildcard are looking like, yes, one of the youngest teams at the event, one of the best teams in the world.
Well, sometimes the best team, sometimes the best player. Bay stands by with Laxing to have a chat.
Thank you, gentlemen. When you're on Wildcard, there are 3 things that are always guaranteed. That's a main stage appearance, that's dominating Falcons, and an added 60K onto the tally. Bay, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. My mom's coming here to the event on, I think, Monday. So if we would have been eliminated, we would have left before she even got here. So there's nothing these guys could do or anybody could do. We were winning no matter what. I'm not going to make my mom come across the world for me to leave the day before.
I mean, I would say 23-7 would speak that into existence. We saw you getting a little crazy, talking a little shit over the Falcons. We saw Likafak showing the back of his tag. We immediately saw you stand up, start saying you're choking. Run us through that. What was going on?
Bro, to be honest, I was just feeling it, bro. Like, these guys are loud. I love it, bro. I love that environment of that game. Like, I like the dirty games whenever it's like ugly behavior, bro. It's so fun.
Absolutely. Well, before I let you go celebrate with the team, you guys do make main stage. Now it's yet another event. You guys have not missed a main stage. Is there anything that we can look to be expected coming out of you guys jumping into those main stage?
I mean, there's going to be one thing that's different is about these main stages we've never won. But this main stage, bro, it's ours, I promise.
All right, well, you heard it from Bay. He promises this main stage, this EWC is going to be theirs. That is it for us. We still have another game on the stage. I'm going to send you guys back over to our desk.
I think that, honestly, is the best insight we could have been given from not just a player's perspective, but a team's perspective. When you have something bigger to fight for, Nick,
Yeah.
everything else goes out the window.
That's exactly. When you're sitting there, if all you see is the monitor screen and nothing outside of that matters, you are locked in on the target, the goal of winning that game. And when you're playing for something bigger than yourself, your mother coming to visit, watching you go on that big grand stage, that shows base performance today.
Yeah, and look, the way he talked about the smack talk, the way he
That's a dirty
thrived
game.
off of the energy that Leakafak was giving him, I'm never talking smack against Bay in my life because it just buffs him. You could say...
Just start praising him. Oh, you're so good, Bay. Keep going, man. You're doing great.
You know, thanks for playing. No, dude. You smack talk him and he's just evolving into that next level. I wonder if he's going to get the mum buff or the mum nerf, though, because
emotions.
I would really like to see him play like that with his mum here in the stage. We've seen Joom play in front of his mum before at Six Invitational and at Munich. I think Joom had a bit of a mum buff last time he was in Power. I hope Pei gets the same.
Look, I think he will after a 23 kill performance on such a pivotal map for them. As Lax was kind of saying there, they're through to the finals now. Like, this was such an important match for them. And I think the context that Bay has given us is even more important about the fact that they know when they come to international events, main stage, we're expecting that. But this time, Nick, there feels like a level of confidence that they're exuding on stage that actually really does make me believe that this run in finals is going to go all the way.
Yeah, and also just the growth. Like we said, they're a young roster, youngest one here left standing, and they're self-made. What that looks like is that, oh guys, we're in the NAL, we're pro players, woo! We're getting almost no money probably, but we love what we're doing. You do better, get a better contract, you start making essential tournaments, get some experience, travel the world. Oh, you start making main stage, better contract, and all of a sudden, now we're making every event, we're making every main stage. Their goal has shifted from, oh my god, we're doing this as for a job, to, oh my god, we're fighting for a title. I love that growth from them. It's been such a consistent track for a whole year now.
Do you guys remember last year? There was this really young team at the event that had a couple of good moments, but no one had ever really believed that they were a championship contender.
From Europe?
And then they went on to win the Esports World Cup. That was Team
From
Secret.
Europe, yeah.
That was Adrian. That was Joom. That was Savage and the rest of the boys. And now Wildcard have taken that mantle and they're looking like the North American version of what Team Secret were last year.
Very similar. Again, the biggest story for me is Savage was a self-made ag.al, young rookie. Spiker. Self-made ag.al, young rookie. And for me, that's the most important thing. Your leader has no more experience than the rest of you. And Spiker in those final moments, he's an echo, proning on the floor saying, I believe in my team, I will give you intel, you will find the kills.
Look, it's a pretty hard sell to not believe in Wildcard for the championship.
It is.
Not only you have the self-made IGL, you have the youngest team remaining at the event, you've got Adrian defending champion, you've also got Baby Shark on home soil in France. It's just the recipe for greatness. I think I've been converted to a Wildcard fan today.
It is. You know, like, it's so funny. Esports is so unique. Point to anything else in the world where you can be a team like this, you can make it into a big event, and then you can really start to make a name for yourself and continue to do it time and time and time again. It really is like a... Okay, I'm going to say this. You said hometown hero being Baby Shark. It feels like there's a bit of hometown love for Wildcard. They feel like the team that you used to watch when you were at home, and you used to, you know, you kind of used to have bragging rights when they'd win, but then you just hope that they'd do more. Now you're like, oh no, this team could actually go on to do something bigger, something greater. And something that I really respect about Wildcard is the humble nature that they have. Like, whether it's Spiker, whether it's Bay, they enjoy the banter. They enjoy that in-game kind of camaraderie almost with the other team. But the one thing that they continue to show me is how much they respect their opponent, how much they respect the game.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's a team that I think has a respect from everyone. They don't have any
100%.
drama associated with them. They're just playing their game, keeping their head down. They prove themselves, rightfully so. They're not saying, oh, we're hot shit, watch us, we're going to do this and that. They said, no, my mom is coming. We're winning this tournament. Who can not love that? Who's going to hate a player saying those kinds of words? We all resonate so much with it.
Here's a fun fact for you. The only two majors that Wildcard have played, they were eliminated by the eventual champion. Salt Lake City, they got eliminated by Dark Zero. Back in the major in Munich, they got eliminated by M80. And at the Six Invitational, they got knocked out by Secret, of course, grand finalists in their own right. Like, these guys have been bloody close to a championship multiple times now. It's just about whether they've finally matured enough to get to that moment.
I think they easily make grand final here. I think the way that they're playing, I think the confidence they've got. Nick, you disagree?
My only fear, and this is like classic bracket conversation, right? I think if they face off against other North American teams, I think that's going to be their weakness. It's the same weakness that FaZe Clan have been met with in the past as well, where they go to a semi-final or a quarter-final, they play against the wrong Brazilian team that knows them inside out because they play every single day.
No, man. Wildcard won the NAL for the very first time. They finally did it.
They did win it. But look, everyone's screaming it from North America. They know Wildcard inside out.
I don't know, man. Look, Wildcard took down Falcons 2-0, by the way. Best team out of EML.
Yeah.
DZ are struggling right now against CAG. They've sent it to a third map, but they have dropped one map in the series.
Yeah, they have. Shopify's already gone.
Shopify's already gone. M80 are already struggling as well by losing a game.
It's true.
I think that Wildcard might
plays
be
to Wildcard's strength.
Best team in North America.
Yeah, and look, they may well end up being the best team in the world at the end of this event. Like, that's the beauty of this. Whether or not they actually go up against, who knows whether we see another NAL.
I want to see them versus FaZe, man.
Oh,
like, that
would be the
biggest
final
test.
challenge.
Yeah,
the back-to-back SI champions, the most consistent team.
Even against CAG, because if you recall, Wildcard would have made the grand final in Reload in Rio had they beaten CAG. CAG beat them and went to that grand final themselves. So Wildcard actually have a bit of a bone to pick with a lot of teams remaining here at the event.
Certainly do, but boys, I know you're going to be off for this next matchup.
But I'm going to be watching the cat game.
I'm very upset that you are. Well, I know you're probably going to go watch CAG.
We'll see some of it.
But the one behind us right now, this is so intriguing, Nick. I feel as though the conversation that we've had for virtus.pro has been a new life. Whereas on the flip side, FaZe continue to dominate.
Yeah.
Which one?
I mean,
who have you got?
I have to go with FaZe Clan, right? These guys are so hard to beat, so good international grounds. They have somehow so much hunger despite winning everything there is to win at this point. VP, they're on
EWC.
VP are on the rise. Okay, they're doing great for themselves, but I think FaZe Clan, very few can go up to them toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think FaZe are obviously one of the best in the world, one of the best ever to do it. But VP, I have a soft spot for them. A lot of players who've been fighting for a really long time, like Pasha, and I know that Dark is such a phenomenal coach. What he's put together is a really formidable roster.
Yep.
Also 2 French players on there too. So don't count them out until, I think they've got a shot against the world champions. We'll just have to wait and see.
I just want to see Dark do something incredible after the
like a flip?
PNK Fear X. Hey?
Oh, like a flip?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's
Why
pretty
not?
incredible.
Yeah, actually, that would be pretty incredible. I would love to see him do a backflip on stage. We're going to go ahead and backflip into a break because the B stream is still taking place. We've got one team through to the finals, one more still to crown here on the A stream. We'll be back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Wildcard is our first team through to playoffs, meaning that we have 3 more teams to push. And one of these will be playing on stage right now. FaZe going up against Virtus.pro. A massive game. And when you need massive games, you need big old commentators to run you through it. I've got Guz and Jake joining me here. Gentlemen, how are we feeling for this one?
Taking Guz firstly, but good to be here.
No, I like to swap it up every now and then, mate.
What a day so far for Siege. We've had some really good games across both the A stream and the B stream. If you're an APAC fan, you might have been disappointed that went to 3 maps. But for this this stream, Rob, obviously I thought it was going to go 3 maps as well. We saw LickyFact doing the point at the name, and then they lost 5 straight or 5 straight. I think.
Yeah.
Like that.
I think kind of deserved, if you ask me. Bay got up,
and then Bay hit him with the.
He gave you the joke. He gave you the joke, and I think that's fair enough. You know, in football, there's the chop. And in esports, there's the choke. And unfortunately, for Falcons, they are not doing themselves any favors when we're trying to rewrite their history and maybe start to crown them as champions, Guz. They're not really giving us a lot to go with.
No, not quite, but still an opportunity for them to produce a result here at EWC. And I mean, changing the discussion up for this particular matchup, I think it has the true potential to go all 3 maps. I think that FaZe have obviously proven over a long period of time that they are ultra competitive and never to be discounted. But on the flip side, Virtus.pro came into this event with decent form. And their match yesterday against Edward Gaming, whilst speaking to Tim, he was under the impression that it wasn't reflective of the scoreline. It ultimately ended up shaping to be very, very one-sided, 7-2 in their favor, but a lot of close rounds. And you could look at that in one or two ways, right? VP maybe allowing Edward into too many situations, but I think if you look at it from the more positive outlook, the fact that they were still able to close out the series so confidently is a nice little builder for them here at this tournament.
Yeah, I would definitely say that it was a good opening match for them to test the waters. I think that we've seen Virtus.pro now perform really well in EML and then back it up in their first game here. And I think that it's more important about the fact, we've talked about this a lot, Jake, in the fact that you can be a good team, but to be the best team, you have to have at least 1 or 2 of the best players. And I think that Virtus.pro have proven that now.
Well, they certainly have. When you kind of look back, so EML Stage 1 finished second. They had 2 cracks at Team Falcons, lost both of those series 2-1, 2-1. But most of those games were either in regulation or even overtime. So clearly a team that can push the best of the best. And if you look back, who was the best of the best for EML Stage 1? It was Pasha. Now you look at, well, what about EWC so far? Unfortunately, of course, we haven't really seen much of Virtus.pro coming in through the group stage, but a wonderful start from Rorik. 140 EPS in his opening map. So that really puts to the test that they've got multiple talented players on this roster. New look VP, but it feels like the old times with this organization returning to the international fold.
Oh, could you imagine if we end up seeing a return to old for Virtus.pro? If we could rewrite a new script for them, guys, it feels like this could be the event that they really do it on. After what we saw in Stage 1, you've teed it up perfectly there, Jake. This could well be and may actually leapfrog any conversation about who the best in Europe is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they probably have, at least in my eyes, one of the more interesting and exciting and tantalizing storylines from the EML region. And with that comes pressure. I think there is an expectation on these guys to do well, which is a little bit funny to say given the other competition against them from the EML region. But again, a testament to how historically, internationally, that region has done really well in Siege. So I'm really excited to see if they can take it up to FaZe, because it is going to be a very challenging matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is. One of the best from EML versus undoubtedly, the best in SAL, and you could even claim one of the best in the world. There's no doubt about it. FaZe Clan are an absolute monster and continue. I think that the most important part about this conversation, Jake, is the consistency. It's not just being at a great level, but it's doing it over the last 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Funnily enough, I was speaking to Tim actually in the shuttle on the way over for today's matches, and we were kind of talking about teams that have at their first international event, maybe only been together for a couple of months, and then we used FaZe as the textbook example of, hey, they've been together and performing at a very high level, what, 4 or 5 years? So how are you meant to expect the likes of Fnatic, first international event, you look roster, it's only been a good couple of months to compete. And so that's where for teams that maybe fall short, they do look back and say, we don't need to go and rush and make changes. Look at what FaZe have done over many, many countless years. They didn't make a change after they essentially choked SI24. They kept at it, they went back to the well, and then eventually got rewarded. And that's been the strength not just of FaZe Clan, but really SAL as a region for so long. It's probably taken only maybe the last 12 months where that's maybe changed, and there has been a couple of different roster changes. But nevertheless, FaZe consistency is king for them, and I'm expecting them to also rise to the occasion for this match. They play better when they play against the top teams.
And they are definitely playing against the top team right now. Let's go ahead and have a look at the vetoes, determine where we're going for this one. Fortress, Border, into Lair. Now, if you have just come off the back of that past series, Wildcard had a phenomenal Fortress after going 5-1 down in the first half. But this is a new dawn. It's a new day. Two completely different teams from two different regions.
I mean, the discussion straight off the bat when we came back from the break is we are expecting 3 maps. And honestly, I think we've gotten close to a near perfect map veto for that to play out exactly as expected. Fortress is an incredibly strong map for virtus.pro. And honestly, the numbers aren't great for FaZe. Then you go across the border, you flip that narrative. Really great for FaZe. It's going to suit their playstyle, and the numbers are great. VP, not so much. And then Lair as the decider is actually pretty close in terms of the numbers for both teams respectively as well. FaZe, a little stronger on that final map, 5-2. VP 6-4 in terms of their respective records, but it's pretty close across the board. And I think when you take into consideration probably the fierceness of some of the competition in their respective regions, this really is shaping up on paper to be incredibly compact and close. 3 maps is a very fair expectation, but it probably doesn't go as far as turning the needle in terms of the expected victor, which I think is still FaZe by a decent margin. Not a significant margin, but something like a 60-40 split.
There's daylight under there.
Yeah.
It's interesting, obviously imagining FaZe Border 6-1 record. It's their 8th preference map. That's the way the system kind of looks at it. It's always a bit of a funny one. But I will say, I think when we kind of look at the veto that we've gotten, you probably might end in a situation where the first 2 maps are actually one-sided for both teams.
Sure.
But I do think we get to 3 maps.
Look, I think that there might be a glimmer of hope here in the fact that I can't really remember either of these two teams playing against each other in a massive series, right? And this is the context right now. You are going toe-to-toe for a qualifying spot. I just said it before in the last series. I'll say it again. You win this matchup right now, you have 4 days off until you get to playoffs. You get to enjoy your time here at EWC. If you lose this, into the lower bracket you go in a do-or-die matchup against God only knows who. It is time for us to get underway, and we won't bother with any semantics. Gentlemen, enjoy this one.
Fairly well, Rob. When we saw this as the matchup for today, guys, I thought, quite honestly, maybe matchup of the day. Don't think it would have been too far-fetched to suggest that. FaZe versus virtus.pro, a spot in playoffs. Should be a good one. And again, to reiterate, when we look at the veto, the expectation firmly on virtus.pro for Fortress, FaZe then for Border, Lair, throw it all up in the air and we'll see where it lands.
Yeah. Anything that subverts that, whether it be in favor of FaZe in a 2-0 fashion or VP flip that 2-0, to them would be certainly a shock result. We had a very brief moment in the pre-show to mention VP in their match yesterday against Edward, but FaZe on the flip side, actually an equal result against Fnatic, a 7-2. But that one played out a little bit differently in terms of how the match developed. The big storyline in that matchup was entry. FaZe struggled to find entry kills in that match, but it didn't really matter in the end because their mid to late round was so perfect and left Fnatic stunned on so many occasions that they were able to get a strong result regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can find the positive in that 100%. By the way, with FaZe starting on defense here for Fortress, I do expect Fortress maybe more than Border to actually be a little bit more equal. Even though this is a very strong map for virtus.pro. We're talking about only having lost it once to Shopify Rebellion this year. And as we know, Fortress is, well, the North American League map. So not too surprising that they did lose to the Rebellion then. But I think for FaZe, they can't allow that same entry failure as they had against Fnatic, against a quality outfit like virtus.pro. That will come back to bite them. So need to see FaZe do a little bit better in these earlier minute and a half, first 2 minutes, those entry battles. That's where they did lack a little bit.
Reloading!
Bans as well for this first half. Blitz, Deimos, Clash, Wamai. Nothing standing out as being particularly unusual. Good early bandit trick as well to note from FaZe. Soaking up a little bit of util there from Rorik, but didn't overinvest in those summers, so we'll have 2 remaining for the bulk of the round.
And by the way, virtus.pro, the second best entry team in EML Stage 1. So again, that's going to be something FaZe are going to have to deal with. Eddie is trying to keep that reinforced wall towards briefing closed, but it seems as if it's going to get opened up on the right-hand side. Halfway through this opening round, Skies will hold the angle. Rorik out of Selma charges now. Left side is clear. Skies' patience, though, from virtus.pro. Like this gameplay, not looking to rush after that wall gets opened up. And trust the Monty of NACO as well. And they can continue to play this more slow-paced style. It is Fortress after all. Need to be careful of Souls over towards the corridor, and Souls does strike. He pushes up, got aggressive, and found the opening kill. Watching towards the stairs, Cyber gets a freebie onto Den. FaZe well set up on the defense as Souls found one more. Pasha falls in the hallway himself. Only the Monty left of NACO. And that should be FaZe finding the opening round here on Fortress. A lovely headshot. Style points, but those points won't count to the scoreboard.
Yeah, into the meat grinder for the opening round for virtus.pro. Such as this beast of a map, it can be so difficult for the attack to get control, and when you're playing a quality outfit like FaZe, even once you get a semblance of control, it's difficult to even convert that in towards sight. It was great work from Souls on the disrupt swing. Rest of the team played their part against the split. And VP, couple of questions now to answer into round 2.
It's going to be very defender-sided, though. So, I mean, I don't know in terms of the questions if they're going to be too damning. You're going to struggle probably more in this half than you will in the second half. Fortress sits at a 61% defensive win rate. In the Europe Minor League region for SAL sits at 56.
Look, don't want to detract too much from the A stream, of course, but a quick score update over on the B stream. Dark Zero CAG. During the pre-show for this particular matchup, DZ got off to a perfect start, 2-0 up. CAG have responded, spoiler alert, 4 rounds in a row, now leading at the halftime break. So there is potential for CAG to get another massive result here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, it is important that you keep your eye on that one. I mean, obviously, for those watching along at home, you can actually have both streams up. It's not impossible.
Get the split screen up.
Yeah, get the split screen.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, big game. Both of these are big games as well in the ramifications regarding, you know, if you lose, who do you play next? So for FaZe Clan and virtus.pro, just to put it out there, the loser of this series will play the winner of Weibo Gaming or Enterprise Esports. Unfortunately, if you are the loser of Dark Zero CAG, Guz, your opponent will be either M80 or Team Liquid Alienware.
Oh. Yeah, given how the bracket has been seeded using the SI point standings, it's leading to some potentially devastating matchups in what is still relatively early in this tournament. Good point made by Rob as well. Qualified today, you get a pretty extended break. I don't know if that's for better or for worse, but...
Well, interestingly enough, while we've got some time here too, as it is Fortress, this will play out slow. Furia GK, as that will play later today, the loser of that will play Fnatic Edward Gaming. So if you imagine if Furia were to win, that means one of either GK, Fnatic, or Edward Gaming would be in playoffs. That's a big result for any of those teams. Souls. Well, that's a big kill with the DMR onto Pasha. And the second. Souls has started really nicely on Fortress. Found the opening kill in the first round. Backs it up in the second round. And FaZe, this is what we mentioned they need to do better of. Entry battles, so far, tick, tick in the opening 2 rounds.
And not allowing virtus.pro to set up the util layer, which is so crucial on Fortress.
Drone is activated.
The most fundamental early round groundwork from the attack hasn't been too bad to start, but in that little transition window from FaZe, it's been really good in response. Now for virtus.pro, it's about trying their best to salvage this round.
Dan does still have one more smoke grenade in pocket to try and maximize the usage of this glass. Sky is very low, but so is Souls. So trying to disrupt Cyber to go for a bit of a power play. This is that final smoke that has been laid out from Dan. But FaZe are playing this well. Good discipline, falling back, playing more towards the side. The angles, get the information from the bulletproof cameras. This is very conventional from FaZe Clan. Not giving virtus.pro anything easy. Allowing them to take some space, but then the site and the objective, well, that's going to be far more difficult. 35 seconds remaining. Dan, patient, hoping someone from FaZe will step in his way. Eventually, he is rewarded with said patience. Catching out Cyber. And with Neko over towards games, this now suddenly looks more doable for virtus.pro.
Yeah, very rare error there. The overpeak from Cyber, 20 seconds on the clock, rotation from Skies, and it's Dan to try and cover this plant directly.
Handy caught at the doorway. Dan, great cover. Plant should be successful. Dan again, this glass has been so impactful. KDS by himself in a 1v3 retake against the Monty. Needs to deal with him immediately. virtus.pro steal the second round. Seemingly out of nowhere.
I think FaZe would probably be the first to say that that round wasn't good enough. A commanding position, a great start to the round. Souls found 2. They had a full read on the final push. Dan was so patient. So patient. He waited for that mistake. A rarity from FaZe. But Cyber delivered that overpeak. It allowed virtus.pro to find route in towards site. And a little bit of a frustrating round there for FaZe now to contend with, but great fight from VP. Down below for the tertiary round 3.
Well, it needs to be said. I mean, we mentioned this was going to be defend decided with VP finding that round. That's the one that they need to just put them in good stead. But remember, this is the map they arguably need to be winning. Porte should be very strong for FaZe. But I loved the patience. You know, I saw it with like 35 seconds left. Dan is still holding.
It's the only way they win that round is by being patient and waiting for the mistake. But you just wouldn't expect, of all teams, for FaZe to be the ones to put a foot wrong. That's one of, in my opinion, one of their biggest strengths is they make so few errors. But it worked out for VP. I think so far, though, the expectation of this Fortress opening map has been very slow, very much a meat grinder for the attack. Been the case in the first 2 rounds. The third might open things up a little bit more depending on what VP go for.
Well, the fourth will be opened up even more because that Monty's going to get banned 100%.
99.99%.
I probably shouldn't say 100%. So waiting and Cafe for the third round.
Reloading.
Emphasis on FaZe to keep getting these defensive rounds. It's a good start now for virtus.pro.
Reloading.
So far, loving their due diligence on the attack, not rushing, clearing out, getting through the checklist in a timely manner. The downside has been, yes, they have been losing the entry battles. The start of these rounds have been favorable for FaZe. That means there's room for improvement if you're virtus.pro.
Not seeing anything here.
Significant presence on the second floor at the moment from the defense.
May as well rename Fortress to just Posture City. A lot of investment here for the drop down into tower, and it's worth it. They get the kill onto Handy. Dan to follow up onto Souls. Cyber from Museum. Headshot onto Skies. FaZe needing that one. Need to try and calm things down. Settle the nerves. Couldn't get the trade. Lovely kill onto KDS. And falling apart for the second defensive round straight for FaZe Clan. virtus.pro are starting to pick apart the Brazilians.
FaZe are so formidable on these roams with their typical ability to trade picks, even in the most chaotic of situations. Well done there from virtus.pro and finding some good info and then being able to exploit the space provided. Should now just be a matter of conversion, but Cyber may have something to say about it.
This is again where the Monty could be, in a way, able to stop. Cyber runs through the flames. Can he find an angle here onto the bomb tank? No. And now also using that mirror against FaZe. King getting caught and called out. Has to eat the call. Both so low for FaZe on the defense. Rorik also taken low towards Infirmary. Loving the movement, though, from FaZe. They are just very much squiggling around. Hard to shut down. Vidiking needs to connect the shots. Unable to. Make it 2 straight on the attack for virtus.pro. They take the lead on Fortress.
Dark is up and about, loving his energy behind the team at the moment. He will know that attacking rounds here on Fortress likely to come at a premium. And whilst round 2 could definitely be penciled down as a mistake from FaZe that was exploited, I think the third there was really off the back of their great playmaking, a map entry, good flood, initially over towards tower, and then critically made sure that they weren't susceptible to the trade attempts from FaZe, even as far as to the latest point of the round where Cyber was still a menace. And even when they made the site clear itself difficult by positionally being near perfect, virtus.pro were just able to relax, be cautious, and get the round confirmed.
Deploying jammer.
Well, I was right, 100% on the Monty ban. The Warden will also follow. With those 2 attacking rounds now for virtus.pro, that's job done in this half on a map like Fortress, which can lean upwards of up to 60% defensive win rate, pending the region. Realistically, for these next 3 rounds, they get to kind of just play for free. See how things develop. FaZe, the pressure's now on them. But, as we kind of said pre-match, we probably expect this series to go 3 maps. VP take Fortress, FaZe take Porte, but it's never that simple. Got to take the chances while they're there. Who knows? virtus.pro might come out on Porte and just smash you. So, every map is its own, but statistically, that's the storyline of the series. And so far now with virtus.pro having these 2 attacking rounds, it does make a lot more sense. I think ever since Fortress has come into the forecast, I think it's the map that's most likely to see 5-1 half splits in favor of defense. And that cannot happen here now for FaZe. It could potentially for VP, but that would be, well, that would be very strange.
Yeah, it would be. It's only positive signs at the moment for the email outfit. And this lineup screaming clearance, spearheaded by the Blackbeard.
The EML team with the Brazilian APAC coach. And the other thing as well for virtus.pro so far, every single round, within the first minute, they don't rush, they just set themselves up. They clearly look like a team that's got a good game plan, good understanding of how this map works, where they need to be positionally. And FaZe have been very passive on the defense, but Fortress kind of leans itself into being passive. Cyber creeping up. Guard break on the Blackbeard. Nako, he's got to be so careful. Needs a little bit of help. Cyber unable to connect the shots though, and gets punished. Back-to-back opening kills for VP.
Yeah, that's a shame for Cyber. Did so much right, but just couldn't land the clean headshot. Did waste a little bit of time. 60 seconds on the clock here for virtus.pro. Still largely posturing on the first floor. Tower stairs now for Nako. Could take a little bit of space. Not directly contested by FaZe, but the smokes from Vidiking last deployed will just stall out some time. Double Nitro as well, also available.
There's one.
Usher on the floor.
Oh, he's getting completely beat out, and then impact trick from below. Wasn't even the 4-3, only 2 needed from Skies. Wonderful set play again from virtus.pro, and Vidiking caught towards side. Souls falls too, and KDS in a 1 versus 4. This is looking devastating from virtus.pro. Sensational attacking play on a difficult map to attack into. They are putting the foot on the throat of FaZe early. This is their map.
Well, so far, this series playing out as expected with VP looking strong on their map selection, but you add in the caveat of it being Attack Fortress, I think that only makes it more impressive.
Tactical timeout, FaZe clan. Seen enough early on and know how desperately needed these next 2 rounds are. And these are the worst kind of tactical timeouts as a player, because you know full well as you're getting a speaking to, yeah, we're just not up for it right now. What's going wrong? Are the fundamentals not working? Are they just much better than us? What's going wrong?
Yeah, a bit of a crisis meeting for FaZe here. Being outmatched by VP thus far. Dan leading the charge with 6 picks. Neko's been really strong on his shield play, actually second fragging despite 3 rounds of Monty and then forced to transition across to the Blackbeard. And speaking of, big moment there. Cyber, you could argue, probably should have hit the headshot. It's one of those really awkward 1v1 duels, but...
Not easy.
No.
But he was in a position to get that kill.
And Neko made it basically as challenging as possible for him to hit that shot.
And started 5-1 as well. He and Dan, 11 combined. Funnily enough, Pasha, no kills yet. He was top-rated player in EML for stage 1. 114 EPS. 1.36 KD.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion.
We're definitely not going to call this one too early, guys. We've learned over the years to never do that.
Locate a bomb and defuse
But
it.
virtus.pro, in this position right now, sit very comfortable. It's on FaZe to do something exceptional from here now. Firstly, it needs to start with probably 2 defensive round wins. Then, managing their own attack.
I'd be stripping it back even further and just, let's get the entry kill this round.
Yeah.
Because in the last couple of occasions, VP have found that, then prevented a lot of the trade game that is anticipated from FaZe, and then have done a really good job in managing time, being patient, and then ensuring that the final pieces of the puzzle can be aligned late round. It's been a pleasure to watch so far. And now we wait to see if FaZe, after that tactical timeout, have been able to problem solve their way back into the match. Vidiking flicking cameras currently, and in some ways no info's info. I think off the back of that we'll largely be expecting the posture old tower side as guys are inside with said shock drone will help facilitate some coverage.
I do wonder for FaZe if this map just doesn't really play into some of their strengths. Very rarely do you see them this passive on the defense. They like to be a little tricky, move around the map, force you to have to kind of guess their positioning. But on a map like Fortress, where it's so site-orientated, it's far easier for virtus.pro to kind of understand where and how FaZe are playing. Funnily enough, the map like Porte flips that completely. Handy wins the battle over towards top main. Headshot onto Rorik. Said, start with the opening kill. There it is.
Yeah, nice proactive defense there from Handy, fighting on the exterior of the building. 60 seconds now for virtus.pro. It's a big stack over towards Old Tower. FaZe will be able to establish the cross into this position.
Vidiking not panicked by the frag grenade, just a small little step to the left and then back to the right. He's also got souls for company here inside of games. Oh, I don't quite know about that one. Quite literally sent it and Pasha gets a free kill. Wanted to charge at Neko, but he had the cover of the DMR from the Dockerby. Once again, virtus.pro in a good position. 1-for-1 trade, but they've got site control. Neko just needs to find a comfortable plant position. They do lose skies. FaZe fighting back. Big kill from KDS and Cyber 2 shuts down Pasha. Neko at that point needed to put the shield away, and KDS says this round's done. A second acquired for FaZe. Final round of the half coming up.
Yeah, really nice start there from Handy, taking the dual DMR in hand early, wins that out, gives him his team the advantage. FaZe then with a good read on the tower side stack. They were a little susceptible to the Blackbeard and the Glaz combination, which ultimately upset the hold initially, but then the follow-up was great, and the lurk down below also proving to be a success. So a clean conversion from FaZe. But it's important to be clear here that on a map such as Fortress, they are still trailing, and even a 3-3 half, in most cases, is noted as a trailing score. So, next one's still important here for FaZe over to the tertiary.
Do you want an update on the Dark Zero CAG game happening on the B stream at the moment, Guz?
No, okay.
No, spoiler out 3, 2, 1. Dark Zero are on match and series point, leading now 6-4, having won the last 4 rounds straight. What is shaping up to be a very defender-sided cafe, and they are on defense. Dark Zero now looking very likely to get past the APAC team, which would put CAG by Varel in a very tricky position, playing then the winner of M80 or Team Liquid. Of course, that's still live on the B stream. And to follow on the B stream later after that will be Furia versus GK Esports. Final round of the half here for FaZe versus virtus.pro. virtus.pro have already done everything needed in this half. 3 attacking rounds is more than plenty. One more would put them in a very solidified position. Opening kills have been important. Only 1 round where it has not converted into a round win. That was back in round 2, so a long way to go.
VP going for a very, very different lineup this time for the Waiting Cafe attack. Almost a complete switch. In fact, a total plan B for them. Dropping notably the Snake, for instance. They'll facilitate more util clearance. The Flores. Capital for a bit of spacing. And of course, the Glaz will be a looming threat, especially with no ward and counter on the board here for FaZe. Opening kill goes the way of Pasha, as virtus.pro eagerly try and etch their way towards a lead at the halftime break. FaZe around now, where FaZe will look to get proactive, get on the front foot, and try and find a pick pack. But VP are cautious, and they're expecting that, as they have over the course of the last few rounds.
Hendy's aggressive with wanting to make sure he can keep an eye on this window vault in. Heading into the final minute of the half. Big corridor stack from VP, and Cyber walks straight into it. Easy kill onto Cyber. He's done that a couple of times in this half where he just goes searching. In fact, a lot of FaZe members at times will go searching and then caught by VP, who have got a lot of discipline. Pasha gets rid of Vidiking. A donut and a half from him. Souls, an all-important kill onto Skies. Whenever Handy's still alive, a round is alive for FaZe. That's kicked down and got some help from Souls, but a quick clear from Nako. Grabs the case and goes for the plan inside of Waiting. Needed to win that Souls, and Pasha is just better. 4 attacking rounds from virtus.pro on Fortress. This is their domain. This is their map pick. Half-time, timeout coming. 2 minutes for FaZe to talk things over and see what they can do on their attack, because it's not looking good.
No, it's not. But again, important to remember and contextualize that it is the selection of VP, a very strong map for them this year. Second in the series will be FaZe's selection of Porte, again, in a similar vein to this opening map. It's very strong for FaZe. So we came into this series expecting 3 maps, and I don't think that's changed a ton.
A little bit. I was probably not expecting virtus.pro to get 4 attacking rounds.
Exactly.
Maybe a
Yeah.
3-3 or 2-4, something like that, and then dominate on the defense. So, I mean, for me,
That's the small curveball at the moment.
definitely got to give flowers to virtus.pro for how they played that half. Attacking into Fortress is not easy. Ended up splitting the opening kills 3-3. Interestingly, only got the plant down once. That was back in the second round. Dan with a 3K, Skies with a 3K, Pasha with a 3K, showing that they're not a 1-man or 2-man kind of team. It's a full stack. Everyone's going to have their say. I think they'd be very happy with the way that they played in that half. It's not just a case of, oh, it's our map. Just very good fundamentals, really good discipline, never rushed. You look at the opening kill timings, there was only a single pick that was above the 1.5 minute mark. 90% of the action was in the final 90 seconds. And when you're an attacking team and you're playing with the clock kind of a little bit more against you, that adds a little bit more pressure, and they managed that really well in the half.
Scheduled timeout will come to an end.
In some ways, Fortress as a map plays a little bit more like how Siege in general was played 3-4 years ago. You think back to like 20-second meta sort of era when the clock itself was much lower on time, usually into the final minute, and there were still a lot of 5v5s. So the bands Kaid, Monty Bandit, and Deimos.
Just an interesting little side note. I had a look across at the average entry time in the map pools of EML and SAL respectively. Fortress is number 2 in terms of the actual fastest average entry at 1:26. A couple of chalets all the way at
That's
1:04. On the opposing side in SAL, Fortress sits at 6th with 1:15. So pacing a little different.
Yeah, we're going to get a rehost here. There has been an issue after the scheduled timeout a couple of times so far here at EWC where it just doesn't load in.
Yeah, some chatter in the old chat, maybe in regards to a skin selection or non-skin selection on a particular weapon. So
I don't even think that's going to be relevant.
No, it has.
They're not loading in anyway.
No, that's what's causing the issue.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's happened before.
Shouldn't take too long. Well, looking across the border briefly, well, we've got a little bit of an extended halftime break. Again, a 6-1 record for FaZe Clan. That's over the last 6 months. The only loss being against Team Falcons, which was 6 months ago. 5-7 loss at the 6 Invitational. They ended up winning that series 2-1. Interestingly enough, actually, in that series, guys, against Falcons, where they lost to the border, Lair was the final map, and FaZe won at 7-0. Lair, of course, will be the final map in this series as well. Virtus.pro have not won on border at all. Played it once against G2, lost at 3-7, and permaban ever since. And the update on the B stream as we are getting close to finishing the rehost. Dark Zero have qualified for playoffs, knocking CAG by Varel into the lower bracket, and it's a meat grinder of a lower bracket for them. Team Liquid Alienware or M80 awaits for them.
Yeah, a bit of a wake-up call, I guess, for CAG after riding the coattails of their impressive victory.
Still a really good
over
series against Dark Zero. We got the benefit of watching some of it.
Yeah, exactly. Looked competitive. We were watching it back in the green room, playing some good Siege, taking on the SLC champs. It's never going to be an easy game and one that was never over until it's over.
Dark Zero's in really good form right now.
Yeah, they do look scary.
But they are the second team to have now qualified, and good signs for the North American region with both Dark Zero and Wildcard getting through from Group A. Question will be, will M80 join them? And if so, got to get through Team Liquid and then CAG.
All 10 players are back into the lobby. And so once the settings are input and ready to go, we'll jump back into the action. So bear with us for a moment or two. This one, though, shaping up to be an interesting series. Map 1, not particularly competitive thus far. BP looking strong on attack, sitting on a 4-2 lead at the moment, and a nice buffer heading onto Fortress defense, where, if anything, they should be in a position to extend that advantage. FaZe haven't played particularly poorly. You could probably make a case in 1 or 2 rounds there were some big mistakes made, but honestly, outside of that, it's been VP dictating a lot of the tempo of the rounds. Their willingness to be patient has been rewarded. And the mistake minimization on those attacks was also really, really nice. Not sure we expect FaZe to be able to fight back that comprehensively on attack. It's such a skilled and experienced roster. It does not mean you can take them lightly by any means. Fist bumps deployed, and back into the server we go.
And back in 4-2 half. Feels like it's turning into a routine thing at the halftime break. It's almost like a 5-minute break. 2 minutes, 2 minutes to talk, and then 3 minutes to sit around. Man Bathroom will be the opening site choice for virtus.pro on the defense. To reiterate the bans, Kanye Bandit, Monty Damos. Let's get underway. Virtus.pro looked very, very good on their attack. FaZe will need to replicate that to see if we've got ourselves a map. Otherwise, the expectation from here should be that virtus.pro will be very, very dominant on the defense. Let's see if FaZe can subvert those expectations.
Reloading. Cover me. 10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this second half. I think I'm tempering my expectations very much for a FaZe comeback, but I also wouldn't put it past them. First couple of rounds here are going to be telling on attack and what kind of mindset FaZe are in and what their game plan is, and will that be compatible against the defense of VP?
Well, there's a saying, guys, because like this in any sport, you never count out the back-to-back champs. Till proven otherwise.
Well, champions at the 6th Invitational, of course, still seeking success at the Esports World Cup.
Well, if they keep winning hammers, does it really matter? It is interesting, though, across the, been a very dynastic couple of years. The main things that have been missing, you know, majors, EWC. Now, this will be interesting to see if virtus.pro on the defense will opt to get a little bit more aggressive. Or testing tower stairs, but he gets pinged and forced back. He'll look to delay them with the gas babes. Cyber will not be able to make his way up there quickly. Pasha, nice cell shot out. Well, there's a couple of eyes on that one. Handy found the opening kill on the Rorik. Good start for FaZe to find that first pick. Cyber now making his way up tower stairs. Yeah, you could have asked for a better start here with your FaZe clean on the attack of Fortress. This is good.
Yeah, Rorik got squeezed. Difficult to fault him in that particular position, but credit to FaZe in being able to capitalize and cut off the smoke.
Keeper deployed.
Guys now also forced back, so FaZe layering nice pressure courtesy of Cyber on the blitz.
Already somewhat see the difference here. There's probably like a tiny bit more aggressive on the defense in this opening round. Cyber peppered away. Nako with the DMR to finish him off. So they lose the blitz. 2 ROUs available for Souls. Running on by Skies and Nako watching the doorway. Souls thinking he could slip on in. Skies taking down a 1 HP towards Museum. Now into Bathroom he goes. VP will play site. Triple stack inside of Bathroom. Pasha will be the flanker. And Nako, though, he's getting it all done. 3 kills for him in the round. Shuts down the Starman in Handy. KDS bites back. Nako low on health and still decent amount of time remaining for FaZe. 30 seconds is plenty on Fortress.
Dan has double Zodo and Nitro, so there's good denial potential here for the defense.
Handy has to find the safe plant position, then also for Vidiking to watch and cross and cover, but he's at 0 and 7. Plant was successful, but couldn't do anything else as virtus.pro will make it 5-2.
Indeed, they will. VP looking formidable on Fortress. I love the active defense. Didn't panic when they lost control of tower when the smoke fell. The blitz was still standing, and instead of allowing FaZe to take that space for free and continue to layer pressure, they were able to disrupt. They found that delayed trade, dropped the shield, and it's a good proactive shooting, especially on site from Nako. was more than enough to catch FaZe off guard. There was that key pick onto Cyber. And Neko deep with that DMR got full use. And the vibe's very good in the VP camp currently.
And on the flip side for FaZe, they just have the look of a team with a few long faces right now. Nothing's really working for them. Vidiking 0 kills.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well reinforced.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a long way back from here now when you're facing a 3-round deficit. VP's on defense. This tournament's too big to just say GG, go next. You've got to fight to the very end.
Impressive tag. Maybe I should borrow some.
That previous round also the second round here on Fortress where the opening kill was not converted.
Both FaZe.
Both FaZe. The previous was second floor. That was funnily enough where Souls got the double with the DMR and then they threw the round late. That last round, far less of a throw in comparison, but the side of FaZe that we don't often see where advantages are not being converted.
Let's call some chaos.
Through Hamam for Cyber on the solid stake.
Location. Going for a drive.
First round of this second half, virtus.pro looked very eager on the defense, wanted to push out, take some fights. Now they're a 5-2 up. You got Neko on the clash. Dorms games, you very much can kind of just sit back, hold around the area. Don't need to push out as much. They have extended a little bit though. Max Skies will make his way back now. Pasha still stays over towards that courtyard corridor position, stretching the map. An entry from Cyber onto Skies.
Swapping mags.
Virtus.pro were close to getting the remonstration and found. Cyber, I don't think, was aware of Pasha's position. So close to him. Cyber then trying to pull up the radar. The Virtus.pro do net the trade.
And we'll see how much that now starves info gathering for the remainder of the round with Cyber in the grave. Big focus now on drone work. No Grimbees remain. Handful of payloads for Handy to maybe try and disrupt that way. But it looks a little bit, pardon the pun, grim for FaZe at this point of the round. Despite an equalized man count. Oh, but Pasha!
Well, here we go. This could open it up. They've got the ability to flood into the site now. Headshot from Souls, 40 seconds, decent amount of time. Now you've got the numbers. Agapello call onto Dan will be answered. Neko could not be called. He's already eaten one earlier. Dan towards games. Good kill onto the Grim. Evens up that man count. Towards the doorway. Rorik with a shotgun. Coming with the battle against Souls with a shotty up close. And then, but Neko and Dan get one each. And now Souls by himself. Virtus.pro flip it again. Winning all of these gunfights to look for a 6-2 lead. Souls may have kit, but there's only 7 seconds remaining. Still needs to walk into the site. Virtus.pro, hold, discipline. It's perfect. No chance for Souls. He's dead in 3, 2. Gets off the kit anyway, and this map is looking done. Dominance from Virtus.pro, 4 map points.
And even in a round where the late round, FaZe actually got themselves into an advantageous position by denying the flank attempt from Pasha. The onside anchor work from the likes of Dan, Foe in the disruption of the Clash Shield. It made for a formidable combination that FaZe simply couldn't break down. They were starved of info really late in the round. Also that opportunity there where they won the duel against Shotgun and just aren't able to quite connect enough dots in that round. 4 opportunities for VP to go 1-0 up in regulation.
I mean, VP just looked more comfortable around the map, as if their knowledge of positioning, whereabouts as to the way that FaZe are going to be pushing in means that they've been a little bit more aggressive on the defense than FaZe were. FaZe were so passive, they looked a little bit scared and timid. Not the case for VP. It's been really, really dominant. I expected more from FaZe in the first half. I didn't really have big expectations for this second half. But again, it's also another round in which they did find that early kill onto Skies. Virtus.pro, we said coming into this match, one of the metrics we wanted to see them improve on compared to their Fnatic result were those entry battles. And while they've done that, guys, they haven't then also been able to
It's gone the complete opposite.
Yes. This is actually quite similar to the FaZe Fnatic game, except FaZe are, well, cosplaying as Fnatic.
And it could well end up being a 7-2.
And 7-2 as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's been a good performance from Virtus.pro to kick off this best of 3. Now it's a matter of converting this position.
It's the best feeling too when you have these lopsided map picks. Now going into Porte, yes, FaZe will be dominant, but VP have got tails up, momentum. So, and they know then Lair is kind of waiting as a backup. That second map could get very, very interesting.
Yeah, VP will have nothing to lose. On a map like Border, sometimes you can produce unexpected results.
I wonder if we've had a donut so far at the Esports World Cup. King's not too far away. 0-8.
Very uncharacteristic.
Very. This new look Virtus.pro. Here to establish what this organization has done many, many times over the years, and that is to succeed at the international events. mibr has done quite well in the 2 rounds of this half on the Solid Snake to facilitate entry positions, and Handy does find yet another opening kill. But sorry, my trust in you, FaZe, well, it's been lost a little bit. To follow up on this, they did get some damage into Dan. Damage may not be enough, though. He stays alive towards Cafeteria.
That's full horizontal here from FaZe, completely ignoring Vert above currently. There's a bit of a lurk on that second floor from Handy, but outside of that, a big focus courtyard side at the moment from the attack. Scouting to take place up above. Nako up close, gets support from Skies. A 3 versus 3 now.
Keep up area on duty.
Well, this is where Vidiking might just have to find a kill. Well, it's not just up to him with Handy and Cyber ever present. Want this to be a 3 versus 3. Vidiking's going to have to get active towards Old Tower. Handy searching, if not mine. Just keeping him at
up close.
Is he aware? Up close. No, he was not. Sidepark did get rid of Nako. Flash out from Vidiking. That was his final one. There is a frag grenade available from Cyber. Won't matter. Pasha finds the kill. Vidiking, you must find one. He cannot. It's a donut for Vidiking. And it's a 7-2 beatdown from Virtus.pro on Fortress. A warning for the remainder of the Esports World Cup. Do not take these guys to this map.
Don't take them to Fortress. I think that's a very firm message. Look, FaZe showed a little bit of fight throughout, but unfortunately completely outmatched on this opening map. Now though, for FaZe, it's about locking back in, because the second map in this series, based on numbers, could well be a flip. There is a world in which FaZe could dominate here on map 2.
You'd hope so. You would really hope so. Former world champions, best out of Brazil, out of the SAL, and they've struggled. Nay, they haven't even gone across the finish line in map 1. Disappointing performance, but obviously the context was coming into this, and guys, you did set this up perfectly. This is primed to go to 3 maps. The way this veto played out, the way the maps have played out, this means that we should see a 3rd map, because I'm not going to say would yet. When FaZe really struggled in their 1-to-1 battles, Jake, they struggled to get over the line. They struggled to connect more than a couple of kills together in quick succession. This is not the FaZe we know.
Yeah, I mean, you want to give a lot of credit to Virtus.pro, though.
100%.
That first half was sensational. So much discipline. Clearly had very strong fundamentals of the map. They knew they could take their time, didn't have to rush anything, and I thought that they played a very mature game of Siege on Fortress, and Fortress as a map probably needs maturity. You can't just rush in and play it like Border. Funnily enough, we are going to Border next, so we're going to change up the style, and that's something that FaZe are clearly going to hope will work for them.
Yeah, they definitely, Virtus.pro looked incredible. They did play like Fnatic, but Virtus.pro just looked so well drilled, and I think that this is a Virtus.pro that I mean, if you hadn't watched the EML, you would not have seen for years. Just plain and simply, we've never expected this out of Virtus.pro in the last 2-3 years, and now they're starting to come back into their own. They're starting to look good. All the additions, all the changes that have been made, Dark coming on as the coach, it's all compounding into a championship contending team. And that's the critical word here, guys, is contending. Because no matter how well they play in this series, there is a long way to go between here and the grand final of EWC, but they've certainly started out in the right foot.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a marathon, not a sprint, this series. But they've given themselves now a perfect position for the second map to be a free shot. If it doesn't go their way and FaZe flip this result, as we're kind of expecting, and we go to the third, so be it.
Yep.
It resets. It's a best of one. But as Jake was kind of saying during the cast, they're now in a really good spot where their game plan has clearly worked on map 1.
Yep.
And who knows what can happen on Porte. It is the style of map, because it's so worked out, because it's so compact, because it can be so volatile, it can sometimes produce intriguing results. So VP have put themselves in a really, really good position, and clearly this team is right up there as one of the best of the tournament to take down FaZe on that fashion, irrespective of background numbers and all the rest. The way in which they approached the map and the way in which their game plan translated really was a pleasure to watch, and they were well deserving of the win.
And don't forget as well, like with Porte, while FaZe have got an incredibly good record on it, and we're lauding them for their performance previously over the last 6 months, 6-1 record. Last time they lost again, I mentioned Falcons SI. It also is a permaban too. It's a weird one. They banned it. So for reference, they've banned it 22 times over the last 6 months. They've picked it once.
Yeah.
But a 6-1 record. As I said, it's kind of labeled as their second worst map preference-wise.
But we know it's not.
But we know it's not.
Yeah.
And so obviously they're backing themselves in here because not only, while they're not always happy to play it, they know full well that Virtus.pro don't play it. They've only played it once. They didn't win that game. They got trounced. And it is indeed also the permaban map for Virtus.pro. And this will now be where we get to test out Dark, the coach, for VP.
Correct.
How much work have they put in behind the scenes to be ready for this? Because you need a strong map pool at these big events.
Yeah, it's been 90 days essentially since Virtus.pro last played it, so I don't even think we can count it as a game that they've played, I'll be completely honest with you. And knowing what Virtus.pro are like after seeing that kind of map, I think... Look, this might just be an interesting discussion point. You can shut me down, Guz, because I do love getting shut down here.
Hit me.
I'll hit you with it. Well, I won't hit you, but I'll hit you with this one. I feel as though if any map you're going to go to that you haven't played for a hot minute, Porte is an excellent map to go to. You've got the ability to be aggressive. You've got the ability to play a little ratty if you want to, but I think that the chaos and carnage that you get on that map would be completely different to something like Fortress.
Yeah, I think you can get away with playing a really good default style of Porte. That doesn't mean you can't change up tempo. I think that's going to be really, really critical, especially on the attacks for VP.
Yeah, sure.
But I think that's one of the takeaways from Fortress is that their synchronization and their ability to play off one another was so strong that I backed them in to pick up the pace if required on this second map. Fortress naturally far slower, far longer build-ups. Maybe they can switch that up a little bit on Porte. And again, it goes back to the preparation from Dark. I think that is probably going to be the key detail going into this map. Just how ready are they for FaZe?
Well, I mean, for Virtus.pro, they kind of set the tone on Fortress, didn't they? And they're going to need to probably do something similar on Porte, because if they go into Porte now and think, well, it's not our map, we'll kind of let FaZe, kind of start things and set the tone, and we'll kind of follow them. It's just going to end poorly for them. So Virtus.pro have to go into Porte, whether it's defense, attack, and really try and get on top of FaZe and force FaZe to have to then respond to them again, like kind of Fortress. And if they don't do that, then I think FaZe can very much get back into this series. For all intents and purposes, I am counting on FaZe to respond on Porte. If they don't, and VP do take Porte, win this 2-0, serious question marks then for FaZe Clan moving forward.
Yeah, certainly so, and it might even end up being a Falcons kind of question line, right? Like it is in that era that if we are to see something like that, now we are just and-ifing and butting over here, and I don't think we really need to, because ultimately it is defense that they start on. If that's
VP are on defense,
okay, so
don't mind attacking. I think
what I will say to lean into your point, I think they have to dictate the pace here. I don't think that they can afford to allow FaZe to take control of that map. I think they have to be the aggressor.
Play at the windows, play at the entry, be aggressive.
Also,
so pretty much the opposite of Fortress in some ways, where it's more sit back on the site, hold these key positions like tower, and then fall back, that sort of peeling the onion defense. I think on Porte, you want to be far more in the face of FaZe Clan in this half if you're Virtus.pro. Don't just sit back and play site. And if they do, I mean, starting on defense, Porte, you can control Porte on defense.
I think it's worth, no matter what happens, guys, I think it's actually worth taking the risk to lose the opening pick 6 rounds in a row. I'll be honest with you. I think it's worth that risk to make that move.
I think the funny part about this entire discussion is we saw the last 3 rounds back on Fortress. FaZe got the opening kill and didn't convert, which was in stark contrast to what we saw in their match against Fnatic, where they were often still fighting from behind but being able to win rounds. It was a complete flip around back on Fortress. Porte, I would hazard to guess, just off the top of my head, would be one of the strongest maps in terms of entry conversion. You see that snowball effect, whether it be for attack or defense, just due to the nature of the compact map and sort of how the defense is normally structured. So for FaZe, for me, I'm immediately going to be looking at that. The entry duel is absolutely critical.
Because it takes space around the map.
Yeah, and if we see FaZe get off to a good start in terms of the entry, but then failing to convert, that is a massive red flag. So for me, that's what I'll be looking at immediately.
Look, I think that when we're looking at the game that's just unfolded in front of us, I really do think that that's in the rear vision mirror. I don't think that's going to affect FaZe going into this. So there does have to be that element from virtus.pro that is proactive, that is aggressive, that is willing to take battles on their own kind of terms, I guess, is just the simplest way to put it. And I think that starting on Border, this is an opportunity for them. You look across, though, and you look at the players that we're kind of expecting from FaZe to come alive here. And these players are absolutely horrifying.
Well,
right?
They've got a 60% attacker win rate and a 60% defensive win rate, FaZe, on Border. Now, it's not even worth looking at the stats for virtus.pro. They played it once, and they got beaten 3-7.
That's non-compete.
So
Don't worry
that's
about
whatever. We're going to see what they've worked on. But when you're 60% both sides, it means that it doesn't matter if they're starting attack, which they are, or it wouldn't have mattered if they're starting on defense. What matters the most is how aggressive they'll now be in this attacking half first up. You know, are they going to be expecting and knowing what VP are going to play like? No, they won't, guys. Because VP haven't played this map either. There is nothing really to workshop on.
Yeah, they're going to want to make a statement, I think. If you're FaZe right now, you have to.
Can FaZe get everyone involved inside of the server? I obviously don't want to flag it too much.
You flag it, brother. You're going to anyway.
You have to. Vida King 09. I had a
what was his EPS? 25?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an EPS that low.
Do you want to know what's worse than the EPS? Is the cost.
0% cost,
Nothing.
0% survival. He was rated 15th in SAL in stage 1, so he needs to step up big time, and FaZe need to get him into the game.
The first few rounds, Rob, are going to dictate who gets in control of this map.
Yeah, sure.
And so I'm expecting fireworks rounds 2, or towards rounds 2-3. So the first 2-3 rounds, then you get into the bands in the first chat with the coach. So it's the first 3 rounds that are going to set the tone.
Whilst we go in as having FaZe be complete favourites on this map, the unknown that is virtus.pro at the moment, after seeing what they've done in the last 6 months, there is that element of optimism that you have for this roster, and especially given the fact that we have not seen them play on this map for over 3 months. This now all culminates in what could be a deciding map in their entire EWC campaign. virtus.pro are 1 map away from booking the finals.
Well, what a big map it promises to be, because we came into the series basically saying Fortress goes the way of VP, and FaZe, well, they should take Border. But now, with such a dominant Fortress, these first few rounds are going to see which script we will follow. And I tell you what, if virtus.pro win this map, doesn't matter if it's an 8-7 or a 7-0, just winning the map and beating FaZe 2-0 and getting into playoffs, oh boy, they become a top threat to even take out potentially the entire tournament.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a shockwave, that's for sure. But it certainly feels possible. But I think our expectations still very much need to be grounded. FaZe are the poster boy for coming back from this kind of position and going onto such a strong and dominant map. They're still expected to win. Let's jump in then. Bans are Azami, Mira, Monty, Glaz, and nothing too notable in that regard. Playing out in a rather expected fashion.
5 seconds remaining.
It's all going to come down to the game plan, the approach, the tempo, and the aggression from these two forces, and when they butt heads, what that will produce.
And a reminder, the loser of this series will play either Weibo or Enterprise. I think on paper, it's fair to say, and it hurts me to say, many would think, yeah, it doesn't matter who loses this, they'll probably be dead set favorites against either of those two. But either of those two, I think, are also more than capable of an upset. So you'd rather just win now. sleep a little bit more soundly tonight. So as I said, I think the first 3 rounds should very much be both teams vying for control. Get a really good feel. Armory Archives for virtus.pro, strongest defensive site, and it gives them the ability to push over towards break, try and play the windows towards security, play the entire top level floor of this map. Vidiking, no kills on Fortress. 0-9, 25 EPS. He would love an early kill on the Deimos.
Yeah, absolutely. Wants to hit that kill feed early and have impact in the match. It's the Wamai up next to be targeted. Dan, phenomenal back on Fortress. Player that FaZe will be looking to target and tame here on Porte. And he takes a fight elsewhere on the exterior of the map. virtus.pro doing a good job at denying map control.
Oh my word! Cyber
just took one step too far forward and Cyber was ready.
Oh, there's a doorway battle. Mako unable to fully connect with the shotgun. He's got a pinch developing towards his position of office. Some more gas paper remaining. FaZe just starting to take some good ground. East stairs control established. Lurking still outside security on the west side balcony is Souls. Rorik is still inside of security. Really only Pasha that's actually inside at the moment. And Nako unable to land that shotgun. KDS staying alive. And they lose another one in Skies. Pasha to fall too. FaZe Clan melting down this defense of virtus.pro. This may even be flawless. VP wanting to meet them head on, but FaZe have just got them outnumbered. Vidiking went from 0 kills on the opening map to 3 in the first round of map 2.
If that doesn't embody the kind of storyline that we were trying to drill home going into the second map,
Never
nothing
write
will.
these guys off, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. Yeah, really clean work across the board. Great pressure layered. Good presence of mind early when VP were very eagerly contending the map exterior just to be ready for everything and anything. And that read from them was initially really, really good.
A couple of missed opportunities for VP.
Yeah.
Certainly for Nako, definitely. And then also the first death as well, guys. Cyber, Dan, just a strange angle, and Cyber hits a really good shot. So I think early on in that round, it wasn't necessarily bad from virtus.pro. See what they were trying to do. They wanted to establish break position, security, lock that down, good office hold, kind of somewhat didn't want to battle towards East stairs, did afford that over to FaZe, and then but just you lose one, you don't quite hit your shot with the shotgun, and then from there, FaZe just snowball. And it's kind of what you said before in terms of the entry battle on Porte. That snowball effect is very, very strong. Once you start losing defenders on this map, where you want to stretch out a little bit more, you're not quite just compact on the site, opens up the gaps, open up the pathways for the attack. Saw that evidently in the opening round. Bent Workshop, the follow-up here in the second round. Will play largely similar. Top 4 hold focus, and certainly towards security. But if you're VP, you can't go into your shells in the second round. You've got to keep fighting here at the windows, at the doorways. Make it difficult for FaZe to get into the building. Because once you start to fall back against FaZe and you afford them a lot of space, well, I think it's quite self-explanatory as to what will then happen next.
Death bar tracker out.
Hostile tagged.
No mute counter this time around for VP against the Deimos. And Cyber's already found incredible space here waiting, mind you.
East stairs. Oh my goodness.
You can't be half peeking into that.
Did it in the opening round, Cyber, and he's done it again here in the second. These feel like warning shots from FaZe. They are not a wounded dog after just one nap. If anything, they look invigorated. They look comfortable. VP still are trying to fight, It's not as if they're, you know, scurrying back to the site. They do want to swing. They do want to take these fights, but FaZe want it more. Handy straight through break, easy kill onto Rorik. His attention was more so focused outside security. And again, on this map, you start to lose numbers and those entry positions become far easier. This may be back-to-back flawless to start on Porte. Only 10 remains. Oh, indeed it is. 10 straight kills to 0. Not a great start for virtus.pro.
I think FaZe are ready for lair, Jake. I do wonder if there's part of them that are like, let's beat them harder on map 2 than they beat us on 1, right?
I mean, this is the thing sometimes. We say pre-match, well, Fortress goes away VP, Porte goes away FaZe, let's just go to lair. Doesn't always work out that way, so you do still have to play it out. Timeout called from Dark for virtus.pro. He's seen enough. He knows after these 2 rounds, you've lost Armory Archives, and you lost it convincingly, flawlessly. Vent Workshop, yeah, sometimes that can obviously go to the attack. Porte's very good for attacking teams, but you lost it flawlessly. You don't often see back-to-back flawless to start a map. Clearly, something's going wrong, but what is it? In theory, they are objectively playing the way I expected them to play, at the doorways, trying to deny entry positions, take fight, taking space around the map. FaZe is just hitting really good entry shots, most notably Cyber, back-to-back crucial opening kills.
Yeah, and we're seeing the snowball effect of those entries where, concerningly back on Fortress, converting entry proved to be a challenge, as is expected here on Porte. We're seeing a far different outlook, where they're finding that opening pick immediately, then taking control, and as VP look to fight back, they get caught out. Back-to-back, you're right.
So whenever you go back-to-back, and certainly out of a tactical timeout as well, you're kind of looking, well, what's the difference going to be? So for virtus.pro, it is quite a significant change. Now, they'll bring the Mozzie again, but say goodbye to the Solus, the Smoke, the Fenrir, and the Sentry. Castle comes in, so does the Wamai, so does the Tuber and the Mute, and immediately it screams to me, let's play a little bit more defensive in our approach.
They're trying to force more utility clearance and offer a little more safe haven in terms of positionally where they can play, where maybe they don't necessarily have to take initially a lot of gunfights. They can instead lean back on the util and peel a little bit more on the defense.
But in some ways, it also concedes that initial.
Yeah, that's.
2-3
I can't help but
battle.
shake the feeling that it's a little bit of a negative approach, but
if it works, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. I think that's the key takeaway is it's probably appropriate given just how dominant the start has been from FaZe. It shouldn't be looked at as waving the white flag.
No, it's definitely not. We're only 2 rounds played. But it is waving the white flag in the conventional sense of, yeah, maybe we're not going to be as aggressive, but we want to force you to beat us in a different way.
Yeah. And if this doesn't work...
well, Lair.
I think Lair, yeah.
They do also bring, by the way, Quad Nitrocell, as Mint ever so humbly labeled it. C4 Maxi.
C4 Maxi.
It also meant for FaZe, you understand they've called a timeout, they've changed things up a little bit, same site. They're going to be slightly cautious with their approach. I say that. Nako straight through Office and towards Fountain. They're showing still a little bit of presence here. They're basically saying to FaZe, we will be more defensive, but we're just going to do it somewhere else.
Nitrocell trick down the hallway there from Skies, but doesn't quite net the result of catching FaZe off guard in the corridor. Courtesy of the Habana being able to chip away at a lot of this utility and establish a nice foothold over towards top east stairs in the surrounding area.
Here they come again, though. I mean, Simon just wants to push down this hallway, but electing not to.
As my friend would say, time to make a new door. See you on the other side.
Heading into the final 60 seconds of the round, if you're virtus.pro, you're probably happy with the way things have developed. Until then, again, Cyber, 3 straight opening kills. That's Rorik towards security. So now this entire south side of the map is completely vacant for virtus.pro. FaZe have many different angles in which they can converge towards this top floor. Again, reminder, it is Vent Workshop, but you do want to clear Armory Archives because of the Vert.
They needs to hit that Nitro.
I mean, Solus is watching the drop. because you've got that extra body of fortitude. Dan towards Workshop, scurries away, knowing that he's getting hunted down, and indeed he was. Cyber was on the march.
3 flawless in a row.
It could very well be back to back to back flawless rounds from FaZe. What are we witnessing? 3 straight flawless rounds. Well, they are the back-to-back SI champions after all. We shouldn't be that dumbfounded.
Look, I can't fault VP. They went in to that round just with a different plan, and
send
it
us
just
to
didn't
Lair.
work.
Get it over with. Let's go to Lair.
Wow, 3 in a row.
Siege is a funny old game because virtus.pro looked absolutely amazing on Fortress, as expected.
Again,
FaZe are looking even better here on Border.
It highlights,
as expected.
It highlights just how distinct and different every map is in Rainbow Six. FaZe looking phenomenal here on map 3. Additional bans to be the Wamai and the Deimos. Deimos has proven to be pretty deadly in the hands of FaZe and gaining good information and helping in layering a lot of pressure onto the defensive VP.
I always like to look at the contextualized statistics. When you see FaZe dominate like this, 3 flawless attacking rounds, and you think, well, how attack-decided really is it? So in the South America League for Stage 1, Armory Archives, 53% attacker win rate. Bathroom Towers, which we haven't seen yet, by the way, is 59% attacker win rate. And then, interestingly, Vent Workshop sits at 50-50 in SAL. And as we just saw, FaZe have gone back-to-back on that site. Over in EML for Border, 52% attacker win rate on top floor. Vent Workshop actually sits at defensive win rate of 60%. And Bathroom Towers also incredibly attacker-sided, hence why virtus.pro have not sent us to Bathroom Towers just yet, and why we now return back to Armory Archives. They are struggling. Essentially, it's attacker-sided, but maybe not 3 straight flawless rounds attacker-sided.
Yeah, FaZe are flexing their muscles here. Map 2 of best of 3. Lair awaits, and it feels like it is closer and closer, moment by moment.
I wonder what the record is for consecutive flawless rounds. Jesse? Do we have him on speed dial?
I tried to see if our tracker...
Oh, he's on the B stream at the moment.
I tried to see if our tracker noted the number of flawless rounds on a map or for a team, and haven't been able to find that, so we've also got to hit up there and get that sorted out. Shout out to Vidiking as well on screen as he dumps Util. 5 kills after failing to have any impact, quite literally back on map 1, didn't achieve anything.
Very easy to hang your head. You go 0-9 on the first map, and then just bounces back. Make that a 6th. Whew. Speak of the man. Oh, hang on. Cyber and ADS are both down. Sky's able to retreat back through Passport. Now, they haven't died, so it's still on for 4 straight flawless. It is still a possibility.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Cyber's back up. KDS should also be revivable. And if so, would give FaZe the 5 versus 4 advantage heading into the final minute. Echo offers a point of difference towards Bathroom. Everyone else is essentially towards side. All those guys, bot metal. There's the first kill of this map for virtus.pro. There's the second kill. Finally making a stand on Armory Archives. And with KDS, Cyber both so low, this still proves to be quite tricky for FaZe, but afforded a freebie as Nako tried to make his way back up metal. Shut down by Vidiking. Now 7-0 from 0-9. Total reversal. Cyber stays alive by the slim margin. Dan then caught in the corner, and FaZe are rolling here at EWC. 4 straight.
Well, it's almost a little bit underwhelming because it wasn't flawless, but what made that round so exciting was the fight back from FaZe. When it started to look a little bit dire, they were still able to find win cons, able to isolate the remaining pieces of that defensive puzzle. And as you said, it's 4 rounds in a row for FaZe.
Well, better from virtus.pro for sure. But credit to FaZe, just having no fear, pushing towards a difficult bomb site. Low health members, but Vidiking leads from the front. That's one way to make amends after the opening map. He's now, and this is where for the series, Vidiking is now 7-9. Everything looks a little bit better on the series statistics. He's gone from 25 EPS to 76. Much better.
He's really not trailing the rest of his team by.
It's mainly the cost. That's going to be the hardest thing to actually increase.
Yeah.
He's gone from 0% to 31% in the series.
Well, even that, though, is on par with Skies and Rorik on the side of virtus.pro, courtesy of this strong start from FaZe on the second map.
Warwick is 2-11 now. Well, is this going to be 7-0 territory? Because it was 7-2 on the first map. I do feel as if broken clock for me, for Jake. I did say Fortress VP, Border, FaZe, and Lair throw it up in the air and see where it lands. And, well, that is coming to fruition. Well and truly.
On the lookout.
4 straight opening kills for FaZe. 4 straight rounds for FaZe. 3 straight flawless rounds in the first 3. This is probably the most dominant 4 rounds I've seen from a team at this event so far. Make it another opening kill. Cyber again. That's his 4th opening kill of this half. But shut down by Pasha. That will be his first death of this half. VP get the response.
Ready to push them out.
But the Solid Snake has already got rid of the Soulless.
Yeah, it was a good trade. It did prevent further damage in towards the direct site, which is Customs. One of the lesser favored objectives here for the defense on Border, but can certainly be tricky to break down for the attack, especially with vertical control, as you can see on display here from VP. Nitro Cell deployed.
Wow,
Vidiking just eats it.
That's insane that he stays alive. It hit him pretty much in the back. Oh, and at least Warwick does get the kill onto Vidiking. Finishes off the low health Blackbeard. I have a feeling FaZe, though, will look to try and finish the job on Rorik. It's his first kill of the map. ADS has the long angle, tapping away. They know that he's trapped towards security. Dan tried to swing to help out his friend, stuck. His friend, though, was dead to rights and maybe needed to be left to his own devices. 2 in the round from here. Nia Souls gets rid of Pasha. 5-0 is coming up. Put it in the books. Start warming up there.
Yeah, weird. That is just brutal from FaZe. Little bit of luck with the way of Rorik up above when he was able to slay the Blackbeard. But then the remaining members of FaZe springing into action. Good pressure top east, bit of pressure outside break, and the exterior balcony as well was able to combine. Right here, Vidiking should have netted that kill. And you could argue that VP probably should have gone on to net the round, but they were just playing off each other so perfectly there at the end. Hive mind mentality from FaZe, and it's a 5-0 lead.
Just 2 good teams on their respective maps. But again, it's funny when it comes to FaZe on this map. I think they're pretty much glued on to, hey, we're pretty good at Porter, and we'll bring it out when needed, and we'll ban it away during regular SAL. We don't really need to play it then and there. Make it look like a map we don't really want to play, but boy, they're so good on it. Again, for those just tuning in, FaZe Clan a 6-1 record on this map over the last 6 months. One and only loss was 5-7 versus Falcons at 6 Invitational. They had that 10-8 game on Border as well against Secret in the grand final. Final round of the half. VP, they just want to hear that bell. Get back to the corner and look for a reset.
Repulsion device planted.
The biggest thing for virtus.pro is now going to be heading into Lair. Can't allow this to affect their mentality going into that 3rd map. They need to reset.
Haven't let it deter them here on map.
Exactly.
Solid Snake for Vidiking this round. It's been a key part of FaZe's ability to get map control early.
Yeah, Vidiking should be aware this is going to be watched from below. You can see it, of course. He's aware of it. Handy completes a flawless half of opening kills for FaZe.
Throwing flash.
It'll be a flawless half and 6-0 as well on the scoreboard. They lose Dan, and then those Cyber falls. A 3 versus 3. A little flurry of action. So, first time seeing Bathroom Towers for the entirety of this half. It is the most attacker-sided site on Border. I think VP just throwing caution to the wind and looks like essentially a Hail Mary to close the half.
Leno Office now is clear courtesy of Vidiking. Need to be cautious though of this position from Rorik. Has the hatch for a quick drop if necessary. As FaZe will circle over towards Office. Clear. Could there be a false sense of security here now for FaZe?
I like this from Vidiking. He's turned into a sled with frag grenades on the Solid Snake.
Rorik dropped down in the meantime, so all 3 on the first floor for the VP defense.
And the drop down. Nanko watching Bathroom to get the kill onto KDS. Slips back into Towers. He'll get some help from Pasha. Coming in from lobby. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind as well again.
Overpeak.
And then he peeks back into it. Well, playing with his life. Souls, to complete the flawless half, now must win the 1v2. One above, one inside of Towers. He'll be aware of Nako's positioning. Not too aware, maybe. Far closer to the doorway with the Bailiff. Virtus.pro will get 1. 5-1 half. And the halftime break comes through. 2 minutes to talk things over for both teams. But the sting of this match feels as if it's gone, and Lair is seemingly inevitable. Of course, no game is ever over. Game of 2 halves, but Virtus.pro are going to have a very tall order ahead of them.
Yeah, very switched on from the very start of the half. FaZe then going on to flawless their opposition. Back to back to back to kick things off. The tail of the tape didn't change all that much when the Wamai and the Deimos were further banned out. Maybe a world in which VP could have snatched this round as well. 2-4 at the halftime break would have been maybe a little more tantalizing, but certainly not the position we now find ourselves in. FaZe pretty good across the board. Found 6 entries back to back.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the last one here, not quite converted. Some good on-site play from Virtus.pro.
And don't forget, statistically, FaZe have the same win rate percentage on Border on defense as their attack. It's pretty much identical, 60%. So it's not a case of, well, what's FaZe's defense going to be like? It's going to be quite dominant as well. And these are the tricky ones too for Virtus.pro. You're sitting in a 2-minute halftime break, probably knowing that gut feeling that Lair will be required, but you're never going to give up. 1 round at a time mentality can be done. It's difficult. It's going to take a lot of energy, but the Esports World Cup, it's energy that's worth expending. And FaZe will know not to celebrate too early. Armory Archives, I would imagine, should be the opening site, and that will be the difficult one for Virtus.pro. It's all laid out for FaZe to get us to Lair. And the scheduled halftime break coming to an end, but the question will be now whether it's an extended halftime break like we've had a few times here at EWC. We can load in.
We wouldn't have too many issues. Can't imagine there was too much said in the FaZe camp heading into the second half.
Yeah, good job. Keep it up. Follow the pages that are in front of you. Yep. Flip them over.
It's all up to you.
It's all up to you. Good job. We'll talk outside in a couple
Maybe
minutes.
they started talking about Lair. No, I don't think they would have gone quite that far. Double shield ban out from FaZe, Azami, and Wamai from VP. As you expected, second floor up first. Double shield ban could make things a little intriguing for VP in terms of how they fight for space. It means that it's going to be a large focus on gunfight and gunplay to get
We're in
into the map. As we do load in.
Well, FaZe will know more than anyone. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
They would.
Deploying jammer.
When you 5-1 up here on Porte, you can play ultra aggressive run outs, jump outs. It's in the wheelhouse now. It's in the set plays if you want.
10 seconds to go.
Calibrating air compression. All set.
5 seconds to insertion.
So indeed, straight over to Armory and Archive, starting the second half of this second map. Don't make plans. It seems as if this series will go for at least another hour. A third map required to see who will make playoffs, qualify, who will drop down to the lower bracket, face an elimination game in a couple of days' time. But truthfully, I think both of these two teams coming into this event were expected to make top 8.
Yeah. Going for the grenade lineup, virtus.pro.
Funnily, I think I saw the first time this happened, was it FaZe that actually did this? Or it might have been...
I thought it was Stompin that was
Yeah, I was going to say maybe it was G2. I think Stompin has definitely done it, but...
Wasn't expecting to say that name at this event.
Oh my god, he's got it!
It worked.
Honestly, that's 2 for 2 when I've seen that lineup done.
All but impossible for Souls to react in time. Pasha doubles down for virtus.pro. Small signs of life here to kick off the second half.
I mean, this is a great start. This is the way to kind of just get maybe a little bit into the head of FaZe and say, yeah, it's not going to be that easy. You absolutely smashed this in the first half, but we'll show you what we've got. Nade line up, follow-up kill. Now 5 versus 3 in favor of the attack for virtus.pro. Mako on the Blackbeard can pretty much now take space. Push closer towards Armory and Archives. Vidiking at Fountain, getting ripped down to half health. Clearly trying to contest against virtus.pro. Not really getting a lot of help. KDS still by himself towards security. Andy just making sure that no one slips in towards Archives, and KDS at security dies to Dan outside on the west side balcony. Vidiking wins one towards Fountain. He's on the tracker though, the death mark on his head. Handy did catch one. Moved over towards Lockers. There's the Blackbeard though again. Nitrocell is available on Handy. Best player to contest against the Blackbeard. Frag grenade though, wonderful. Onto his feet. Good headshot from Vidiking. Mako does still need to plant, pushing up main stairs. This swing could be round defining, but Pasha with the vendetta. Closes it out, a second round for VP. Back-to-back rounds, and it's 5-2.
Well, is there something more in this? Is there a twist to unfold? Long way to go, but it was a strong start there from VP. Can't fault them. The way in which they approached that round was clean. Great grenade lineup early. Nothing Souls could do. Detonates on his position.
Also got a couple new jammers too.
Yes.
An impact in the round to begin. Good follow-up.
The Deimos as well was very potent in that opening round. Now we saw that on the other side from FaZe in their first attacking half in the form of the Solid Snake. And so that's going to be an interesting thing to track if this does prolong. How do FaZe tame the info gathering from VP?
Yeah, and this is where now if you're FaZe, after what was such a dominant display in the first 5 rounds, you've now given up 2 straight. If you make it 3 straight, mentally then it's very easy to kind of go, uh-oh, what's happening here? How have we kind of lost control? Because we had a firm grasp on this map not too long ago.
Oh, firm would be an understatement. They started off with 3 flawless rounds. Might be the first time in the history of the game we've seen 3 back-to-back.
I'm just wondering, if virtus.pro win this map, does Rafael call a timeout? Does he just kind of go, oh, boys, settle down? Of course, we did see Dark call his tactical timeout after 2 rounds. Back-to-back flawless rounds, and actually after that timeout, a 3rd flawless round. virtus.pro certainly going down fighting.
Are they going to go for a sandwich hit here, maybe? Patch up for the coverage. Util pressure with the Candelas.
They're going just in for the plant.
Yeah.
Roaring is straight into the smoke. The glass to cover at the window, and this plant has just gone with no contest until the very end. It's too late. The Nitrocell from Vidiking is after the plant has already gone down. He maybe wants to even just think about getting straight on it, but with that smoke up and the glass watching from the window, Vidiking doesn't feel comfortable.
And Pasha and Dan can layer more.
Well, Handy's in this position to deny the plant. Oh, lovely swing though. Shotgun from Vidiking. Got rid of the glass, but Pasha connects. Counter defuse in progress from Cyber. He will not get denied, and FaZe will make it map point. Ooh. Oh, fast-paced round on Porte. Virtus.pro storming through the front door, but FaZe able to answer back. 4 map points.
Yeah, really nice there from FaZe in the post. A little unfortunate that the plant went down. Perhaps there was some sound coverage and it wasn't quite identified just in time. But positionally, and in terms of the synchronization there in the post, was absolutely spot on. VP put all their eggs in the basket of having that covered courtesy of the smokes and the glass. But Vidiking said, screw that, I'll swing with shotgun. I'm better. Wins the duel. And FaZe now 4 rounds up.
And just maybe that's the round needed to dispel this aggressive looking VP outfit seeking a comeback of grand proportions, and now 4 straight rounds required. And Lair seemingly on the cards.
Pal is the site of choice here for the first match point or map point conversion effort for FaZe. And I'll bring the Valk into the comp here, so looking to gather as much information as they possibly can. Potentially in response to the info gathering from Virtus.pro, but interestingly, they go util heavy themselves here for this round.
I was going to say, if this goes 7-2, which 7-2 was better, but I think it's hard to look past 3 flawless rounds to start.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter.
No, well, it certainly doesn't.
There will be a little maybe recency bias in terms of the momentum that FaZe have gathered here, but I don't think it's going to be majorly impactful. And the video developed. I think both teams, if they were honest with themselves, expected this to play out exactly in this kind of fashion.
I would imagine. Formation for Nako. Just sends it through lockers. The ping information though is enough to see the retreat. Top floor afforded though to Virtus.pro, except for Sol still lingering office. In towards site we go. What is that from Cyber? He has hit some insane shots. Now the plan is still going down inside of towers. Pasha inside of the smoke will be successful. Back-to-back plants now from Virtus.pro. Cyber down. Pasha 2 will fall from Handy. He goes double digits with the kill. Needs to leave workshop though, make his way towards the site. He's gone the wrong way. Vidiking towards 90, slips in towards security. Souls, funnily enough, dies to the frag grenade that Vidiking was avoiding.
And both players now situated outside for the post. This will be very, very tricky for FaZe to break.
FaZe have the extra number. VP have 2 outside. Vidiking will look to meet them outside. Handy, KDS, both towers. Vidiking gets nothing on the vault out, but Handy covers perfectly at the window again. Handy gets them both. He's the GOAT for a reason. Make it 7-2. Let's go to Lair. All 3 maps needed.
What a way for FaZe to close out the map. Great to watch them on Porte. They look so comfortable. Such a clinical result from them across the board. And for the first time in what may feel like a little while, we were basically bang on here on the desk. All 3 maps needed.
Yep, certainly are. And if you're a fan of Siege, that's what you want. You want to see a bounce back after a 7-2 domination on the opening map. They too now feel the emotion of conquering, and as they would say, Jakey boy.
What do they say, Rob?
Phase up.
Phase up, yeah.
Phase
up. What a response. You lose 7-2 on the first map. You have such an instrumental part of your team in Vidican going 0-9. That can mentally shoot you in the foot to begin with, but then the response from Vidican individually to go 12-5 in the very next map. Handy was his ever best, 12-3, 1-0 on the entry with a 158 EPS. As we go to the highlights, it's all going to be FaZe highlights, Rob.
It is, unfortunately, with 3 flawless rounds to kickstart this. I don't think anyone would ever expect that to happen, especially after coming off the back of a 7-2 slamming on Fortress. All things considered, though, guys, I find it funny. We were talking, and I said, hey, if you're virtus.pro right now, don't be afraid to lose all 6 opening picks in the first half. I wasn't actually being serious.
They took you literally.
They took us way too literally. Look, you've got to give props to virtus.pro. They definitely tried to force the issue in a lot of these topics. We did see them a little aggressive where we thought maybe it might pay off, but ultimately, FaZe just show why they are FaZe, why we call them world champions, why they were world champions, and why they will be, once again, world champions.
Oh, have you leaked the script?
I have, unfortunately. Sorry about that. I have leaked it way too early. But I think that kind of performance, that goes to show that the caliber of team this is. You're never counting them out. You're never looking to a second map loss there. And now we do start to talk about Lair, because I don't know how much more we can talk about this. If you want to, maybe you could look at some positives for VP going into the next map after being slammed 7-2. Look, I'm going to commend them for their attacks. I'm going to commend them for trying to force the issue.
I think it can be summarized in a very similar fashion to the first map of Fortress. It wasn't really a lack of trying or effort or even to an extent problem solving from the team that was deficient. It was really just that their opposition was so good. FaZe are just such a great team on border, and that's why it's awesome that we get this layer reset. I think both teams will go in really comfortable and really confident.
They certainly will. Both teams locked at the horns. Only one map to decide who will go through to the playoffs and who will drop into the lower bracket.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
junto ali, que conseguiu bastante coisas, conquista, 3 finais de Invis. Então acho que nem toda a line fez isso. Algumas orgs fizeram, mas não com o mesmo time. Então acho que em questão de time a gente é o melhor atualmente.
Down onto Deepak, down to Just Wizard, now remaining 4 Fnatic, and he can't beat out Cyber.
Eu acho que o principal é a dedicação que a gente tem. A gente consegue todo mundo estar na mesma página ali, se dedicando ao máximo, e nunca é fácil ganhar um campeonato tão importante quanto o Six Invitation.
O campeão é só do momento ali, acabou o campeonato, já todo mundo reseta. Então acho que a maior dificuldade é se manter no topo. Versa, sabe, a gente já teve esse erro, já teve uma queda, então a gente tá sempre conversando para tentar manter o mais alto nível do time.
Eu acho que um dos principais fatores de a gente não ir tão bem na EWC é por ser um campeonato curto. Eu acho que quando são campeonatos mais longos a gente tem uma certa facilidade, e como a EWC é um campeonato curto, não dá pra errar, a gente às vezes acaba entrando meio desligado, e acho que os momentos que a gente também teve pra chegar na EWC não foram momentos bons. Tirando esse momento de agora, eu acho que a gente tá num momento bom, e por isso eu acho que não vai acontecer a mesma coisa dos últimos 2 anos.
Acho que a força do nosso time vem da nossa união, tanto do time dentro e fora do server. Acho que a gente sabe resolver os problemas, sabem utilizar as melhores qualidades de cada um. Então, acho que isso impacta bastante, conseguindo aproveitar 100% do time todo.
Eu acho que o nosso treinador, que é o Rafael, ele exige muito da gente, então acaba que quando alguém tá relaxado ou não tá se dedicando, não só o Rafael, os próprios jogadores se cobram e cobram uns aos outros. Eu acho que isso é muito importante. A gente é como uma família, então as coisas que a gente fala pros outros, eu acho que ninguém leva como uma crítica, e sim mais como um elogio pra melhorar, sabe? Eu acho que esse é um dos principais fatores, assim. Eu acho que a gente vai muito bem, a gente acabou tendo uma preparação muito boa, a gente fez bootcamp, teve momentos de estresse, teve momentos de aprendizado também, então eu acho que dessa vez a gente vai conseguir chegar lá na final, sim.
Acho que a maioria do time veio ali, tanto por vir campeão de Invi, vir muito bem no Major. Acho que a maioria do time coloca a gente ali como favorito, que isso causa um problema também, que a gente vai ser muito estudado, mas a gente tá confiante, e se for para ser favorito, a gente vai vir para ser favorito.
The trophy is ours in Paris.
A 7-2 shellacking, completely followed up with, you guessed it, a 7-2 shellacking. It's 1-1 in the piece, and Michael, I don't say this very often, but you were right. We need to go to a third. You actually wrote that script.
It wasn't even me that was right. It was also Jake.
Oh, was it really? I thought you were the one that opened that
No, it
up.
was both of us. I'd say a good team effort.
50-50?
Yes.
It was all
okay, kind of like this matchup.
I like you in as well.
Yeah, well, don't do that. I left that one for you boys. Obviously, we head to a third map, and I think that it's very fair to say that we're back on even terms. This is a best of one from here on out.
I mean, we've been right so far, but I hope that we can get the cherry on top of actually a good solid third and final map. I can't help but shake a little feeling that FaZe could still walk away a little bit dominant, but I think it's fair to say that it should be far more competitive on this final map. Both teams, I think, strategically will go in such a way that they're going to butt heads. It's going to be really close. It's going to come down to key moments, and that hasn't been the case over the course of this series because it's been so dominant with teams both comfortably winning both of their respective maps. We haven't seen sort of those key moments, those clutch moments really be defining, and I think that could be the difference maker on the third map.
So I was looking at some of the numbers for Lair. 5-7 loss about a month ago against Falcons, 6-8 loss a month ago against Falcons for virtus.pro. So like you're losing to a really good team and it's close. Then it's win against GK Falcons Secret, again then lose to Falcons 4-7, beat 5 Fears back in SLC, and then lost to G2. Then win against Falcons. They've had a good record virtus.pro. Like they've either won it or they've lost it in a close fashion.
That's kind of how
As
it works
for FaZe
sometimes.
Clan, 5-1 record over the last 6 months. The only loss being Black Dragons. That was a month ago.
Yeah, that's big. That's very big. Context for here. Throw the BO3 out the window. Both teams on even playing field. It turns into a best of one. A good old-fashioned brawl here on Lair as we need to decide who goes through to the playoffs and who will still need to compete in the lower bracket.
Well, the best thing about this particular boxing match, guys, is they both landed a big blow each. 7-2, 7-2. They both probably walk off stage thinking, yep, they got us on Border, and yep, they got us on Fortress. Now Lair, being the decider, resets everything. The question, though, B, you brought it up, the momentum. For FaZe, they were the latest one to land a blow. So what's the mentality going to be like now for virtus.pro? Can they switch their mindset from Border, come into Lair, be refreshed? They have the courtesy of saying that FaZe did it themselves. The evidence is in the pudding. You can do it. They can respond. Let's get underway. virtus.pro will start defense, FaZe on the attack. Win, you go to playoffs. Lose, you're playing an elimination match in 2 days' time.
Razor wire in position.
Yeah, it's a big one. Still think that FaZe will have what it takes to get the job done. But the fight here from VP expected to be strong. They'll start out on defense. The bans have played out. i.e. Bandit, so a double down there from FaZe in terms of hard breach denial, just trying to open up the map that way. And VP taking away the Monty and the Grim. It does mean that the Deimos and the Solid Snake will be available, and that was really potent from FaZe, particularly back on Border. I'll elect not to dip into that here for the opening round. It's more of a util heavy focus from them as opposed to info. But Lair is certainly the style of map where those operators can find footing. Upside early presence here from FaZe, droning ahead. But the kind of team naturally that will split the attack in however they deem most appropriate. VP doubling down on the flip side with the Tachanka and the smoke. Double denial combination from them. And as we have seen a couple of times over the course of this tournament, that duo can make it very challenging for the attack to fight their way into site late round.
Breach charge set.
Well, one of the storylines that has actually been consistent across the opening two maps would be the entries won by FaZe. 9 rounds on Fortress, and they had a 6-3 split in their favor. 9 rounds on Border, and it was 8-1. You can do the math, but pretty clearly they have absolutely dominated the entry battles, which is what we were hoping they would improve on after the match against Fnatic, which was a weakness of theirs. Now virtus.pro are the ones that need to flip that around. Second best team in EML for entry percentage.
Swapping mags!
Changing mag.
Midpoint of the round. Second Salma deployed there by Vidiking, who surged on map 2 after a very, very quiet opener.
Rorik just setting into the frag grenade. Idius does have another one.
Will not be getting picked up.
No, drone hole, doorway covered. Idius instead wanted to just take the space with that second frag grenade. Entry into bathroom made. Another opening kill for FaZe. This has been the detriment for virtus.pro across all 3 maps. That's the area that they need to find improvement, and improvement quickly. This top floor needs to also be won on the defense. FaZe looking to land the first blow on the 3rd map. Handy with a really, really long angle.
Yeah, can cut the long angle and maybe make a little bit of this plant denial a little more tricky to deploy, but will be vulnerable to Sky Bridge, and will turn his attention there now. 25 seconds. 8 shots in the Jamaica launcher. Pasha with the gas babe. This doesn't look great for FaZe.
Nice from Pasha. And he's been the best player in the series. Oh, Cyber, though, has a freebie. Never mind.
Oh, hello?
Well, he'll get Dan. And then he knows exactly where Nako is as well. Red time, 10 seconds left. And VP are fighting back on the site. KDS hasn't got the time to find the last 2 players. It's hide and seek, and VP will hide successfully. Needed to win the opening site here on Lair, and they do just that.
And it has to be a nice feeling to win a close round there to kick off their campaign of Lair. FaZe opting to try and go deep there late round with the smoke and the Chanka still up. And while the call was right, the execution fell just short of the mark. FaZe with the opener. Pasha fought back with shotgun and Cyber right here. How does he not get both kills? Would have changed the complexion of the round. KDS, his follow-up, certainly not enough to recover that effort. A small blemish on the record there of FaZe, but credit to virtus.pro in still being able to close out the round.
More connections never hurt.
Perfect start for virtus.pro to successfully defend the top floor.
10 seconds to insertion.
So to basement now for the second round.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving out to locate
Just
a bomb
have the
and
feeling.
defuse it.
It's a gut one.
You don't have a plan.
Don't think this
There
one's going to
is
end
something I've
7-2.
been wanting to try.
Win or lose, virtus.pro play most of the rounds on land regulation. Quick basement entry for Cyber on the solid snake.
It hasn't taken long for that operator to re-enter the fray. Was incredibly popular and potent back on Porte. So too the Deimos, both of which are available for FaZe as VP targeted the Monty and the Grim. Does force the pivot from Souls onto the Blackbeard. Quite an extensive roam established here from VP. Notably Pasha up above second floor on the Solace, who can be self-sufficient.
Clued on to the fact that FaZe are going very direct here. Straight down missile for Souls. FaZe don't really have anyone top floor. This is not top down at all. This is going to be aggressive, horizontal, into sight, take the gunfights, use Souls as the Blackbeard to enable the entry through the doorways. Utility still needs to be dealt with, such as these tripwire connectors.
This Wire is eating up so much utility that's intended to clear the tripwires. Never mind the deployable shield, which is on the other side.
What this also means is for virtus.pro, with the fact that they'll have Vert as well. Neko, Pasha, both can just sit above. But FaZe will hope that maybe they can get into sight, win the battle without losing players to the Vert, and then have numbers in sight.
Yeah, we did finally clear that deployable
That was
shield.
a small little chance there onto Skies, but he wasn't ready for it. Skies will retreat. And it's Cyber that falls early to Pasha. Indeed, that Vert will have impact all the way from the top floor to the bottom. Pasha connects onto the Snake. Rorik will fall. He's had a difficult time in this series. First of a few Candelas to be thrown from Handy, and KDS follows up as well. Finally, this tripwire connector's being shut down. And they were able to get rid of the Izami as well. Full lab control. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Skies, but KDS immediately with the remonstration. 3 versus 2. With the time winding down.
What can Pasha do? First floor cut off by Vidaking.
He goes for the swing, and Vidaking was watching and waiting, and Neko now needs a clutch. A big one. Hit shot onto KDS. Oh! Souls turned around! Did the full Monty and gave him the chance to hit the headshot. 9 seconds. Vidaking clutches though. Oh, back and forth here in the second round. But it's FaZe that take it 1-1.
That's cold from Vidaking. Can you believe that he dropped the donut back on map 1? Could have dropped his head, but he fought back on Porte and he's alive here on Lair. Not the cleanest round ever formulated by FaZe, but it was good enough in the end. Some early issues with utility. An early whiff from Handy, but a good cutoff from Vidaking.
Look at this. Whoop.
Oh. And then Vidaking comes to save the day.
Who dropped 0 kills on the first map, 9 deaths, has been so good. Maybe even MVP level since that first map.
You get a dropped map in a best of 3 and you can put a line through the first. Since then, he has been absolutely phenomenal.
Back on board of Vidaking, 12-5. I mean, to be fair, Handy's probably got him edged out overall, which he does. 17-12 across the series for Handy. Neko 18-12.
5 seconds to go.
Vidaking is now up to a 96 EPS, and for those that weren't here after the first map, he was sitting on 25 or 26?
25.
25?
He didn't have a single
His cost
number.
has gone from 0 to 45. What a return to form for him so quickly.
Yep. So it storms then for round 3. Not the most extensive hold above ever seen from VP, but have established the default vert. And do have some players, or the large portion of the defense scattered above on that second floor. But not a massive overcommit. The Warden and the Solace, of course, will be critical on this site for identifying where the plant goes down from FaZe if they are eventually to fight themselves into the objective. And with the Capital being played from FaZe, it's likely they'll take green side control and then use that against the vert.
Nothing to worry about near me. I'm reloading.
Mibr.los been involved in so many entry battles in this series. Was the opening down from the previous round, now taken low. Wanted to try and get as much information from Ops as possible. Pretty much FaZe, though, are wanting to take this flight on the second floor. Just how Renego's not going to connect.
And that's now 2 used by VP.
Yeah, 1 left. Oh, just stands at the window and Vidiking says, thank you very much. Asleep at the wheel for Nako. Pasha trying to take a tight angle fight.
Metal frozen.
Another opening kill for FaZe. That's been the dominant area of the series. And of course, with Skies playing bunks, it's technically, if FaZe want it to be, it could be 5-3 on the top floor. They do have handy towards security, so it won't be the full 5.
Yeah, Rorik's been able to back out as well. FaZe in closing on the objective. 40 seconds, pressure mounting both above and below. Where do VP go from here? They forfeit. They give the control to FaZe.
Oh, handy. That would have been a bit of a bad timing with the wall being opened up. Pasha's made his way back down to the first floor. So is Rorik. They're completely giving up top floor. They want to contest the plant. 20 seconds remain in the round. FaZe have seen... Oh, hang on. Freebie on the Skies. Vidiking through the opened up wall. And he's got kit. But a headshot from Rorik. And not traded. As we enter into the final 8 seconds, the Solace from Dan needs to try and find this kit. Souls will connect. Plant to floor. And with the kill onto Rorik, VP falling apart in this 3rd round. But they do get souls. And a 2 versus 2 is possible with Cyber so low on health. But he is also playing top floor.
Yeah.
And catches out Pasha. Dan needs them both. The Blackbeard. Oh, he finds the tap angle on the top of his head. But now needs to play this dance around the kit.
Grenade.
Cyber. He's going to let him try and think. He's going to stick it. He's completely going to stick it. I cannot believe what's just happened.
Oh, no.
Cyber has given him the round.
I'm speechless.
I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting it.
Neither was I.
What just happened?
Oh.
Hello?
Cyber. You don't see that often from Cyber.
I'm speechless.
Look, fair play. If he goes for the shot and gets tapped, you take it on the chin. But to play it like that and to fail is unbelievable.
What about the shot on the Blackbeard, though? Can we rewind it back a little second? I'm hoping we'll get the replay.
I know, what was that?
Maybe the Blackbeard had a toupee and he's just shot that.
He got a faulty shield. FaZe did so much right positionally. They did a really good job in having that top floor control, meant that even though Dan knew where the plant went down, they couldn't contest it. They couldn't deny it horizontally either, given they were boxed green side and didn't have the util. But then all went out the window there in the post. And virtus.pro get a sneaky round to take the lead.
I mean, well played, to be honest. Punk's briefing can be a very difficult sidecast to retake, and they did. I thought they actually played it quite well. Whenever the contest is on that top floor and you're thinking about... Well, you most often see the direct plant. Punk's briefing don't fully contest top floor. FaZe went for it. And largely, FaZe won that battle. They forced VP back to side. They got plant down. They then had one up above. Everything in that script as it's laid out is what you want as the attacking team. And yet VP walk away from the round as the winners.
Someone around here shows me some respect.
All right, 2-1. Well, we've gone blow for blow in terms of the maps. Maybe now here on Lair, we can go blow for blow in the rounds.
Yeah, let's
also,
see.
Where's the replays? I wanted to see. I wanted to see the shot back, and also the nade.
Let's see how FaZe able to formulate a response then.
Oh, well, didn't shoot.
Vidiking got gifted a couple of kills in the last round with some poor positioning courtesy of VP and almost gets one here in the 4th. Pasha needs to be careful. Will lose this battle if he swings. Does he elect to invest these gas babes early to deter the push from Vidiking? Andy on the opposing side taking space as well here for FaZe. As Dan goes for an early tuck position, main breach.
By the way, there has not been a single opening kill converted in the first 3 rounds. Been a very scrappy start to Lair. Andy as well, 0-3 start. It's not common to see him start so slowly. Done spot one through the drone hole and another.
A lot of info here from
a good
Vidiking.
amount of information.
Can follow that up with radar late on entry if needed. Elsewhere, Ops Control Cyber with that diffuser. Will be eager to refocus after the failed 1v1 in the previous round, where he let the opportunity slip post-plant up above. Again from VP though, it is the smoke and the Tachanka combo to try and stall out time. All gas babes at this point though have been expended.
Yeah, stall the timeout, then you've got the nitro cells as well to potentially stop the mask plant, but Warwick is towards bathroom and Dan just threw his. That actually kind of leaves now the Shamika launcher as the main objective in stopping that plant towards mask. Warwick, you've got to be careful the way you're playing bathroom.
Well, he's lost this fight
worried
before.
for him.
He's lost this fight before with the overpeak. Needs to learn that lesson.
Oh my goodness. He just goes for the nitro cell and then goes for the peak. He just doesn't look comfortable in this position. Trying to get a good timing on the swing with a shotgun, but he's so low. Now, I mean, to be fair, he's eaten up a lot of time, but now he's dead. So they find that first pick. They get bathroom opened up. FaZe have also started to get mezzanine control through Cyber. There goes Dan. Handy finds his first kill of the map, but we are low on time. 2 bullets left in the Shamika launcher. Headshot from Vidiking onto Skies. It may even be close to flawless. Pasha's the only one left. He got one, but that's it. Back and forth we go on Lair. It's 2-2.
Yeah, intentional or not, FaZe have done a great job there to pose questions of Yorick on that anchor position. With the shotgun up close on the Warden. Didn't look particularly comfortable and died in a somewhat similar fashion to what we have seen previously already on this map. And it was the cascade effect. That piece falls right here. The rest of the defense scrambles as FaZe push forward on the back foot for the entirety of that round as FaZe equalize the scoreline.
Here we go, basement now for this 5th round. Neither team able to win consecutive rounds so far on Lair. But still, what we saw back on Fortress and Border is again happening on Lair. FaZe are dominating the early entry battles. 3-1 split in their favor here, and across the series now, it's ginormous. So, for example, love a good reference here in terms of the entry battles. Rorik is 1-8 on entry. Skies is 0-6 on entry. Dan 1-1, Nako 1-1, Pasha 2-1, and well, it's just full green for FaZe. 6-2 to Cyber, 4-1 to Handy, 3-0 to Vidiking, so on, so on. It's been very one-sided in the early battles. It means for the most part, virtus.pro are more often than not in a 4 versus 5 in these rounds. But despite that, this series is still tied.
Yeah, as this back and forth continues to develop, the tension rises inside of the server. Rorik 1-4. Pressure mounting on his ability to stay alive in the early round and fight back against this early pressure from FaZe.
Well, last time out, they went direct. I don't think FaZe surely will go for that again. And especially considering this time virtus.pro are playing 5-side on live basement. So, to be fair, actually, because they are playing 5-side, there probably will be a decent amount of horizontal pressure from FaZe, but I wouldn't mind seeing them still trying to play some of that first floor vert, but they don't really have the lineup for it either.
Yeah, last time we saw that partial solo round on the solos. Very different outfit this time.
May just be heads up. Down in basement, 5v5.
Well, you can see all the blue outlines. It's pretty 1D for FaZe.
Again, the warehouse is the focus. There we go. This battle. Nice to see for him. And the second on the follow-up onto Souls. As Pasha gets rid of KDS, we will continue to go back and forth here on Lair. King, though, keeps this round alive. And then Handy with the shotgun through stock. There is no script for this match. It's so unpredictable. 2 versus 2.
Dan
Justin around when you thought VP were good, and indeed they will be because of Dan. Oh, it got a little bit spicy at the end of that round. Rorik so strong to start with. Just his second opening kill of the entire series. Then the follow-up. But Handy then kept the round alive. 2-3, final round of the half.
Now, heading into this third map, I think there was a discussion to be had in terms of how many big moments will there be on this third and final map for individuals to step up and make their mark on the series. And I think we have seen a large volume of that already across the first 5 rounds. Shout out to Rorik, did his job nicely over towards Warehouse with questions posed in the early round over the course of the half. He stood up. And then Dan, late at the death, got caught in an awkward position, was in a pinch. I was actually having a look across at the overhead, and if Vidiking had have taken a step forward just a fraction sooner, a couple seconds sooner, Dan was unaware. He was looking the wrong way, but he catches a good timing in the end, converts his opportunity. And now can FaZe respond and equalize the half.
Oh, it's just turning into something special. Feels as if it's brewing here on Lair. 3-2. Forget about attacker side, forget about defender side. This is straight up Lair. 2 teams equally measured. And clearly we've seen neither able to gain a significant advantage. VP have won rounds 1, 3, and 5. FaZe Clan 2, 4, and will it be 6? We'll see. Final round of this half. Bunk's briefing, we go again. Last time FaZe were unable to win the round due to the Dan clutch, so make it out of the last 3 rounds, 2 big plays from Dan.
Currently the top-rated player for VP. An equal 3rd overall for the series, server-wide.
Although I did check the statistics of Lair and well, for the EML region, top floor defender-sided, Vlad Bunk's briefing attacker-sided. So pretty much as you typically will see it. Similar as well in SAL.
FaZe doubling down with the Sense and Capital for the slight hit late. So may go for the tuck plant position with a little bit more coverage. And so again, is going to put a large weight of pressure on both Dan and Nako on the Solace and the Warden respectively to counteract that. Exterior breach opened up so KDS could chill. Long angle DMR and nets the kill. It's a small misstep, a small mistake from Skies, but it proves costly.
And costly because it's also the anchor towards site, the first floor defender. And then Nako sprayed down through the doorway from Handy. Looking quite tidy for FaZe to close this half. Pasha and Dan, have they got a clutch in them? Vidiking's going for the plant, by the way, and the attention's still drawn on this top floor. This may be flawless to close the half from FaZe. Feels fitting that we will be all tied up to close this half, and it's flawless from FaZe. 3-3. No separating these 2 teams.
Oh, there isn't. There really isn't. FaZe put the foot down there. Final round of the half.
dominant.
It was
the most dominant round we've seen, I think, here on Lair. That's the only thing if you're Virtus.pro going into this halftime break. While it has been back and forth, neither able to string together 2 straight rounds. That round was very clinical from FaZe. Let's go and have a look at the highlights as we've got another minute and a half to allow the players to talk things over in the halftime break.
Yeah, plenty of highlights over the course of the first half of big moments. Vidiking set the tone early with this massive clutch. And the chaos didn't subside. Round 3, equally exciting. Very close post-plant that Dan was able to clutch out. Had word as well from Easy, our observer, that the grenade there actually getting caught by a mag late in the piece from Cyber. Could have been a difference maker. Either way, though, a fierce tug of war between these two teams. And so far, living up to the expectation.
Well, it's been a fun series. You know, you think about the very best series, usually a, full regulation rounds on map 1, 2, then into an OT on map 3. And well, we didn't get that, 7-2, 7-2. What we got was a good display from both teams on their respective maps. Good dominance from VP on Fortress. Good dominance from FaZe on Border. And now on Lair, all equal. 3-3. 20 seconds to go on this scheduled time out. No timeouts have actually been called in that first half, of course, so both Dark and Rafidel will have available tax.
Hasn't really been required, right? When it's been 1-1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1, there's been no true momentum built. Let's see how the bands shape up for the second half, noting that back in the first it was the Bandit Kaid, then into Azami, and the Grim Monty into the Glaz. And so we may see a similar repeat here in the second half, pending what each team elects to go for now. And indeed it will be. So that may set the stage for a very similar second half in the back and forth. And in terms of the playstyle and what's going to be enabled or disallowed is going to be very similar. Expecting VP, if they want to play the modern meta, to lean heavily in to the info-gathering operators that will remain up. And then defensively, we could see a lean into traps from FaZe.
Well, let's get underway. Round 7, second half. Map 3. With this playoff qualification match at the Esports World Cup. Top 8 on the line. One of these two will be playoff bound. The other, well, their fate will be determined in 2 days' time. That's a lot of time to be sitting around waiting to figure out what your future looks like.
It would also be a lot of time sitting around waiting if you want to qualify, but I'd rather be in that position. Sit back and watch everybody else.
Perimeter defense active. Peace will protect us.
Of course, Dark Zero and Wildcard having already qualified for playoffs.
Watch your six.
I'm not too sure what's the match on the B stream looking like, considering we're just coming out of the half break.
That's right, we do have Rob, our personal assistant, at the end of the desk, so we'll get him to bring up the scores for everyone at home.
I've got hands, and I'm going to use them
okay,
for once.
For once.
So spoiler, 3, 2, 1. GK winning the first map against Fura 7-4. They now also lead 4-0 on the second map. They are 3 rounds away from sending Furia to the lower bracket and qualifying for playoffs.
Oh, that sounds exciting. But I'll be honest, not as exciting as this third map between FaZe and VP.
That's why we give the update, so that you just still watch this one as it's developed really nicely. FaZe go defense. Master and R6 is the side. It is the most defender-sided on this map.
Bit of a tricky mirror setup here upside, but dealt with by Dan with the Lance on the Kali. Initially disrupted a little bit by the catch. Here's the follow-up. Blitz in play. Time management critical for VP this round. You look at the lineup there from FaZe. You have the smoke and the Trenker combo, and then don't discount the double nitro plus the Razor Blooms from KDS.
Well, I still haven't got any of the Reinforced walls near Mask opened up. They do have ops control, but they also don't have mez control halfway through this round. Mako a little bit stalled out trying to push over towards main stairs. That's also being gas banked by Handy. He has 2 more remaining. Warwick over towards security to get some information with the death mark.
Swapping mags.
Finds himself on the wrong side of things early on. Carly of Dan still towards ops. They have still not opened up this wall. It's being peppered by the Shamika launcher. Up fast though from main stairs is Nako. Lovely pistol shot onto Handy. That's controlled towards mezzanine established for virtus.pro. This is what you need on the attack.
And Souls tried to find the trade, but forced into the retreat. Nitro also used, and so it means that Vidiking needs to be perfect with his utility usage for the remainder of this round. Still 13 shots remain in the Shamika launcher. Needs to place those perfectly for the remainder of the round. Let's see if VP shape up for a default or if they commit to a flood.
Oh, lovely swing from Souls playing behind the mirror window. Nako low, so is Warwick. Still towards medical, so it's only the 3 up towards the mezzanine, and they've just lost Skies. He was full health. Good shot from Cyber. Still has the nitrocell needed. Time expiring for virtus.pro. They need Warwick to come and join them. He's making his way up main stairs. Nako can't even get in towards Mask. Pasha by himself. FaZe will take this top floor as expected on the defense. Job done. It is back-to-back rounds, but that's the site on defense that you really should be winning. The next 2 rounds are pivotal, though, for virtus.pro. You're afforded to lose that one. That's fine. The next 2, though, you need to be contesting far better.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a poor start to the round there for the VP attack. Nako able to find entry on the blitz on screen now, and critically was able to deter the trade attempt from Souls. But Souls himself then was able to escape, had impact late round, and the util layering from Vidiking, which had to be perfect. Had to be, especially given that the smoke was down and he didn't have a ton of utility left. Had to make sure that it was placed correctly for efficiency. He did that. Forced the stall out, made default impossible for virtus.pro. And then the rest of the cleanup elsewhere and their avoidance as well of the Deimos was absolutely spot on. So good work from FaZe.
And how quickly you can go from back and forth to now being able to say FaZe have won 3 of the last 4 rounds. Basement we go for round 8. FaZe edging closer to playoffs. virtus.pro are not going to bow out that easily. Warwick on the glass with Nako on the blitz. Back-to-back blitz play for virtus.pro. But there is actually quite a lot of counter to this blitz being brought to the round. The smoke, the Yokais of the Echo, even the Shamika launch of 2 of Souls. Even barriers can block doorways. This is going to be tricky for Nako. He's going to have to be perfect on the blitz to have an impact.
Breaching here.
Yeah, bit of an initial stack. Warehouse side, opportunity presented. That was KDS, an overswing in that warehouse position, but not punished.
Well, there is a Yokai warehouse, so if KDS does opt to stick around and VP push in, it could go for a burst swing play with KDS between him and Vidiking. That's probably why he's more than happy to just stick around here and take the fight. Ping. Oh, by the way, this is going to be the burst and the swing combo. KDS doesn't quite get the angle. He's covered at the reinforced wall that has been opened up. The Yokai hasn't quite been the trump card, and in fact, that's going to be a mini loss for FaZe, because they also lost Handy.
Well, they can get brought up now, courtesy of Cyber finding that kill.
That's true. By getting that kill, Pasha dies. Now they can get this revival to Handy. Big power swing back now for FaZe in their favor after a mini win for VP.
FaZe being able to stabilize the round. Who can step up to the plate now for VP? They have a foothold warehouse triple. And then Skies, the solo, elsewhere, can make a play from the exterior. Will they be into that Tachanka? And with util still up, easier said than done.
Sol sitting all the way back over towards support. The only one that's relatively close maybe would be Skies. But he's also just getting flamed out anyway from the other room. It's making it difficult for Skies to establish this pinch pressure with VP. Mako downed. And they're finished off by the Flames, but Skies made that entry. He found 2 critical kills with the Vendetta. Dan has already clutched up once in this map for Virtus.pro. But this time he's got Skies for company. Deathmark onto Vidiking. Soul still with bullets in the Shamika launcher, but it's gun up time. The dashing Dan won't work out, and gun up indeed for Souls as FaZe make it 3 straight rounds.
Really well played there in response to the late Deathmark. Repositioned, then allowed Souls to play that cross. And despite the mid-round heroics there from Skies, who had to make a play, initially stalled out by the Chank util, but then found the multi. The ability for FaZe to recompose and reposition and still close out the round. Very impressive. And now there is that 2-round buffer.
I honestly thought I might have expected a timeout from Dark. At 5-3, couple of rounds in a row now for FaZe.
Bomb located by attackers.
Because the thing is now, if you lose Bunk's briefing, you're 6-3 down and calling attack timeout, needing 3 straight yourself against FaZe, then going into top floor. Has Dark maybe missed the timing window? But what really, to me, feels like a critical round. If you lose this, FaZe get 3 match point opportunities and go to then the most defended-sided site on the map.
The lineup here defensively from FaZe looking standard for this site with the Solace Warden combination. Equally from VP though, leaning into the Cap Tower, electing not to go the Sense route.
Yeah.
But they do double down with info. And so maybe looking to contain some of the mid-round aggro here from FaZe.
I think what you're starting to see teams do is adapt by understanding the Sense route is great, don't get me wrong, but it's predictable. If everyone starts doing it, then it's a very easy read in how to counter it. So what you're seeing is now teams are a little bit more opting to put pressure top floor, force them down, and then go for the push.
We have seen even some of the North American teams leaning into the Thatcher counter on the side of the attack to shut down the Solace and the Warden, but we don't see that here from VP. Instead, Lurk. Lurk heavy. Both reception and main stairs occupied by the Deimos Snake combination. And the clearance spearheaded top floor elsewhere, courtesy of the Blackbeard. And so a decent semblance of control now for VP, but it hasn't been contested by FaZe. They're eager to sit back and wait.
Yeah, they don't really care about mezzanine control. This is not Master and R6, so you don't really care if they got Mez. And he has caught at the window. You can see the frustration in his camera. They lose Nako, so 1 for 1. Yeah, the Solace for the Blackbeard is actually a pretty even exchange, all things considered. Solace is quite impactful on this site and does actually maybe open the door. If VP want, do you go potentially straight to site? Solace has actually made his way back up. There is no one in sight right now for FaZe.
Yeah, they got full pings up above, courtesy of the Solid Snake.
No one in sight and no Solace available. Pasha makes his way into display to join the rest of the troops. They want to contest on this top floor. They want to take the fight against FaZe Clan. And Cyber says, bring it on. Headshot, Pasha, that's dead. That's Case on the ground. They're not close. Oh, they just go for the double swinger. FaZe have got it covered. Dan needs a 4K clutch to salvage this round. It seems so incredibly unlikely. At the end of the hallway is your demise from quite literally 0 to hero for Vidiking. 3 match and series points for FaZe. Surely now you have to call a timeout.
I think it was, but it could be too little too late. Interesting there from VP. They elected not to leave a lurker up above and then maybe think about pressure site. They tried to go for the full commit, the full clear. Maybe lulled into a false sense of security. They had 3 pings just prior to the push on the Solid Snake. but it wasn't enough to be able to break those crosses. And once FaZe found the first, we saw them just immediately push forward and completely decimate the VP attack.
Watching that clock tick down to see, yeah, there it is. There's the pause. VP timeout from Dark. FaZe have now rattled off 4 consecutive rounds and have 3 opportunities to book their place into playoffs. And that's so daunting for the rest of the competition, Guz. They're looking pretty on here at the Esports World Cup. And when FaZe are on, they're so difficult to beat.
Probably the kind of team that if they are afforded a few days break, they'll be behind the scenes plotting away at their route forward to claiming the trophy.
Well, again, we saw the contest on that second floor up above. Once the Solus dies, though, 4 stack up. So now, of course, there is still Vert. The Solus isn't everything. But there was enough time to maybe fall back, reconsider. Do we want to go green side pressure? Try and maybe bring some of those defenders across into bad positions. But instead, VP kind of just kept going. They didn't change up the plan. And then we saw the double swing at the doorway, and surely that can't be the best thought of, yeah, that's how we're going to win this round. But I just wonder if there's a breakdown there for VP attacking into Lair on some of these sites. They've really struggled. 3 straight defensive rounds. We know Lair can be more favorable to the defense.
They just didn't quite kick into that kind of autopilot mode that you would see maybe from a FaZe in that instance, right?
5 seconds left.
The path back now into a potential OT. It looks very tumultuous for virtus.pro.
Well, I got a fun fact question for you. Who's top fragging the series?
It would be really funny if it was King. Surely not.
It is.
Is it? No. Is it actually?
It is. But he's tied with Handy and Cyber. They've all got 23 kills. Add in KDS with 21 and then Souls with 19.
There's just no weak link.
There is no weak link. But most importantly, that's King with 23 kills from 2 maps.
And if you're just tuning in, what was it on map 1 again?
0 and 9.
So it was
everyone, by the way, because
it was 0 and 9. He didn't have a plant. He didn't do anything.
25 EPS. Aurora gets the opening kill onto Handy. That's a good start for virtus.pro out of the timeout, but Souls with a quick response against Skies. This one's starting a little bit quicker than expected as well. On Master and R6, the pace is quite high from virtus.pro. Maybe just wanting to catch some time is against FaZe. We know Dan loves his Kali, most played attacker operator in stage 1 of EML. And it's a good operator for this particular site.
Yeah, it's great into the mirror. Bit of util clearance potential as well onto the Azami. And there are some nice long lines of sight as well that he can hold down.
But they don't have anything towards Ops. That's allowed Souls to play this more aggressive mezzanine position rather than further back. So he's got essentially Ops control. But Nako perfect on the Blackbeard to retake this position for virtus.pro. Souls can only do so much. Mirror is broken. The shield up. Couple of bodies pushing his way, so he gets a little help from King with the Shamika launcher. They're expending their utility early.
Yeah, the more he invests early, the less there is for the default late, which was the big win condition for FaZe last time out.
I guess they're just trying to make it more difficult for VP to be in said good position to go for a win late. It also means less fumbling with utility towards the end of the round, and they can.
Oh, virtus.pro might go for the back hit here, go R6 side.
Yeah, bathroom side.
Good grenade.
KDS gets caught at the window again. Pasha, big kill, and with that bathroom and mezzanine control and still 40 seconds on the clock, VP's a good chance until Dan overcooks it. Good head drop from Souls. And they're a little split now on the attack as well. Pasha's gone for a massive north side wrap. He's not close to Warwick or Nako. Nako at the doorway. Warwick coming out of server. Caught by Cyber. Prone player Cyber to step up, but then shut down by the Blackbeard. 20 seconds, 2 versus 2. FaZe on the verge of getting into playoffs.
Do they know of Pasha's position? King has a read.
He made the wrap rotate. King has the read, as you said, but Pasha's got the battle won. Down to Souls. Time, though, is low. Nako needs to go for the plant. The cover needs to be from Pasha, and he does have it covered. 4 straight for FaZe, but VP are not done with yet. 6-4, 2 more needed though from virtus.pro.
They were this close. A matter of inches there in that final fight, but good plant coverage and a good wrap ultimately in the end then.
2v3
from
as
VP.
well. A couple of big fights won from Pasha and Nako. Especially Pasha, and you noticed it as well, that rotate balcony north side.
Took the initiative,
but it also did then leave Nako and Warwick to their own devices. Warwick caught pushing into server, that then leaves Nako and Pasha split. They needed to meet back up. They both needed to win their ones, and they did. And interestingly, FaZe lose out on the most defender-sided site, not opting to repeat Master R6. They go basement. This opens up a potential comeback now for virtus.pro. Win this and things get very interesting.
Absolutely. Down to basement, we return. Played once so far in the half. It was a success for FaZe. Did a great job installing out the initial push warehouse. And whilst there was a late pinch attempt from Skies in that round on the Deimos, it was a case of too little too late and a little bit of a filter effect in the way that VP attacked that site in the end. The choke points late round proved to be too difficult to break down.
By the way, I just had a look. Nako has played only 2 rounds this entire series on attack that hasn't been on a shield.
Yep.
He has been sticking to this Blackbeard. Made it work in that round. Those 2 rounds, by the way, that he didn't play shield, they actually lost both of them. Make of that what you will.
They should have just gone for the triple ban.
Reloading.
Opted though to go for the Grim in the first phase. Very much a top-down approach from VP in this round, signaled by, well, Dan's obvious position at the moment, but in the lead-up, the Sledge and the Ram double down in terms of vert operators. We'll see then if that can alleviate some of the pressure late round in some of those choke points that proved costly last time. But either way, it's a stark contrast to the warehouse side hit that we saw last time from VP.
Yeah, more focus, of course, with the Ram and the Sledge. Neither of these two really wanted to play the vert on their attacks until now. And best time for it, considering FaZe are 5-stacking down in basement. So you've got all this time with the Sledgehammer, with the Boogie Auto Breaches, which all 3 have now been utilized. This will give us a very different play out of basement than we've seen in any of the rounds so far on this map. Every single time, it's essentially 5v5 in basement and just pushing forward at each other. But honestly, it's this blue stairs battle which can be make or break for the attack. It needs to be clean. Warwick, don't shoot your teammate in the head. It can happen in this position. Seen it many a times. He doesn't. Shoots the opposition. Cypher falls at blue stairs. That's the pathway that's been established. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, it could be a filter finish in the end here from VP. But with both Vidiking and Souls up on the Echo and the Tachanka, a plant may not be straightforward.
Skies gets caught out in the open, flash onto Souls' position. He'll duck back behind the shield. Warwick to take some space. But caught on the long angle from Handy. Ridiculous length with that shot. And virtus.pro must surely now be feeling very nervous that this one's getting away from them. Where's Dan? He's usually the man for these situations, but it's Pasha that finds the first shot. The Tachanka dealt with, and now into red time. It's a 3 versus 3. Flood into the site, but that yokai is still up. Will it find Nako's position? If it does, FaZe will win, but watching it, Nako got off. Now needs to stick. Dan's got the cover. That's 1 down. The plant will be successful. Nako shield up. No, it's gone up, but then it's KDS. The pistol shot connects. There will be no heroics for virtus.pro because the back-to-back SI champions are playoff bound.
Yes, they are. FaZe get the job done. What a way to cap off a series. Map 1 and 2, so lopsided. We expected the third to be close, and it was up until that halftime break where FaZe were able to break through.
That was so ridiculously close. probably shouldn't have been that close. Credit to VP, didn't give up at all, didn't give in. They fall mightily short, but fall they do to the lower bracket.
There is no denying greatness, and greatness we are witnessing back again here with FaZe. As you said, it was neck and neck, 1-for-1 in the first half, but they dominate as they head to defense, and it was like it was never questionable. You've got to give your plaudits to virtus.pro. They turned up in a big way, but not big enough. Not big enough.
No, not big enough, but I think they've earned a lot of respect for what they've been able to do in this series, Rob. I mean, they absolutely torched FaZe Clan on that opening map.
They did. They did.
It's a very passionate discussion as well in the background there from the VP camp. Probably not too thrilled with the second half.
Yeah, you can
Well,
see
I
a
think
bit
that's
of
what you want to see, though, isn't it?
100%.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of passion.
That was a winnable game. There's no doubt about it. That was a winnable series against the former back-to-back world champions. There's no doubt about it.
There's two ways that it usually goes. You're either pissed because you lost to a team that you think you should have beaten, or you're pissed because you think we could have beaten the SI champion. So, I mean, you can never win. Once you lose, right? And I think that clearly for virtus.pro, who you were mentioning, Robin, now having a look over, yeah, they're a bit upset. But it's a good, passionate feeling that then over the next 2 days, they'll look to rectify the things that went wrong, the things they can fix up, and clearly not far off it. I mean, that could have easily been 6-5 on the third map against FaZe. And I think that you can easily dissect, well, where did certain things go wrong? For a large portion of the series, lost the entry battles, massively lost the entry battles. And that set them behind in many, many rounds. But their late game clock management and late game scenario management was actually quite good, guys. Evidently by that last round, they should have been nowhere near able to win that last round, and it came so close.
Yeah, there were plenty of big moments over the course of the final map where virtus.pro, as a team or duo or individual, did step up to the mark and made it very challenging for FaZe. It was really only the floodgates that began to open in that second half. So maybe a bit to workshop there in terms of VP and their attacks on this map specifically. But yeah, I mean, I think the reaction in the background in terms of the robust discussion, if you want to describe it as that, as they're having immediately after, that's good to see. And I think, from my perspective, it probably comes from the sense that they felt they were really close, and that kind of passion and drive is going to serve them well if they are to make a comeback at this tournament.
Oh, and comeback they will. I think that you can't knock a...
Well, they're favourites for their next match.
Yeah, well, 100%. You can't knock down a monster, a beast like virtus.pro with the momentum they've got behind them right now. And, you know, you've got to highlight FaZe, right? If we're talking about virtus.pro and yeah, they might have lost a couple of opening battles that really started to get them behind the 8 ball. When you look at FaZe, there's not a weak link. There is not an individual you can point to that said, I might have had an off game. Well, maybe the first map will say that, but there were 3 1v1 clutches in that final map, and that's the difference.
We look at the stats summary as well. So when you look at it from a series perspective, you're looking at 24 kills being the most, which is what Cyber, Handy, and Vidiking had. KDS then with 23. And Souls with 22. So as you said, there's no weak link. They all went positive. They all actually as well went positive and all had good amount of entry kills, as you can see on the statistics page. 114 EPS being the highest, 109 EPS being the lowest. That is as clinical of a 5-man team performance as you will ever see from FaZe. There's a reason why they're so good, is because, as you said, no weak link. And even if they did have a weak link on the first map, he then became their best link on maps 2 and 3.
That's right. The fact that he is equaling the rest of them and he's caught up with them goes to show where they're at. And one of the things that we opened up with in this discussion is good teams have a good all-round teams. Great teams have individuals that can really stand up on individual moments. And you look at the last, like what I'm trying to tie this toward is 3 clutches from 3 individual players on FaZe. And ultimately, Michael, that's what gets them ahead. That's what gives them the upper hand. That's what gives them the momentum. And ultimately, when you look at this series as a whole, when it's a snapshot like that, you just look at this roster and go, well, what are they going to achieve here? If that's what they do against virtus.pro, who we were actually starting to lean toward favorites at this event, what does that mean for everyone else?
I mean, when you throw that clutch number out in a vacuum, in isolation, it doesn't really mean a whole lot. But I think when you contextualize it, especially with the third map being so close, being a tug of war, and those key moments being so impactful, that was a huge, huge difference maker. So I think in terms of the overall team play and the macro and all those details, virtus.pro not trailing by a massive amount, but when you have such a well-rounded experienced roster like FaZe, that is what determines the end result.
We talk about 1%ers all the time, and sometimes that can make the difference. However, we've got Lax courtside having a chat with FaZe.
I'm here with the two-time world champions, Vidiking, the ag.al, and JP as their analysts. I want to talk about that matchup specifically for you, Vidiking. You didn't have a strong start in the first map, but going into map 2 and map 3, you walk away with the MVP.
Entendeu? Pode. Então, basicamente tudo que eu tava fazendo não tava dando certo, mas eu tava muito tranquilo na partida, porque eu sabia que os outros 2 mapas eram de conforto nosso também, então acabou que não tava dando certo, eu tava tranquilo e consegui ter cabeça, já vivi várias situações dessa, eu acho que serviu de aprendizado para hoje eu ter conseguido ter voltado para a partida.
Basically, the things were basically not working at the beginning, but I was chill because I know that the other 2 maps we were good, and I have a very good mental, so it's like a situation that I already lived before, so it was no problem.
Well, clearly the mental's strong. I want to talk about you guys always going toe-to-toe with VP. What always gives you guys the competitive edge to get the win over virtus.pro?
Como que a gente sempre ganha? Basicamente é um estilo de jogo que é fácil de ser estudado. Eles gostam de repetir bastantes plays. Então acho que o trabalho que a gente faz é muito bom para esse determinado time. O Rafa também, o JP, faz um trabalho excelente. Eles acabaram repetindo muitas coisas e acho que isso, querendo ou não, fica fácil tanto para mim quanto pro meu time ter uma leitura durante a partida ali.
Basically, their player style is like very easy to us to study because they are very repetitive, and it makes easy for the coaching staff to study them and even our team to get reads on their game.
Well, I just want to say congratulations. I'll let you celebrate with your team. Is there anything you want to say your opponents going to the main stage?
O que você quer dizer pro pessoal do main stage que vai ser o oponente da gente?
Como é que é?
O que você quer dizer pros nossos oponentes do main stage?
Quero dizer que vai ser um jogo difícil. Não é à toa que a gente foi 2 vezes campeão do Invitational e acho que não tem nenhum time que tá querendo mais ganhar essa EWC do que a gente.
To everyone that want to face us, expect a very hard game. We are not back-to-back world champions for nothing, so that's it.
All right, well, you heard it from the boys from FaZe and Vidiking. They are expected. You are knowing what's going to come from them once we get to that main stage. They are on the hunt for an Esports World Cup champion title. I'm going to send you guys back to our desk.
I can't wait for the day that we get a Vidiking English interview. But obviously fully comprehensive of what they've achieved here and the fact that going into this repetition from VP, whilst we praise them for it, Jake, it's also their downfall in the ends.
Is it?
Well, are you going to argue with Vidiking?
Not really. No, I can't. But I mean, look, there's not much of a downfall though when it comes to FaZe. That's the thing. Is like we've seen the results over the years. If anything, it's maybe can they find a way to bring that SI form to the majors and the EWCs? They're somewhat doing it now, and I think that was a really good series against a virtus.pro outfit that taught them a lesson on Fortress, well and truly, and then they responded to that on Border. A power struggle, real arm wrestle, but FaZe just have the experience. Once they finally got some control, that was largely it. 6-3 lead, but credit to VP. They didn't just put their heads in the sand and give up or wave the white flag. They dug in out of the timeout, responded, got it back to 6-4. Could have easily then been 6-5 at the end. So I think for me, my takeaway is for virtus.pro are still looking really, really good. I expect them to probably win their lower bracket match, whoever it is, either Weibo or Enterprise. I have them firm favorites and to still make playoffs.
Guz, thoughts on that one?
I don't think it's that hot of a take. I think that VP looked good today, but were just exposed by an even better team. There's always a bigger fish in Rainbow Six, unless you're FaZe, in which case you're FaZe.
As a reference, I don't mind that one. Let's go ahead and have a look back at what we've seen over the last 2 days of groups, and I think that we're starting to get a really good idea as to what to expect for the rest of EWC. Obviously, play-ins, we got to see some moments of magic from teams like CAG, teams like Fnatic, but ultimately, when push comes to shove, when you make it to groups, this is where you really need to show your true form. And right now, the teams that are, I think we expect.
The big one I want to touch on firstly is Wildcard. You look at that side of the bracket, Falcons, M8, Team Liquid, Alienware, and it's Wildcard that come out on top.
Yep.
Now, that's not a surprise. Of course, we know how good Wildcard are as a team and how good they've been for probably since Reload, I think was probably around the start of their real journey.
Yep.
And I think ever since then, they have just gotten better and better and better. Genuinely, I believe Wildcard can win this event.
Yep.
And so the question will be if they do now. There is almost a level of expectation they can do it. We know Dark Zero can do it because they just won Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
So it's not really a surprise to see either of those two teams qualify through from Group A.
No.
As we go over and have a look at Group B, the big one for me is GK Esports.
Yeah.
Shocking Furia.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think even when you look a little bit further back, not only the Furia, but the Enterprise game that they made it back from a 6-2 down position, guys, they're starting to look a little dangerous. They're starting to look like they might have a finely sharp edge to them.
Yeah, and Furia dropping down into a potential date with Fnatic or Edward Gaming. It looks likely that it will be Fnatic. Could you imagine Fnatic go on to then beat Furia? I don't think it's the most otherworldly expectation.
Not right now, not with how Furia are playing. They've looked suboptimal, I think.
I still feel like the Weibo game, they started great.
Yep.
I just thought Weibo fumbled a little towards the end. And so for me, as you said, I think Fnatic could genuinely make top 8. Beat Edward Gaming, and then who knows against Furia. That shapes up to be very promising.
Well, the thing with the Edward Gaming matchup, I actually didn't know this, but it was a 7-2 or something like that. It was actually incredibly close. And I think that that's the important context to take into that one is we still don't know what to expect from that team. When it comes to best of 3s, that's all that they play. But let's have a look at what we'll be expecting to see tomorrow, because obviously the show goes on. It doesn't stop here, Michael.
No, and it's
kicks off with a banger.
Oh my days. Oh my good lord.
It's an SLC rematch, if you would. Weibo and EP elimination in that matchup. One of those two big hitters from APL will be sent packing. And it's the kind of matchup I think we were talking about on the shuttle on the way here, right? It's an on-the-day kind of thing. I don't think you can fairly go into that matchup saying that one of those two are significant favorites. And then, of course, not to brush over the second matchup either, right? MA Team Liquid Alien, where that too is going to be an absolute banger. So I really love this portion of the event, right? Because the stakes on those matches are both so high.
Adding in the extra stake for Weibo Enterprise, for those unfamiliar, of course, for the APAC region being the 2 slots for the Osaka Major.
Yeah.
As it stands, if Enterprise were to beat Weibo, it's probably like a 90% chance they'll maintain the 2 slots for the Oceanic region, barring essentially CAG having to win the event. I'd say that's unlikely. But if Weibo were to win, they also then need to win the next series as well after that to gain Asia the 2 slots. So something to watch there for tomorrow.
It certainly is. Speaking of tomorrow, that's it here for today. Thank you very much for joining us again at EWC. We'll be back at 4 p.m. local, but please, as always, take care, stay safe, and Jake, what is it?
Good night.
Good night.